Alright guys, sorry about that. So they did send a message. There was so it may go in and out. I have to
But BDO does.
People who know BDO.
The new arrival alarms the Brotherhood of Mist. Muscular features signal power and performance.
um
Attributes they've never seen in this build. Behold, a new breed.
so I do apologize.
Ready to
Apologize for that for anybody's here.
electrify. The
Fuck.
all-new hybrid electric
Let me do myself a favor.
performance electrify.
We have just a few seconds.
Investing in municipal bonds. Let Assured Guarantee Bond Insurance guarantee your principal.
Alright, we have just a few minutes. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, everyone.
Assured Guarantee.
Alright, I do apologize. We have just a few minutes. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, everyone. Alright, I do apologize. We have just a few minutes. I'm sorry for the...
Ready when you are. Don't miss out. Listen to CNBC.
Just so you guys know, it may go out. Just know that I'm still here, okay? Just know that I'm still here.
Fair price. Nice. Get your free online valuation now at
The biggest ideas inspire new ones. 30 years ago, State Street created an ETF that inspired the world to invest differently. It still does. What can you do with SPY?
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade. Giving you
Video
more
Palantir.
specialized trading support. Connect with the Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders, ready to help tackle anything, from the most complex trading questions to a strategy gut check. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
I was talking the whole time. I almost didn't. One more time. I apologize for the inconvenience. And they said that it may or may not go out, so I am kind of worried if I should, you know, what's going on there. Upgraded, CVNA. Man, I'm having a rough morning, guys. Holy cow. Holy shit. All right, guys, have a great day today. Be patient. Fuck. Back. Damn it. Damn it, man. Tesla, let's go, baby. TSLA. Ah, that hurt my ear. Dude, I'm getting murked today, y'all. Shit. I gotta log in. I want to get short. Get short. Sorry, gang. 185, dog. 185, dog. Good luck today, everyone. Let's do it. Watch your semiconductors. All right. Come on, bro. Come on, man. All right, that's a nice rejection on Tesla right there. Tesla. Come on. Please. Hurry, bro. XOM is still pulling back, guys. Tesla, we have Tesla there. What else are we watching? CVNA, even though I didn't do that one. Carvana's really strong today. I would watch that previous support level there on Carvana. All right, watch that previous support level on Carvana. Okay. Come on, bro. This is crazy, man.
And it's doing miraculous work. Parker Hampton's doing great work. Eaton's doing great work. David, if you want to know who's got an incredible reindustrialization...
All right, like I said, I wanted to look for a pullback on Tesla right into this level. Now I got to go back through everything and restart all my stuff, man. This sucks, bro. You guys are going to have to give me a second. That's a nice short right there. Just be prepared for it to pop. You have a gap above us. Let's see if they get some buyers in here at 180. I'm just curious to see what happens there. Fuck, I gotta log in, guys. Alright, I'm more worried about getting I'm gonna watch my risk today, guys. I'm gonna let you guys know ahead of time. My risk is gonna be small, just in case I get disconnected again, and I have to like get on my phone and like, you know, switch the Wi-Fi and like get off of Wi-Fi and stuff. So. Alright, let me pull up the SPY. Come on, let's go, guys. Let's go, gang. Alright, so we said watch Rivian. Watch. Look, it's already up at the 20-day moving average. It's already at the 20-day moving average, y'all. And that is Riven. R-I-V-N. Okay. Man, this is brutal, man. That I got to do all this stuff again. But it is what it is. You know, life brings up challenges. You just got to push through them. Just got to push through them, y'all. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good. Okay, we're still connected. That's good. Alright, so Rivian's a bit oversold. Look for it. It's pulling back right into that double top that you got yesterday.
so much nuclear, how much more energy security they have. What would happen if we ran into huge
We need a lot of volume. You want a lot of volume. At least a lot more than what you had the day before. Sorry, I just like snorted coffee and well, I didn't snort it, but you guys know what I mean. If you guys were here, rough morning today, bro. I like choked and it came up out of my nose and all this stuff. All right, what type of volume we gonna get off of this level, y'all? What's going on here? What are you gonna do, Tessie? You let me know. You remember what happened last time, pre-market, guys? I told you guys this level up here at 185. Watch it. Look what happened last time. But also remember, you have a massive gap above us that we have not tested 186 yet. We have not tested 186. I want to see if we're able to get a decent amount of volume here and start being able to possibly look for a long on Tesla. I am neutral. Okay, I'm not swung one way or the other. Okay, I have some bullish theories and I have some bearish theories. So, it's an area I will be watching. That closed yesterday of around 178.57. Okay, 178.57. I'm watching it. I'm on high alert. If I get into anything, I'll let you guys know. If we could, help us run the stream back up. I'm trying to get to 20 likes, bro. I know we can do it, baby. Let's go. What are you guys watching today? If you guys see anything with relative strength, relative weakness, throw it in the chat. Chat. Sorry, I just got some sleep last night. I'm in a good mood today. Feel like a motherfucker got laid. Dull. Let's see. Let's see what we got going on here. All right, Carvana, Tesla. All right, Tesla. Look at the volume. Make sure you guys are watching volume. Intel dropped, guys. Intel's dropping right there and below. Right there below that level. Look at Exxon trying to make that level resistance yesterday. Yesterday's VWAP. Yesterday's close on Exxon. You might get some, you might get a little sell-off action there, possibly on your energy names. It's early. So, you know, take your time. You know, don't front run the move. The SPY is still just hanging out. It's holding 515.50. Watch the Qs. That's what I'm going to do. As a matter of fact, right now, I'm going to go see the Qs. Come on now, baby. Come on now. All right. Are we going to shake and bake? What time is it? 9:37. Nice little double bottom there. Do we start to turn this level into resistance right there? Let's see. Sorry. How's everybody doing today? How is everyone? What's everyone's goals today? What is halted? Boeing doesn't have volume. Boeing might be a short there.
SGT resuming. Safe and green.
I'm not seeing a lot of volume and meant like.
Shares also high at $1.35. That's Sandy Gulf Delta.
Here's what we made. Here's what it cost us, and here's our earnings.
Oh, and there will be people in the call whose question is planting on something, and which is, let's take the next call. Yeah, basically just saying you don't belong in this call. You flunked.
He'll be missed. Meantime, Jim, some stories on the tape about Huawei's innovation
On the back of the game that and land.
It's due to used equipment that
DH, CAU.
All right, nice rejection on Baba there, guys.
Shares.
Nice rejection there on Alibaba. Come on now, let's go. Let's go. That's a nice rejection there. That's a nice break. Retest on Alibaba there. See what type of volume we start to get. You could probably get Baba back down here to like 71.50. Catch a couple bucks possible on Alibaba. Sorry for yelling. It's the volume's pulling back, so hold up. It did gap up. I would watch that 73 level.
$1.38, up 109%. Sandy Gulf Delta.
The government correctly doesn't want this company. There's nothing we want to block ASMLF because these are the companies that actually make accelerated computing. They make generative.
Right.
So
It's their equipment that Taiwan Semi puts together to obviously do a better job than anybody else
well,
in terms
remember
of nanometers. I can't even do
remember
it.
and Lamb is a late to, but when this is a battle between Moore's Law, Intel, okay, and Jensen Huang.
All right, sorry. I want to keep my eye on. Okay, so Tesla again pulling back into yesterday's close, y'all, on the daily chart. All right, look, 180. We're turning 180 into resistance. Look. The thing is, all right, right now I don't like the volume.
CNBC said we're seeing very strong jobs growth.
I don't like the volume, but you're turning that 180 back into resistance. That's a beautiful short, gang. Beautiful short. I knew it. Look at the price action. Steady. So what I'm watching right now is this 15-minute chart. I need to look at semiconductors too, and like AMD. 15-minute trade line. Okay, VWAP is there. That's a nice bounce into. Is trying to hold that level. You might get some volume on Ford here. You gotta look. It's in a downtrend. On Ford, I would watch 1250. I would watch 1250, guys. You are getting some volume to step in there at the 1250 level.
Yellen said U.S. economy is performing better than any other economy around the world, powering global economy as well.
So 1246. Let's see what happens here. Let's see what happens with Ford. I know it may not seem fun. I think, you got a massive double top there. I think the real resistance level on Ford would be up there at like 12. You have a little bit of a gap, but at like 1260. All right, you can probably get up to like 1260. Look, there it goes. It's trying. But look, I think that 1 minute just held. See if it starts to pop. See if you start to get a pop here. I wouldn't expect much out of it. It is up 0.8%. It's pretty strong today. Look for the buy and sell entries. Okay, entries. Okay, I knew it. Tesla got a nice little increase in volume there on the break through it. I may try for a long on Tesla. I may try for a long. I might. All right, if it works, if it holds, let's see. I wanted to tell me what she wants to do. I'm not going to just force my will on Tesla. All right. Damn, we need to start doing it now. I feel like. Sorry, guys. I know you guys can't see it. I'm just looking real quick. So again, though, that level there is a massive level of a rejection. All right, let's see if this fails here. Man, that was a nice increase in volume. What do you guys think about Tesla? What do you guys think?
And it matters. Hey, by the way, there's a positive piece about YouTube today picking up some advertising off of this. YouTube.
What are y'all's thoughts? If we could, please hit that like button, like the stream, subscribe. Okay, let's see. I just don't want to get caught in chop either, though, like.
Yellen asked about Biden's proposed housing tax credit. Said president is focused on housing supply.
Each one's bought a total of 600,000 by the end power. This is to make it so that the feed is a black. I mean, everything goes so fast.
Those kids who wrote that they have a drinking game that they do every night.
Microsoft. Amazon. Look at the volume on Amazon. I may have found it. I may have found it. Hold up. I'm looking for relative strength and relative weakness. No, never mind.
Yellen said Biden wants to make sure housing is affordable for first-time buyers.
He wants to make sure of it. Well, affordable. Maybe they just need to make more money. Okay, let's see if Amazon holds here. See if we can get a bounce. We said it yesterday. You're not worried about 176 because you had to get through 175 first. Y'all talking about way up here. Nah, bro. We got to get through 175 first. We got through it. What happened? It held. 176. Is it going to hold today? Watch the overall market. If the SPY is going to pull back or the Qs are going to pull back, that's where we want to watch our. I need to make sure that I'm ready, like to strike when the iron's hot. All right. Intel, guys. Intel is falling like a mug. Damn it.
And you mentioned GLP-1s. Oprah's going to have a special about. Exactly.
But I'll tell you that
The volume isn't that great. And AMD, look, AMD broke out. AMD's breaking out on some nice volume. That's some pretty nice volume there on AMD, guys.
The Browns, as we call them, are too expensive. Is that what they have to cut price? And then there's also that old Pappy Winkle thing.
All right, sorry. Let me throw up the chat. How's everybody doing today? How you guys doing? I know everybody's busy. Shit. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
I'll tell you, the problem is that there's this whole class of great ones, the Woodford Reserve, and they all taste fantastic.
The volume's
West, I like.
pretty.
But, you know, David, that's
Volume's a lot better. So it went. It rallied. It held yesterday's support. Man, if we could just get a pullback or like a consolidation, that would be awesome. Like if we could get a nice buy trigger on AMD and watch it break out. Coinbase. I'm just going to scan real quick and see what's going on. Coinbase trying to break out too. Coinbase had look. Shit, man. Feels like they don't have that much volume. All right, let's see. Can Coinbase finally get to 260? Can Coinbase get to 260? Damn it. I think it's going to work. That's a nice flat top resistance, guys, on Coinbase. I like that. All right, stop loss right there below 250. Coinbase is a bit tricky at times. I am always scared with it. I've always just had this natural, like, whatchamacallit with it. But good morning, Wiz. Good to see you. Yeah, and it went down this morning, too, because Verizon is doing stuff with the internet, or doing stuff here with whatchamacallit. All right, so the SPY bouncing into that oh, it went through it. Or it depends on what chart you look at. So if we look here on a daily chart, all right, we're in that wedge. We are in that wedge that we've been talking about, or at least pointed out for a while now. I mean, anybody that's been doing this for a while, you know, kind of already sees it. But that's a nice little cup and handle there. Boom, a nice breakout. We get a nice breakout day on the SPY. Wouldn't surprise me. But again, I'm still watching what looked like a double top that we just broke through it. Man, we could have a nice rally today. I think we could. Volume isn't too bad. It's not that great. Okay. Come on. AMD. That's a nice pullback and hold. Coinbase. Is Coinbase going? There you go. Watch Coinbase, guys. That could be a nice long. If you get a pullback to VWAP and stuff, though, you need a pullback. You got to get the pullback. Amazon is what? Look at that double bottom on Amazon, guys. Look at that beautiful double bottom there. Beautiful double bottom. Watch 178, though. If you're able to get there. Tesla. There we go. I think that's it. What are you going to do, Tesla? Let me know. You going to hold this level? I'm still thinking about a long right there at 180. Dude, why is this... Why is this doing this to me? All right, let's see. Let's see. What you gonna do, baby? What do you want to do? Just talk to me. Everything is okay. Let's try it. I think we should try it. Well, the thing is at 15 minutes way down here.
America's largest IT clusters, a fully integrated supply chain, all powered by one of the cleanest grids in North America, Ontario.
I don't know, man. Maybe that's why I should take it.
Want more from your vitamins?
And if you notice,
More with Nature's
the
Bounty.
puts are way higher than the calls right now.
To daily digestive support.
8250.
To more wellness solutions every day. Get more with Nature's Bounty.
What does it mean to be rich?
Again, I'm going to be a little patient this morning.
Number?
I'm going to be a little patient. Again, I will repeat this. My size will be down.
Is being able to keep your loved
My size will be down a little bit.
and also send them away. Rich is living life your way and having someone who can help you get there. The key
See, we're in this range here. We could be bound to this range on Tesla. I mean, you might be able to get a few cents and get that 182. It's already up. You could have got already made $1 on the 182.50s. I feel like they're trying to suck people in them, though. Just my opinion. All right. Your 9 EMA on the 15-minute chart is right here. Let's see if we can hold.
changing world.
I am going to re-zoom this in.
Where are we supposed to hang it?
Let's see if it breaks and puts in a double bottom.
In the attic?
Enough room to keep your cargo and your secrets.
Can you guys see that okay?
We can't calculate our total taxes.
Oh shit, sorry.
Real estate credits.
Alright, just know that on this 3-minute chart,
No.
this is starting to act as resistance or support here. They're trying hard.
C-Suite Experiences is here. Join us for exclusive insights from a preeminent collective of chief executives, industry experts, decision makers, and game changers. Register your interest at councils.cumac.com to learn more.
Big question for the market is whether Apple can find some legs here around 170 after being down
Shit.
7 straight days. That hasn't happened.
Alright, so now the 1 minute is now underneath the 9 EMA.
Along with names like Tesla saying,
Been very quiet. It's hard to get a read on that.
meantime, Dow up 1.
Look, Kramer just said it's hard to get a read on that one right now. Literally talking about Tesla. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. I think this is a nice chart. If we can hold here, right around this 180 level, let's see if they're just trying to suck people into the long.
Long-term financial well-being above any short-term transaction.
Everyone has a big
All right, I'm waiting a minute. I'm waiting a minute. You should have some nice.
Said Biden separate-
Look, you broke and now you're holding on Rivian, guys. Rivian.
Visit findyourindependentadvisor.com.
Rivian, you're holding the 20-day moving average.
Your skin is ever changing.
Really, your 20-day moving average is back down here, though.
Formulations of 7
So you broke above it.
vitamins.
And we told you guys that, you know,
Bond.
this pivot low here at 1342 you got to watch. I would watch it. Let me throw a line there. Let me throw a line out.
Hi, Mom.
That's the value of ownership.
1342. And then we would look for 15.
More growth. When you realize
All right, you guys can see. Let's see what happens here.
more,
Let's see if it holds.
ask, now what? Here's what. You go with
Let's see if that holds.
empower and grow with everything you need to
Let's see if she holds, baby.
more.
One more thing.
Who's your rock? Learn more at prudential.com.
The biggest names in business.
Look, your 38.2 is also lining up with VWAP, the 9 EMA. All right. All lining up with that 20-day moving average. That's your buy trigger right there, in my opinion. It's again, it's my opinion, and you have what you have. You have the opening price, prior support here at 1325. Prior support, as in that candle right there, On the 3-minute, okay. Let's see if we can pull it in and hold this area.
Make your next special occasion delicious.
Any way you slice it, Jensen's Market does one thing better than all the rest.
Let me see what the volume kind of looks like. Some nice volume.
You can make money the hard
Yep.
way.
Okay, guys, here we go. Is this our trigger? 13.25. Let's go. The market's going.
Most popular unlimited plan for a year. Not only will you save hundreds, but you'll also be joining millions who have connected to America's most
Let's go, gang. Right there. Let's see what happens.
not man for money.
Pull it in there, baby. Pull it in there. Look at that low volume. This is a beautiful technical setup, man. I don't want to take this off of Tesla now. Fuck.
The gym and stop training.
Enterprise software remains the one of the dominant themes if you're in it and if you can
Let's go.
write on or have
All right, we could try this out. This is also the high of the day.
organization, then you're going to be loved. So MongoDB reports last night.
What time is it? 9:55.
Stock was down 35. It is now down 3.
And we're looking for a 1350.
Software enterprises didn't matter to give you
1350, y'all.
That's the sainted part of the economy. Look at that, will you?
We are up 6% already. All right, nice pullback right into that area.
The only one that rivals that is Dated Dog.
Again, I am going to control my risk.
Meanwhile, Jim, next week we'll get Oracle along
Shit.
with a smattering of specialty retail.
Oracle's missed twice.
I feel like it might drop. I think they're going to drop it on people.
Because that stock
You know, I don't want them to, but
severe underperformer during this period.
Yeah, Oracle and then CPI next week will be
Yes.
the other big
No,
tech
this is big. Now,
watch out. I don't want them to drop it on everybody, guys.
That's went out the window. I mean, every day's earnings day.
Just be careful. Don't go crazy.
RVSN, Real Vision.
Don't go crazy. There's no reason to.
$88 from your Victor City, November.
I'm on assignment or I'm off.
I have the order up. I'm kind of just like,
I'm sorry.
David, Jim has the morning off, which means I'm by the pool. Actually, no, I'll be still working for the club. Every day I'm going to work for the club.
We're not going to see you for a couple weeks, though, because
Well,
you're
I'm
going to
going
be
out
gone
to-
next week, and then you're going to be out with Jensen.
Yeah, but next week I'm going to work for the
my mind's like, go, 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 go. Go, 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 go.
Shorter term tonight.
what for?
Mad
Dude, the SPY is ripping, guys.
I'm going over the back.
The SPY, S&P's
Now that we've lost the
ripping.
7, I'm going to do the. This is going to be the Rosh
I don't want to take my mind. I don't want to take my eyes off of this.
Jim can't wait.
Yeah, to be on assignment and have the morning off with you guys is quite a thing.
We'll miss you.
Will you say it in the morning that Jim has a morning off? Will you do that for me?
I will
Good.
update people on your whereabouts at all times.
I'm at the club.
All right, we're going to find out.
Wait, 10, 20.
We're getting ready to find out what's really good.
Money 6 p.m. Eastern time. In the meantime,
Oh, shit. I got to log in. I got to put that on the 20-day.
For nearly a decade, I served in the Navy supporting SEAL teams.
Look how it's getting volatile right now.
Outdoors with fellow special operations veterans.
She getting volatile.
Customers with hunting,
15-minute 90 MA is right at that prior double top there at 1275.
but some in Washington want to stifle the technology.
It's going to have to hold. This is a buy trigger. If you guys like risk to reward, I mean, your reward would be 15. You would take profits through 1350. Right there is a buy trigger. Buy trigger right there. 38.2 fib. Everything lining right up at that area. 20-day moving average. 38.2 fib. Initial morning high would be like right there, but I would consider it the opening price. Look, 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 look. There they go. Did they strike? Are they striking? Did they strike? I'm watching the 1-minute 90 MA right now. I want to see. Come on, baby. That's a low volume pullback as well. This is as technical as it gets. Like, your probability
S&P
is
futures
pretty high right now.
5188.25, up 25.75.
Been there, done that, messed around. I'm having fun. Don't put me down. I'll never let you. With Allegro, allergies won't hold me back. Allegra starts working 2 times faster than Claritin. And
Oh, I'm in it, guys. I took that. I'm in it. I accidentally pressed it. I don't really want to be in it, but
non-drowsy 20
I wanted to wait because I think, like,
This healthcare network uses CrowdStrike to defend against cyber attacks and protect patient
because the initial morning high right there is where it's at.
Don't risk the health of your business. CrowdStrike. We stop breaches.
You seek the key, but you must first learn the discipline. Lesson 1. Energy is nothing without control.
And what would happen here is like, you know, to yank this 9 EMA up with it.
Lesson 3. Unlock the energy within.
Again, my risk is down a little bit today because of Verizon. So if the stream, come on, we're not getting any buying off here.
I started off as
Come on, y'all.
receptionist at
Start buying
Robinson's
this thing.
Class, which later became FedEx Custom Critical. I remember talking to my
Alright,
daughters
I don't know,
and
man. The
letting them
volume
know
just
that
kind of
I
is
was gonna
just
become the
bleh.
CEO. And my daughter asked me at that moment if I had just broken the glass ceiling. That gave me
Oh,
chills.
man.
There's no straight pathway to anything that you really want. Ambition fuels you.
I gotta use the bathroom. I've had to use the bathroom ever since it like cut off. The stream cut off.
Everything can be a reality.
ASCI is sent solar, full price stock, getting a pop here off San Diego.
Okay. You wanted to hold that initial that pre-market high, guys. You needed to hold that, I feel like. All right. I think it's time to start managing our risk, gang.
Defensive sectors. What's leading us right now? Well, it's technology, communication services, and information technology are your two best performing sectors. That's why the NASDAQ 100 and the NASDAQ Composite are powering higher. NASDAQ Comp up 0.75%. NVIDIA at the top of the list there. AMD, Apple's getting a little bit of relief. Meta and Alphabet all higher. Amazon too, and so is Tesla. So it's one of those broader rallies. In reaction in part to the jobs report, let's look at treasuries right now. It was a bond bullish number.
39. Whoa. What happened?
There on the 10-year, down to 4%. The 2-year.
We're still live, right?
446. We'll talk about it. And we're 30 minutes here into the trading session.
What
Here are
happened?
3 big movers we're watching. What a wild
They
ride
must
for
still
Dow.
be messing with us.
After blowing past
See, that's why I'm keeping my risk down today, because the I do not want them messing with me.
And then watch Costco today, the big box retailer missing holiday revenue expectations.
All right.
Despite growth in
All right, let's go, Rivian. Let's try to get a bounce here.
saying customers spent more on their shopping trips during the quarter. They
Start
added
getting
more
8 up.
sporting goods and gardening
It's time to get 8 up.
prices due to falling freight
Let's
and
go.
commodities cost, inflation overall for
I want to start seeing this thing bounce, man.
Let's dig into this payrolls report because on the surface looks pretty strong. The economy managed to add 200.
See, I want to see if they'll bounce it, bounce this thing up on them,
By a lot.
and then
We were talking
suck them in long, and that way I can kind of like, you know, kind of get out of this thing. Because,
coming from the services.
you know, she's still holding, but, you know, I'm not getting the strength. There we go. I think it's time to manage that risk, guys.
Negative.
It's time to manage risk.
Gain jobs, education, healthcare continues to be a big job creator.
I don't like that increase there.
Hospitality and leisure also very strong, created almost 60,000 jobs, and that's one that actually is below the COVID peak. But that is the story on the job.
Damn,
growth.
4,800 shares there, guys.
Why the market is celebrating this number is that
All right, I'm going to... No!
under the
Oh, I just got donkey
the Fed
pooped.
go on its rate cutting path.
That sucks.
Revisions to prior reports, including January, they were revised
Max
down
Payne,
from
let's go. Come on.
153,000, which was the initial reported number, down to 229,000. So that's a big revision.
Give me a
lower.
bounce.
Overall revisions
Give me a
going down
bounce. Give me a
167,000
bounce. Give me a bounce.
jobs. So lower in prior months. Unemployment rate ticked up a little bit, 3.9%. It's the highest it's been in a while.
Still below 4 for the
Let's go. Here we go. Come on.
69 or
Correct.
something.
And it's
All right. Looks like it's trying to make VWAP resistance, guys.
prime-age workers and are just looking for jobs. So kind of going up for the right reasons on that. But here's
Yeah,
the
let's
real
get
key.
out of this thing.
Wage growth, 0.1%.
Hold on. I'm going to give it just a little bit of room. I don't have much risk. The volume is still decreasing.
Expected and also not
The-
as high as it's been. In fact, it's
The
the
volume is still
lowest
decreasing.
month-over-month wage growth in about a year. It's something the Fed has been watching as a potential feed into overall inflation. And there's the yearly number.
I want to
4.3%.
turn to... Come on. Just, yep, there it goes. Let's go. Let's go.
From last year. And the good news there,
I just want to take a little bit off.
wage growth.
I want to take a little bit off of this.
right now. So it helps
I'm going to cut this thing down to half
kind of calms things down maybe
because I don't want.
in the markets about this trend we've been seeing about
Yeah.
severe higher
All right.
inflation.
I just took half off there, guys.
Because on
All right.
Tuesday,
There's half of that position off.
Yeah, where Morgan Stanley's looking
See if that'll help it rally with them. See, look, for another 4,000 shares, another 1,000 shares. Huge buyers stepping in here.
payback in the work
Huge buyers.
on some
18,000 share order, baby. Bang.
SGBX
Let's go. Look at that.
holding
Boom. Let's go.
at the high now.
God, do I take half off now?
Ending up roughly.
Take the other half off. Take it off.
wages. It was
Taking it off. There we go. I'm just going to lock in 5 cents on half of that. Give me that.
the wage gain
Fuckers.
as well. So
They didn't give me the
Goldilocks,
fucking bullshit ass fill.
gold,
Damn it.
landing, all of these things describe the jobs report today, which is why
It's a lot of buying there.
Chair Powell's comment
But
that
I don't really, I'm going to, I don't like the trade. It could consolidate all day.
There's also this remark out of Fitch today that the spread between
It is what it is. I'm out of Rivian. I am out of Rivian, guys.
a little bit of space between them.
I'm out of Rivian.
But it's getting wide
You
enough that
guys,
start to question the strength.
it's just not doing what I want it to do.
right because
I just don't, not yet. If we start getting some momentum, then sure, I'll look at it. But
and some of the
fucking
top
Tesla's
workers,
short,
like
man.
Rosenberg have written that you got to pay attention to household, right?
Fucking
because it is
Tesla's short.
showing weakness. I think under the surface you are seeing the weakness
Fuck.
come through. We saw fewer job openings this week, for instance. I mean, the pieces are coming together, but if this is what a weaker labor market looks like, I think everybody will take it because we're still seeing
Watch yesterday's close.
and real wage growth. One other really good story that I wanted to highlight in the jobs report and has been a story
Intel's down.
and in the last year.
AMD is ripping and roaring, y'all. Ripping and roaring. That's what we need. That's the trades that I want right there. Those are the trades that we want. Damn it.
And also, it's coming back a lot faster than overall labor force participation.
That's what I wanted, man. Did nobody see AMD today? Look at Nvidia starting to break out now.
77%
On an increase in volume.
this month. That was the highest level we got since August, when the rate was also about 77.
Ain't no way I'm paying a fucking $100 a contract for it.
Story, whether it's more friendly policies about work from home, post-COVID, whatever.
All right, semiconductors.
It's good for our,
Semiconductors.
don't you think?
I do, and I'm very happy to see that participation number.
Yeah, overall participation has been a little bit higher, but female, it's been a really, really good story. Look, as we try to figure out what's next, just trying to gauge from companies what they're seeing on the demand.
Look at Apple.
I got a chance to talk to
Look at Apple too, guys. Damn it.
new AI PCs, but he has a good macro read too. They sell a lot of printers and a lot of PCs. So I asked him, how is enterprise spending doing in the US? What are you seeing from customers? Here's what he said.
All right, we might have room to 174. Can we get a pullback? Dude, that sucks. It's already up so much.
We saw weakness in the enterprise side. Also, during the month of January, we saw a slowdown on federal expenses. So, but we think that as the budget discussions will be sorted during the next months, we will see that side of the economy recovery.
Strength in small businesses, weakness in enterprise, mixed picture on demand, and then some weakness in government, which he thinks will help. They also have a good read on China.
And look, Amazon double bottom, man. God damn it.
I asked him what they're seeing from
Please, does anybody take advantage of these things?
We continue to see a lot of pressure. Market
Anyone take advantage of these?
for the majority of our businesses. We have been growing share. So
All right, Amazon has room. Amazon has room to 180, especially if Apple's going to continue this this trajectory. All right, you could look for pullbacks to try and hold. You don't want to buy the highs. You got a little bit of resistance up there at 178.50, but I want relative strength in my life right now.
situation in China. He described it as weak, if not great, and pointed to India's strength.
I want relative strength.
From CEOs as far as demand.
Yeah, especially as things move to a certain extent. Real quickly though, sir, just come back to the service.
Come on.
What
Sorry, guys.
more granularity in terms of what's behind it all?
Well, healthcare
Come on now. Don't just start failing.
services, leisure, and hospitality.
Again, Apple still has room, believe it or not. I want to try to get a pullback.
That are strongest right now. We see
All right, I think we could take it to 173.50.
Some of the initiatives in the early part of the Biden administration is also
this is the Robert
If Apple gives me
he
170.50, I'll probably try and take that. All right, because this is a clear, like, this is clearly a, I'm going to show you guys in 1 second. Maybe the volume isn't that crazy. All right. It feels like today is clearly the, like, just, you know, how do I say this? The algorithm, right? It's algorithms just, computers just straight buy trigger. Buy. All right, this is Apple. You're getting it at a discounted price. So a lot of people are going to want to own it down here. All right. Let's look at the daily chart. You're getting a nice little turnaround. This could end up being an island reversal. I'm going to say it right now. 7 years since my last options trade. Really? Wow. Wow. Yeah, I trade options. That's why I'm really picky about my entries and exits, because I know if I enter correctly, at worst, I'm losing like a little bit and break even. And that's why I like, when we get that extension, I like to take some off, you know, as I start to get paid, just in case news drops. Like, trying to think that you can predict the future. People don't understand, like, they think like everything is good until, like, what if the NASDAQ shuts down and you're stuck inside a trade? What if there's a major power outage? What if the servers go down? What if something happens, right? You know, so you want to always manage your risk by taking it, no matter how little it is. If it gives you the follow through, take a little off. Pay yourself. It helps you stay in the trade. It just, you know, it really helps. It does. Because anything can happen. News could come across the wire at any minute. Any minute. Look at Google. Same thing. Google, same thing. Fuck. Alright, you're coming up into the 100-day moving average on Google. You could probably look for a pullback into like 137.30 area. 137.50. And see if you get support at 137.50 and maybe get another move higher. Get that second leg higher on, you know, a name like Google. And that's why, that's why I'm such a stickler for this. Right? These are the candles and stuff that I want to see. I want to see... Oh, are they talking about art cashing?
It's a tricky bit of acrobatics here, but we think the Federal Reserve will cut rates, 25 basis points in June, 25 in September.
But anyway, that's why I like to find relative strength and relative weakness, because I'll lean on that and I'll let it pay me. Man, this sucks that it's already at its 100-day moving average. Unbelievable. And you guys can see here, look at the monthly value rate. There's no price action here. Nothing. Now you're coming into a sellers and buyers. Like, so you're just coming into an area where you guys can see, look at this. Look at all that. This is volume. This blue is volume. There's nothing here. So it's very easy for the stock to get through that area. Up or down. Right? Because there's not buyers and sellers accumulated in that zone. And that's why I say with the S&Ps and stuff, when we get up to these levels, there's not much price action. So it's going to move around a lot. Like Tesla right now, that area is up here at like the 189 level. That's why I'm wanting to see, can this level right here hold? Increase in volume? Probably not. Probably not. You may try to get a bounce into 180 again. Initial morning low. Let's see if we can get I'm thinking about a short. I am thinking about being short, but I don't know. I want to just be patient a minute. I don't want to be too patient, but it's going to break that level. That could be a buying. This could be a buying zone. I have that up there for a reason, so let's see what happens right here. See if something changes about Tesla. Damn it. I just feel like you never retested 180 as resistance. Just, AMD, Apple, Google, ripping and roaring, bro. Ripping and roaring. Don't fight the... Look at that volume. Look at that volume. That's institutions paying you. It's free money. Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. It's going off. The computers are buying. Buy with them. These are the things we want to look for to pay us. This is what makes trading easy. When you do things like this, right? When you find names like this. Come on, man, Apple. I need you to pull back somewhere for me. Let me look here. I haven't even looked at banks or anything. Yes, look. Apple's coming into that area, guys. Let's throw up a 15-minute chart. Look, there's no volume there. So that's why I still think we can get to 174, 173.50. At 174 level, I think we can. You have a little bit of resistance up here at 172, but really you don't. Let me throw up an hourly chart.
Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk. Our team
Let me see. It's probably going to keep going. Like, look at this volume, guys. Fuck.
Just for traders. Also, you can trade brilliantly.
How did everybody do this morning?
In a world of uncertainty and disruption, how will your investments stay?
Did anybody take Rivian or stay in Rivian? That's a nice double bottom at VWAP. Nice double bottom with VWAP. You don't have much volume, so I'd be taking profit there. I would be taking some profit there. You need some volume to come in. I think it's gonna be hard to get volume on Rivian when you have names like Apple and all these other names that are, that have a lot of strength behind them. Do they try and pick up some Tesla? I wouldn't mind knowing if.
That is everything. Discipline trumps conviction.
You do a public service, making information understandable to a lot of people.
I was a little intimidated about the whole stock market thing, and you inspired me to jump in.
You hear these nice things. It's almost like a commercial for like the investing club or something.
Join the club now. Go to cnbc.com/Jim.
Is it possible to count on my internet?
All right, 15-minute trade lines coming in up here.
Keeping you up and running with our 99.9% network reliability and security that helps out smart threats to your data.
My data too?
Your data too. There's even round-the-clock customer support, so you can be there for your customers. With Comcast Business, reliability isn't just possible, it's happening.
Get started for $49.99 a month, plus ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait, call and switch today.
Okay, Delaware injured workers, now what do? Document this injury. Many cases are negatively affected without a
Okay.
report. Get a company issued incident.
I got you. You know, if it ain't there, I feel, bro. I feel, buddy. If it ain't there, don't waste your money. Look at the SPY, just going, man. And you know what's funny about, man, that's not too bad volume. The volume's not too bad. Let's see if we can get ourselves a pullback and maybe pick ourselves up another entry. All right, so did we just make yesterday's close resistance? Did we just make it resistance?
Leslie Picker joins us with more on where we stand. Flashbacks to that weekend where we were all trying to figure out what the government was going to do.
I know. I can't believe it's been a year, and in some ways we're seeing some deja vus out there on this one-year anniversary of the SVB's demise. We're taking a look at what's really happened within the banking industry since then. The turmoil has left.
Oh, finally they want us to. Wow, look at JP Morgan too.
Underperforming the larger bank-weighted KBE by nearly 14%.
Nice support level there. I'm out of coffee. What else do we have? Microsoft going. Let's see here.
But if we look at the banking industry as a whole, deposits actually grew.
Let's see here. What do we got? What we got?
And lower rates toward year end also helped pare back losses.
Nope, don't do that. Don't do that dumb shit. All right, so look, you could not hold that level up there. You did not get through and hold 410. And we know what 410 is all about. All right, as you can see, resistance, support, resistance, blah, 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 support at 408. Sorry, that was 408, not 410. Same difference, though.
Those have been picking up steam and amounted to about double the average in the period
Oh,
between
come
the
on,
financial
bro.
crisis and the
Sorry,
pandemic.
guys. Just bear with me 1 second. Look at that low volume. They're just trying to shake a mother out. Uh-oh. What's the spy doing? Uh-oh.
Leslie, thank you. Leslie Picker.
I think they're just trying to get people scared. They're just tearing up premium on people. This is why you take profits. Because they're just trying to, like, not let you get paid. Alright? They're trying to just pull the reins back a little bit. So y'all can't, you know what I mean, get that 1,000%er that you deserve. Because you deserve it. You deserve to find relative strength. You deserve to hang your hat on it. Let them pay you for free. Look at this. Look at this. These candles, the volume, everything about it screams, hey, let's go higher. Look at that. Look at that volume just dwarfing. Not sure what the news was, if there even was news. If this is more a short squeeze, I don't know. I'm not sure, but I'd be damned if that ain't some serious volume there. Coinbase, we said, would have been a nice... Did anybody take Coinbase long? Anyone? You're already at 260. The target was hit. Anyone? We're giving these out all day long. Look at the volume. Sorry to yell, but I'm just saying. Like, I'm like Biden, all pissed off about nothing. I just want y'all to eat. Okay? I just want you guys to eat. That's it. I want y'all to be able to make some good money. Whether you want to use it for vacation or just turn that money into more money. Today was the day. And we told you we've been doing really well on Fridays. Fridays, we looking for that Friday. We're looking for that Friday move because we getting paid. We getting paid on that Friday move. So this is why we build a community, right? So we can all look around the markets where we can team up together. We got a semiconductor. We got some small caps maybe. We got this. Big cap tech. Bang, bang, bang. We all do our part. Hey, I got 3 times the volume. I got a 3.8 R-vol here. If you guys don't know what that means, I got 2, 3, 4 times relative volume. Okay? Massive strength to the upside buy trigger. We get long and we go with the flow. And we go with institutions. Institutions make markets. Institutions can pay you if you find them. You know, if you find the right things. Like Apple this morning. Google. So that if Apple, like let's just say we noticed Apple. Then we would go, all right, what's Microsoft doing? What's Google doing? What's Amazon doing? Apple is big tech. Same thing. Going higher. All right, so small trade on Rivian. It's a good thing that I took that off because it's kind of acting like I thought it's going to take a little time. Ford pulling back off of that level. Okay. Okay, we noticed that area there could have been resistance because it was prior support. All right. So you guys can see, boom, boom. Look at that. Bang. All right. So if Ford's going down, what else are you going to look at? Tesla. You could look at Tesla. You could look at Li Auto. You could look at NIO. Okay. Li Auto going down. Okay. ENPH. Run is the weak one. We know that. And then FSLR is the strong one. Or was strong. But I'd be watching Big Cap Tech today. What is her name? I'm forgetting. Meta. Okay, so we know Big Cap Tech today is strong. So let's see what we can do. What can we do? You know, we got to figure out, are we going to buy this pullback or not? You know, I can't just like, let me go look at IWM and the Dow and see which ones. Damn, she's a beaut. She's pretty. Check it out, gang. Oh, is she moaning?
Financial investors in general
I'm just playing.
So there's been a lot scuttlebutt about the probability of close. We do think that this deal closes. There's no way that Capital One would not have
She
taken
got a good, you know what I mean?
regulators
She got a
along
good
this
head on her
journey
shoulders, if you
if
know
they
what I
didn't
mean.
think this deal would close. And you could see that the ARB spread would imply that the market is pricing in only 40%
What would we do without
probability
women?
of close. So a lot of long-only investors are not just excited about that spread, but also how game-changing this is for Capital One. And keep in mind that,
the
you know,
Dow.
propping up the fourth smallest,
So the Dow never made a new high, guys. There's divergence there. All right, there's divergence there. Look, you had that. So the Dow's pulling back. Are you guys taking notice to this? The SPY and the Qs are breaking out the highs, but yet the Dow isn't. I'm not saying that it can't, right? I would look for a pullback on the Dow to like 389. 389 on the Dow. And see if you get this, see if this is a buyable dip. I would look for right here. It may do it up here and go. But what I'm getting at is if the Dow's making lower highs, what does that mean for the Qs? What does that mean for the SPY? Chances are they're going to follow suit. You're getting this divergence in the markets. So if we see the Dow is down, we want to go to Goldman Sachs. All right, not making new highs. Everything else, all the other banks are breaking out. Why? Why is Goldman Sachs not breaking out? Right? UNH, not UNG, UNH. UNH is down on the day. Okay, this is how we trade. This can help you trade at least. This is how I like to trade. You have a nice flat top resistance right there. 480. Right? And just look at the down names. So, and then you look to see obviously what's strong. All right, so Intel pulling back. That's a nice resistance. Could be a possible resistant level there. I need to stay focused on like. Let me go over to this chart real quick, guys. It's a nice pullback. That's technically a nice little pullback and hold.
You know, Doug, ever since switching to Workday, you've been a real rock star.
Rock star? What do you know about rock stars? Really, idol? I mean, where's the skin?
So XLM is kind of just hanging out.
Rockstar is just how Doug feels when
Oxy's sitting there on that 200-day moving average. I told you guys. I thought that I went to make it and then the stream got shut off. Could you guys do us a solid? If you guys haven't, if you're new here, welcome, subscribe. Please hit the like button. It would help someone else or, you know, other people find us so that we could, you know, have a community going here and, you know, put ourselves on the right side of probability. The more eyes, the more opportunity that opens up for us. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to this chart. So I know VWAP is at 180. VWAP is just below 180. So we'll see if we can't get a bounce back at a possible short up there. You know, you got to
Hitting a record high today.
understand, dude, I'm so mad that I did not get long Coinbase. I'm so mad that look at that, guys. I gave this to you guys. Oh, early. I gave it out early. Flat top resistance break. Look at that. Bang. Pull back long. Fuck. Oh my god. I don't even want to look at those 160 contracts. Or 260 contracts. Oh my god. Gang. Look, watch this. Watch. I'm going to show you how much money you could have made today. I don't even want to see this personally. Because I missed it. Look at this. Right there. That's your breakout. There's your pullback. $200. $200. And where is it? Get paid. It's at 1100 on the daily chart on the pullback. Pretty sure it was right there though at 948, 950. Because they were like $1 something when I looked at them. They were like 160. Where's this at? 180? 170? So we would have bought the lows on those. Wow. Yeah, because look. Wait, let me see what time. Dude. Yeah, 945. They were 180. When I looked at them, the bid was 160 to 180. I knew it. That's a 1,000%er right there.
Some traders are watching some of the charts and some of those so-called technical.
It is awesome. I know. I just want to make some people some money, Wiz. You know what I mean? Like this is a prime example right there. Like, you know, and I literally said, you guys heard me. I said, I don't want to pay. No, that wasn't Coinbase. That was Nvidia.
Alongside other momentum indicators like the relative strength index, which you note stalled out during Apple's rally even in
This is
January.
crazy.
And that shares
This
are
is
at a key level with downside
crazy.
pressure now, but also at levels given relative strength index.
I gotta do something. I gotta do something, man. I cannot. I feel like the internet Xfinity really effing with me today because I was prepared. I was fully prepared this morning, ready to rock. Let's see what we have here.
Now, for more on that pro-bear debate playing out in Apple shares, just head over to cnbc.com/pro. Subscribers there can read
Okay,
more on both sides.
it's not. There it goes. Okay, because it's freezing up.
Right, we will. Dom, thank you. Still to come, traders ramping up their rate cut bets following today's employment report. We'll tell you the latest odds. Plus, talk to Goldman.
See, I think we could just get stuck inside this range, guys. That's why I'm kind of leery on trading Tesla. All right, so there goes Rivian. Rivian's giving you your has given you. See, I still don't like Rivian. I still don't like it. I still don't really like it because of the volume. The volume is just falling out of bed now. The probability of that trade was nice. Now what could happen right now? It's 10:30. See, the thing is, you have Apple and all these other names soaring, AMD soaring. So that's taking eyes off of Rivian. But if you start to hold this level here and you start to see some nice volume come in here, you know, you want to, me personally, I would want to see at least 2 million shares on a 3-minute candle. Off of that level to the upside and have that candle close at the high of that candle on this pullback to 1340. Let's do this. Let's go to this. And we'll put in Tesla. Just see, I don't even know why I'm watching Tesla because it's just going to consolidate between this area. You know, my thoughts are, I wonder if we can get it down to 175. Fuck. They didn't give it to me. Let's see if that level holds. If it doesn't, that's your sign. I don't think it will, though. What I'm saying is I think there's room down to 176, but it's in a downtrend. I just, you know, I was kind of hoping to get this 180 short. Oh, that is, you know what? That is the initial morning low. A rejection of the initial morning low with an increase in volume. I might try and take Tesla on a break there. All right, I was actually reading it wrong. Shit. And where's our target? 175. Is it going to hold here? I'm going to look for a bounce on the 1 minute and try to take this unless they just take it from me. Target was 175. 30 cents? I could pay 30 cents for 175. The thing is, you got to understand your delta. Understand what you're doing here. Because if you get a bounce back, like it just paid you, you know, damn near 6 cents on 30 cents. Fuck, man. You see this, guys? You see what I'm talking about? I can't even take the position. And it's already taken it from me. Fuck. 175 is the target, though. This is the target down there. 176.
LTRN, Lantern Pharma at the highs, $9.04. Lima Tango Romeo November, up 36%.
On select solutions using promo code FRANKY, 800-829-5032. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Contessa Brewer with your CNBC News update.
Let's see here.
The Israeli military has released a report into the deadly shooting during an aid distribution in Gaza last week. The IDF reports
troops did not fire at the aid
Lantern
convoy, but did shoot at
presented yesterday
a
at the
quote-unquote number of
AC
suspects
Wainwright
who they say posed a threat and looted the equipment
Artificial
they were
Intelligence-Based
transporting.
Drug
The
Discovery and Development
Hamas-run
Virtual
Gaza Health
Conference, that's
Ministry says
LPRA.
100 people in a crowd of about
Dude, these bids aren't going down. They're only going up. That's crazy. You see how they're widening them? Because we could have just got them at 30 cents. God, I gotta use the restroom. Trying to wait, though.
Off the coast of Japan and killed 8 service members. Navy officials said today it was caused by an unprecedented parts failure. And a disgraced former New York representative, George Santos, plans to launch another campaign.
Okay, is that our entry?
For the U.S. House in another district on Long Island. His colleagues kicked him out of the House in December, and Santos still
Watch out, some nice buying there.
for allegedly defrauding donors
Damn.
in his 2020
I don't see nothing but buying, and the stock is going down. Okay, 4, 2, and it's going so fast. 1,000 shares to the upside. Fuck. God damn it. Excuse my French, guys. I do apologize for cursing. Here comes the extension.
Yeah, I wish I could be more decisive, but I think dramatically indecisive, David, is the best way to think about this February jobs report, likely leading the Fed to keep in a wait-and-see mode. Divided all this up into stuff from the report that looks like it's...
Just give me a bounce, please.
Here's the 4 cut stuff.
I feel like I just... And look how far we are below VWAP.
Up by 2 ticks to 3.9%. But payroll growth was still above 200,000.
So the target's 176, but I got to be able to find an entry. And I'm just not seeing it yet. It's not giving me an entry. It's rejecting the daily 9 EMA. You guys can see that. Dude. Bro. 44! Oh my god! That's 15 cents on 30. Roughly. That's 50%. I'm so pissed, man. This sucks, bro. This is bullshit. I just can't get a fucking entry to save my fucking life, bro. Before we know it, it's going to be lunchtime, and it's a Friday, and the fucking market's going to be done. Fuck. Excuse my language. Sorry. Whatever happened to the one chick? She hasn't never been back. I hope she's doing well. I forget her name. I have to look. I think I remember it, but that was cool having a woman in here. You know what I mean? It was kind of nice having a female in here. So, you know what I mean? Mix it up a little bit. You know what I mean?
In other words, he didn't necessarily mean to send a strong signal? Is that what you're saying?
Okay, so Apple, guys. We could look for a 171 entry. We could. It's like 170.70. You know, if it gives it to us. But I think, I mean, look at this 15-minute chart. It's just, you know. And look, what else is up there? You have that 9 EMA coming up there at 175. That's why I think we can get to 175. I think we can get there. You know, it doesn't mean that we will, but I think that we can. I think we can get up there. I think Apple might start to put in an island reversal. It might. Okay, on the daily chart. And that's what I'm looking for. Let me use the restroom, and I will be right back in 1 second.
Not that far.
Got it. Steve, thank you. Steve Leisman. Our next guest sees 4 25 basis point cuts this year. Goldman Sachs chief economist Jan Hatzius joins us here at Post 9. Are you still at 4 cuts? Because now that's more than the market and the Fed expects.
We are still at 4, and I would say that at the margin, the news flow, I think, has said they're probably not too far from cuts. Yes, a little bit hard to know how much weight to put on Chair Powell's comment in the testimony, but it pushed in a slightly dovish direction. And if I look at today's jobs numbers, they certainly say that the labor market's very solid and payroll growth is still strong, but there's been a little bit more slack the household survey and the unemployment rate are a bit softer, and the wage numbers also retrace that big increase that we saw in January. All of that to me says we're still on track for a soft landing with some gradual rate cuts as we go through the year.
We're going to get CPI next week, and then we have a Fed meeting, which nobody expects them to do anything for the March meeting. But I wonder how you expect the data to shake out from here on employment and inflation, because it feels like they don't really know, and they're waiting to see that.
Okay, let's do this.
Well, we never know what the data is going to bring, obviously, but I think the
Let's ring her in a little bit.
inflation numbers will show
Ring her in a little bit.
sequential numbers in the next couple of months than January. To us,
It's almost 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock on the dot. My mom brought over yesterday Shelby GT 500. It's like a 2020, 2021 supercharged. It's a bad bitch. She gets in it. It's like grunk, 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 grunk. And I'm like, and then she starts taking off. I'm like, is she okay? Is she okay? Is she gonna be? I'm like, girl, let the thing start up for a couple minutes and get some oil in it. But she was in a rescue home. It's pretty badass. I don't know why I said that, but, you know, it was cool. I was going to take a picture with it, get a selfie. Look at the cool car. Me standing next to it. I'm going to start posing. No, but it was, I was like, yo, why are you not giving this thing a few minutes to, like, get some oil through it and whatnot? Warm it up a little bit. Let's see here. I gotta find something, guys. I gotta find something today. So you can see, you can start to sense that the SPY is in the lead, in my opinion. IWM is not breaking out to new highs on an increase in volume. It's like stuck. If it's stuck, then it's stuck. If it's stuck, then it's stuck.
Well, I think it's a reason to expect the economy to still remain pretty solid, and it's for me a reason why the low personal saving rate is sustainable, at least in the near term. We expect some upward pressure on the saving rate, but not a lot, because if markets basically add to housing,
I can't believe this. I can't. Just like, I'm gonna start swing trading. Well, now that I said that, the top might be in. The top may be in, folks. Just watch out. Watch out, because now I want to start swing trading. Now I want to start buying things. Top is in. Alright, that's a nice pullback and test on the Dow. See if the Dow is able to get a little bit of upside here. I don't know if it will. It just feels like you're getting this crazy divergence. And look, the SPY's bouncing. You know, I would not long the Dow simply because it's weak. Or like, you know, at least compared to the overall markets, it's weak. Dude, AMD took it back. That's so weird. I was just thinking about that. Wow, look at that volume. They taking profits. That's a parabolic. And on Nvidia, are we gonna start getting? Look, they're taking profits in front of $1,000. We could have a nice Friday today, gang. Be prepared. This could be a really nice Friday. Really nice Friday. Dude, nobody... Yo, how dare... I'm just playing, y'all. I'm just playing. Let's go see what's going on here. Let's have a look. Please, I need a chance to load up.
Type GBTC into your investment account today, or ask your financial advisor about the world's largest Bitcoin ETF. Ticker GBTC. Bitcoin investing begins here.
Power E-Trade's easy-to-use tools like dynamic charting.
Dude, if we can get the markets to turn around, I'm going with a Tesla short. Dude, it's not giving me the fucking bounce back. Oh my God, guys, they're almost 100%. Did anybody take the 75s and just go for it? Did anybody go for it? That's all I want to know. That's all I want to know. Did someone take... Dude, it gave it to me. Look at that. I could fucking cry. I could seriously cry. I could seriously fucking cry right now. I could. I could cry like a little bitch. I could just weep. Tears of sadness all over my desk. And let them flow over to you.
UNF reporting their earnings.
Why, God? Why? Look at this. Tesla.
I'm making my own way forward. Talk to your doctor
All right, well, listen. 175 is the target. 176, 175. You guys got to be damn near at 100%. Over 100%. Another one. Another one. Come on, y'all. What y'all doing? Stop paying these fucking goofballs thousands of fucking dollars to be able to trade. You're only doing them the favor. You're not doing yourself a favor. Alright. What is that? 120 now? 125, 130% on Tesla, gang? Dude, I could just... Dude. I could seriously just, like, fucking cry right now.
Gold setting a new intraday all-time high today, dating back to its contract
150.
1974.
175, 170, 165, I think that would be.
When that ISM data signaled an economic contraction, which historically
Unbelievable.
set the stage for a rally in gold
We called these out 30 cents. They just hit 80.
What the dynamics are behind the price right now.
And what's also interesting is Bitcoin is...
God, I could just fucking just...
I think it's at 70,000 right now. So Bitcoin and gold moving together.
I was so prepared to end today on a good note. And like, I would feel much better. At least if someone out there was able to take these fucking trades. You know, I don't know how else to, like, put it in people's laps. You know, when I see something, you know, I try to give you the conviction that I have on it. I really like Tesla. I started looking around a little bit. Look, it gave you the bounce back. Gave you the bounce back on this prior. Just trade it. Low resistance. Low resistance. There's our target, man. That's a... You could have got a 30... You could have got these for 30 cents. They went up to damn near 90 cents. 80 some cents. 175, a buck 50. I mean, it was almost... It was like 175, 175%. Just on this move. That was your opportunity right there, in my opinion. It's only down 1.2%. So if the SPY does end up pulling back, for whatever reason, like I said, I'm smelling a little bit of divergence. That's a nice tail on the SPY. It may try for the 530. We're up. We're only up 0.5%, but it doesn't feel like that, right? Because yesterday you got 8 points to the upside in a matter of no time. Fuck, I could just get flipping sick right now. Anyway, it just, fuck. The joy, the thing is like the joy it would bring to me if somebody was able to take these, and I could say at least someone out there was able to make this happen for themselves.
Based on supply-demand imbalances. So it's not a surprise. It's a pretty, I would say, nascent market. And I think people are just getting grips with, you know, the pricing of it. And frankly,
It looks like AMD is getting ready to turn that VWAP into resistance. I wouldn't want to fight the trend, but I'll be damned if that, that's scary. Look at the volume. They're like, okay, I gotta take, you're gonna start getting profits being taken in the semis now. I'm telling you guys, I think now it's got to the point where they have to sell some. They have to sell some, and they are. That's the problem with this, you know, when you start to get higher. But I'll say it again, the last time. I really wish somebody out there was able to take Tesla, Coinbase, 1,000%, Tesla, another fucking 175, almost 200%, 30 cents to fucking, or freaking, I'm sorry, 30 cents to 85, 86, 84 cents. I know it hit 80 cents. I just don't know how to, like, you know, I try to give you guys my conviction and things, and try to say, hey, I really like this. This is what I like. You know, and I gave you the target. The target on Tesla was 175. 175. I'm only one person, so I'm trying to scan around the markets. Google. Let's see if, now, I don't expect, like, a pullback from big tech. Maybe if there's a pullback, it'll be on Amazon. But, like, Apple, Google, I don't think so. Maybe you get a pullback on Microsoft because, you know, Amazon and Microsoft, they're already at their highs. And you're seeing that turn, like, you've taken back almost all of that move. I would start that move right there. And I guarantee you it's at its 50% mark. That's probably the halfway mark right there. And now it's turning VWAP into resistance. Or possibly. So, with that said, I would look to take Microsoft. I gotta be honest. I think you could take Microsoft back down to 406. But listen. This is the trade where, okay, Tesla has been weak. Tesla's been weak. The market's going higher. So if the markets continue to go higher, you do not want to short a name that is also, like, in conjunction with a sector that is strong. Apple, Google, they're being bought. AMD, kind of being sold. Alright, it was being bought like crazy. So, Microsoft, Meta, you know, they're in that, like, iffy part. So, we'll see what happens here. So, this is what I'm seeing. The Dow. You're getting some divergence in the IWM and the Dow. The Qs also. Okay? They're all telling you a story, and it's like the SPY is leading. So that's telling you, they're showing you weakness. It's showing you that there's parts of this market that, like, something's not right. Something's not right. That's a nice double top on snow. Damn. Do you think we could take snow and break that level? I'm kind of curious. But you know... y'all just say a prayer for me. You could just hit that like button too. That one would also help. Trying to get to 20 likes. That would be awesome. That's kind of a goal of mine. Seems kind of low, but you know, it's all good. So if the Dow again starts to pull back, I'm going to look at Dow names. But you know, I want to be long technology right now. Big cap tech is doing really well. Let's see here. Like Boeing is not moving for us, but it's in a descending wedge, which is kind of bullish. You know, these wedges are signs of trend reversals. You have a fundamental catalyst news around this, so keep that in mind. Something could always come out. All right, Goldman Sachs. So if the markets do pull back, Goldman Sachs is consolidating. It's been consolidating all year. You know, let's see here. So they're strong. Oh, this is what I was going to do, guys. I just want to make sure that you guys are seeing, like, understanding what's going on right now. There's a lot of things at play. The Qs were getting ready to put in a lower high, trying to. All right, so here it is. Could we get a long on the Qs? Watch out! Watch that volume. They might. I might have to try it. I might have to try it. I think I gotta try it. I think I gotta try it. You know, it seems a little shady. It does. It seems shady to me. I feel like this thing could break down, and I'm like, man, of course it's going to break down as soon as I take a trade. Is Tesla bouncing? If the markets pull back, I'd look for a bounce out of Tesla. I'm watching the Qs for a long, though. Tesla's still going lower. There's a new low. See if it tries to make that level of resistance. You had some nice volume on that reversal, though. Not really. Kind of did. Some long, nice long tail. I think Tesla will probably consolidate for a little bit and then try to break this level. I can't take that short unless it's cheaper than 30 cents. I'm just fucking pissed right now. I just wish somebody was able to take it. I know I keep repeating myself, but I'm just saying, like these things are so clear. Like, we were on Coinbase early, and I kind of just, you know, I don't know.
Well, it seems rarely a day goes by that there isn't news of another hack of some kind.
Things are turning around. You guys see that? See how things are turning around pretty sharply on low volume? You know, I'm not going to be able to take Coinbase because those contracts were at 180, 160 bid, 180 ask, and they were up over $1,100. So, you know, be careful. Do we continue to get some buyers in on Apple? I think we could. I think we could. SoFi, what's Sophie doing? Rivian, probably pulling back. I knew it. That was a good look. I did try to take this trade here. I took it off once we got the pop. Right there on that candle. I took that off. Look at this. Is a sell trigger, guys. Look at that. Hold up.
Of course, our live market coverage continues with the S&P at a new all-time high. We're back at it.
Fresh warm hot dogs. When I'm not selling hot dogs, I invest in a fund that advances innovations like robotics. Fresh warm hot dogs straight out of my torso.
Okay, so
Oh, you're a messy one. Cool, right?
Anyone can become an agent of innovation with Invesco QQQ, a fund that gives
this thing's taking back the whole move. And what did we say? You have double top there at 112.
What do you know about rock stars? I mean, where's the skin tight leather?
Shoes are leather.
Where's the unnecessary zippers? That thing.
Billy, Rockstar is just how Doug feels when he uses Workday. Thanks, Rory.
I'll show you Rockstar.
Be a finance and HR rockstar. Workday for a changing world.
Billy Idol just stole your golf cart.
Diversifying into Bitcoin? Type GBTC into your investment.
You can look for 1240, 1250 right here on Rivian. Look for this area here at 1240. 1198, $12. If you do break 1280.
It doesn't really matter what we believe. What matters is what Ruth, Marcus, and Michelle believe. That Kendall
Tech one, I know, man. I know, it's crazy, bro. You can't blame them either, right? You know, see, it's gonna be so hard to buy this fucking pullback. So look, 15-minute VWAP. Let's go. Let's measure this move. Let's see what we got here. See if we have something here. I was actually hoping for AMD to pull back to that flat top resistance there at 214. So we're right at VWAP. Okay, we're right at VWAP. Let's see. What just happened? Bro. Give me 1 second. I do apologize. Let's see what we have here. I think that's probably your 23.6 fib there is where AMD is at. In my opinion. I need to bring it down a little bit. 38.2.
I am the first African-American woman to lead a FedEx operating company. There's no straight pathway to anything that you really want. And I think that ambition fuels you with the energy. Everything can be a reality.
Sorry. Okay, so... Alright, so you have a nice pullback. Maybe you get a consolidation. Look at that increase in volume, though, on the sell side. Okay, that's why I think, well, it's breaking down. That's why I was going to say that I thought VWAP would break. Alright. This is what you want, though, man. You want that. I think you just got to a point where they have to sell. They have to sell. If you don't sell NVIDIA or take some type of profit, you're dumb. You shouldn't be doing this. Like, they're just at these crazy levels where you got that parabolic, that blow off top. And you can see here on a daily chart. I wouldn't consider it a blow off top, but you know, that is a pretty big candle. Boom. And now you're going to get this tail, I feel like. So let me go to AMD and see if I can't try something. Man, I don't want to be so stupid as to try and fight this trend. But look at that volume. And understanding the sentiment behind it. Okay, this thing just went to 230. Like, just the past year and a half, how much money have they made off of these names? A lot. How many cars I got? A lot. How many trucks you got? A lot. How much money you got? A lot. How much food you got? A lot. No, I'm just playing. I just had to do something with 21.
The trend over the period is very, very important. I think the number itself on the day is becoming less and less important because the revisions.
Now, right? So, think about this too, right? As a money manager, you're saying to yourself, everything for the most part that I like is at highs. Where can I go in the market to when I take these profits? Where am I putting that money? Well, Apple's at a nice place. That's why we're seeing Apple have a nice day today. Right? Google is down. Buy low, sell higher. Okay? So I would expect Apple, Google, not so much Microsoft. Microsoft's still at all-time highs. It never really pulled back. Google has pulled back. Amazon, Microsoft have not. They haven't really pulled back, believe it or not. Meta, same thing. Look, Microsoft's already back down to the open. Meta's almost there too. Netflix at the highs, pull it back. Probably trying to do that now. So, Tesla, we called out. 175 target. My God, bro. Guys. 30 cents. This is 225% right now. Please, I urge you, bring a friend. Share this stream. Subscribe. Do something just so I can just get some type of joy out of helping someone else make a lot of money. Okay, Coinbase, Tesla, top ideas. I was looking around, you know, I don't have like a lot of, you know, stocks in the chat or anybody saying like, hey, this is strong, this is weak. All right, that's what we need to do here is, you know, I want to be able to take this from just me here to like a studio with you guys, like in some real shit going on. 2, I would like to be, you know, well, as a community that we can locate and identify weakness, strength, right? It helps us all. The markets do it. Institutions do it. They have a room full of traders. A few are on semiconductors, a few's in automotive, a few's big cap tech, healthcare, banks. The sectors are made up so that when the institutions put those buy triggers on and you see rallies right out the gates with the candles that are the same size, you know, 2, 3, 4 times RVOL, bang, we're all on it too. That is a buy trigger for all of us to get long and make money together. So, yeah. All right, so I said Apple, I think, can get back to 173. I do, because it doesn't have anything here. I may try it right now. Dude, this is fucking crazy, bro. Tesla, bro. You're kidding me, and you're killing me at the same time. I'm sorry to yell. Bro, 30 cents. 30 cents. 30 cents. There are a lot of people in this world that could have taken that opportunity, whether it was Coinbase. You could have taken those Coinbase contracts at 180. Hell, $200, even if you wouldn't have got filled at 200 because they were going for 180. They were at $1,100, over 1,000%. Apple. I'm going to try this, but I'm kind of like, just, man. Looking at these 175 puts on, or the 175 puts on Tesla at $1.06 now. You've officially gotten over 200%. So we said 174. They can't. You know what? I might do a swing trade. Here are my thoughts on Apple. I think we could get an island reversal. I do. I want to see if Apple, if we can come in with a gap up tomorrow or Monday. We come in with a gap up. Maybe I try next week 175s. Maybe we go with the next week 175s.
So you can be very wealthy but have no income. You can have a lot of income and not have a lot of wealth.
In other words, raising the wealthy income tax will not do much.
Well, when he uses a number to
And like right now, it's already taking it away from me, isn't it? Look, like you guys see what I'm talking about? You see what I'm talking about?
There's no tax rate that's below 20%, even if it's long-term capital gains. So if you're a wealthy individual and your only source of income is dividends and interest and capital gains, you're still paying a rate that's 20% plus and plus your state tax. So there's no way.
Man, this hurts, guys. But thank you guys so much for hitting the like button. That helps a lot. That helps make me feel a little bit better. I'm going to watch and write down. I got to get to work though, right? I got to write down the options, like where they're at different times of the day in accordance with the chart, so I can know and have it written down when the best time, like when I start to see these options play out. I'm watching them now. So next week when we come into next week and if there's volume or pullbacks on Apple, I'm already going to know what those 175 calls are doing. I've been watching them since Friday. Same thing with the SPY this morning, which I'm getting ready to get into. Let me see if I can pull up a trigger here to let me know if I get a pullback on Apple. I just don't think we will. I just don't think it's going to give it to us. That was our pullback right there. All right, because that was our prior little bit area of resistance, support. All right, and it pulled right into that area. I think we can get to 175. All right, I think it might be time, guys. I just took it. Wait. I don't want to get screwed. Watch it not work.
Every Fed chairman during my entire life has always talked about if we can do one thing and one thing only, we need.
I think I just bought the top.
And I think we're starting to see the beginning of productivity growth through AI and other technologies related to AI.
I think I just bought the top. See, now I'm just trading the trade.
The productivity growth in AI.
What do you think confirmation, for lack of a better word, would look like? Would it be one provider giving a host of use cases, or is that enough?
I think it's an evolution. It's not a revolution. So I think you're going to continue to.
I'm going to stop out on this if I'm already down 10% and I just bought it. I can't do that. I'm not going to be down 10%. You know, I just. I guess there's obvious resistance up here. See, now I'm going to look like an idiot when the moves have already been made. And here I am trying to... Yeah, look at that 15-minute. I'm going to take this off. No. Come on. Nope. I won't do it.
Ultimately, I mean, what do you think happens with the election? And do you think it's going to...
All right, I'm just taking that off, guys. Even if it goes... I'm forcing a trade right now. I'm forcing trades. I'm forcing trades. All right, so we need to remember... We need not do what we want to do. We need to do what's good for our portfolio. And I'm sure it's going to go higher. But still, 15-minute... just, you know. Oh, that's a 5-minute chart.
So we're going to, as I said, I think the Fed cuts interest rates in the second half of this year.
I think that is a buy trigger. Fuck. I think I might have just screwed myself. Look. Look at this. Hold on, let me go back.
Because they think 30-year mortgages will get cheaper. Unfortunately, and I say unfortunately, I don't think that happens because the curve is not going to go down.
Look at that, right there at that level. Even though the level you would say is up here, but sorry about that.
So we're going to have to normalize the curve. We're going to see a steeper curve. We're going to see the markets find their value with lower interest rates. The discount of earnings, the discount rate goes down.
I know, man. But what's funny is, saying, I'm not saying you personally, but like Tech 100 long, I agree. But saying it after the fact, and now that the market's going to pull back, you know what I mean? What we should say is Tesla's short because Tech 100 long is now pulling back. Tesla is weak. Let's ride the weakness because Tesla is giving out 175 puts. Bro, is this correct? No, that's for next week. I thought something was up there. Wow, 80 cents. But they were $1 something.
We need to touch on, as you said, taxes.
Unbelievable.
The reason taxes is so important is I think people realize that the personal side of the tax code expires at the end of 2025. That means
all right, man.
Back to 2016 tax code.
All right, y'all. Let's do this. What's the index done? So look, good thing I took that off, right? What you could look for is a little bit of a cup and handle right here. That is the last place that I would let it go to. But I don't know. I think you're going to get a failed. It's going to be a fail. Right there. Apple loves to put in cup and handles. It does. Right there would be the buy trigger for a cup and handle. But you need a decrease in volume on the downside with an increase in volume to the upside. Low volume pullback. But this price action needs to be tighter, not just one candle. So I don't believe so. I think you may just have a double top being put in up there.
We have to make consumers want to buy EVs.
We have to make consumers want to buy them. What? Whoever this dude is on CNBC is a fucking cracker of a joke. Joke-ass cracker. Come on, bro. Don't tell people. We have to do it. You don't have to do anything. People who like V12s and V10s and Sounds of Vengeance and like the fact that they don't need, that they feel comfortable, that they can fix their vehicle themselves and do oil changes and whatever and not have to send it into a dealership to get robbed. Like, crazy. All right, let's get back in the game. I'm sorry, y'all. Sometimes I just let my frustration run rampant. AMD pulled all the way back, guys. All the way back. Oh, shit. That's pretty serious. You just went and made a hell of a move and took it all back. I wonder if we're going to get a gap fill today at 205. I'm kind of curious if the selling pressure gets bigger.
Hopefully that happens. It will happen in the coming months. And we'll talk about it with your help, Jerry. Thank you as always.
Thank you as always. Of course, Carl Cantonilla's, you know, on that goofball's, you know. I don't know. The one thing I personally just don't like, and I don't do it, is put my opinions on other people. And just because I like or dislike something doesn't mean that because I dislike it or like it means that it's legal or illegal. Like, sorry, you know, they were just talking about that stuff on CNBC, and you know, and you know, Trump shouldn't get, like, here's the thing. The part that I agree with, that this whole concept that people get misunderstood, is that when the ruling happens with abortions and all this stuff, okay, that the government needs to do more of that. And what is that? You say it's not right. I get it. It's not right if the state starts putting their hands in on it. The point is that it is true that the government should not be telling people or making decisions that they can or cannot do something. I completely agree. I completely agree with that. So therefore it should be, and because they cannot tell other women or men what to do and what not to do, or what to do and what not to do, the states shouldn't be able to do it either. So the states shouldn't be able to ban it. It should be up to a doctor and a practitioner for the situations that are at hand. And you know what I mean? If a lady gets an abortion, that's her business and the doctor's business and the family's business. That's it. That's it. And it's just frustrating that the states get involved. And it goes much further than that. Substance abuse. People should be able to get what they want. You know how many killings that would stop in the inner cities? I mean, you already have places, buildings that people go to get high. Make it legal. Just do it. Who cares? Right? That is their prerogative, and they're still going to do it whether you like it or not. And because their life is effed up, and because they don't want to, like, just understanding that there is a consequence for an action. And just because something is legal or illegal does not mean that someone is going to do it or not do it because it's illegal or legal. People are going to do whatever it is that they want to do anyway. And there's always going to be a market for it. You know, whether I dislike it, whether I like it or dislike it, you know, just because I would suggest someone not to do something doesn't mean that they, you know, it should be illegal, because, you know, it has more, there's more downside risk than upside risk, you know. But who am I to say? Just like the government, who is the government to say whether or not two men or two women can or cannot be married? When Obama gave it back to everyone, talking about we're going to do gay marriages and stuff, motherfucker, what you mean you're giving it back? Why are you taking it in the first place? Who are you guys to take something from the people? You know what I mean? We always go down this road, and I'm sorry. I'm just aggravated because I was trying to get some chat, some money. Right? I was trying to help the chat make some bank and walk around with a knot in their pocket. You know, I want you guys to have knots in your pockets. Just bolden, pockets bolden. Right? Talking about, I got everybody's groceries today. Everybody here in this line behind me, I got it. It's on me today. It's on me, baby. Alright? Look at that V top on AMD, guys. I'm thinking about the gap fill. I am. You also have the 90 MA at the gap. That could have been your parabolic top there. But the thing is like now it's probably too late. It's good that we recognized it early. What is that, 205? I mean, technically, you could still call this a break and retest, but that's not enough conviction. I mean, it is oversold. Let's look at the 15-minute chart. So we got that test. Who thinks we get a bounce? Can we get a vote? Where does AMD close today? You think we get back to 220? Let's see what this looks like. Let's just do this for fun.
But the technology revolution, technology innovation, and then what I call nearshoring, which is important to us, as well as industrial manufacturing coming back.
So industrials do make some sense here. The 8% gain year to date is reasonable.
Absolutely reasonable. And if you think about manufacturing and the industrialization that's coming back, I actually would think of the next 2 years as what I call the tech revolution and the industrial revolution. And the reason why I say that is manufacturing coming back onshore. And what I call nearshoring.
I think we could get back 32% of this move, and that would still give us that downside break. So 220 calls might be on the table. Might be on the table. And look at the volume coming in there. No, come on.
So that will just continue to fuel an economy that will allow not only our clients to do really well, which are anchoring in a U.S.-based equity economy, but at the same time, the ability to understand as the globe goes through.
Look at the 38.2 line right up there.
Actually stands best to really have the resiliency over the next couple of years.
What is the right amount of exposure?
Man, that sucks, man. The market pulled back and. All right, so what did we say today, guys? S&P, 516 resistance, or does it become support? Or no, I didn't write that. I wrote support 514, 512, 513. All right, so. I want to try and take a short. I mean, it's already went down, so I should be saying, you know, take a long. It's a nice breakout. Okay, so you guys can see on the daily chart here. I know it's a little hard to see because of, let me put it together. You know, I don't know what helps you guys see and not see, but you're pulling back to yesterday's close. You tried to get out of that wedge. Man, we opened up there. 515, pull back.
Which is really important from the standpoint of when you have that international customer, we're really back to anchoring on the U.S.
Yes, we are definitely the engine of global growth, at least at the moment. We'll see if anybody wants to chip in and help. Raquel, it's good to have you. Thanks for coming in.
Excellent.
Hello,
Thank
HSBC.
Still to come, she's one of Barron's Hall of Fame financial advisors. Neuberger Berman.
I was just talking. So the girl from CNBC is from HSBC, and I was just talking about that yesterday. I hope you guys are doing well. Look at that huge increase in volume, guys, on the S&Ps. That's helping that Tesla trade. I don't even want to look at those options. Man, it might be too late to take a short now. What do you think, Wiz? You think it's too... now that it's already retraced the whole thing, it's probably a bit too late? Or are we going to get some real downside today? We're getting ready to go red. The volume's kind of drying up right now. So what I'm looking for... See, we already made that 514 support.
It creates a personalized spending plan so I always know how much I can spend and save. Simplify even tracks my refunds for me. How much more could you save? Take the Simplify challenge and find out.
And I love when Biden contradicts himself too. I want to give you. I'm here to help your rights. Gun control. I want to ban AI voice chat or whatever. I want to ban AI voice chat, but I thought you said you was trying to. Wait, what? Wait, what? Oh, you stand for this, but you don't stand. Come on, bro. You ain't protecting shit. You picking and choosing. All right, we don't need to do that. If you do it for that one thing, you need to do it for all. Damn it. Fucking spy. Shit. Dude, you got to be kidding me, bro. There's no way. There's no way that these are that much for the S&P. There's no way. Look at the, where's the VIX? UVXY, give it to me. Look at the premiums right now, y'all. Dude, fudge that. Let's go back to UVXY and get paid. Look at UVXY. Oh, hell yeah. 7. Hold on. Brody, let's get it. Let's get it. Today ain't over. Today is just starting. I promise. No, I'm just kidding. I can't make any promises. Today ain't your fucking day. Yeah, I know. Tell me more about that. Please. Please, tell me more. That's a failed breakdown. Man, I've already missed the damn moves, bro. This is bullshit. If only. Dude, look at that. Look at that volume. I thought we had volume the other day. Now that is some volume, guys. Holy shit. When did I go long UVXY? It was Monday or so? What day did I go long UVXY? Was it here? Was that the day? I think it was this day because of those pivot lows. Look, we're starting to hold that. Let's see here. There's nothing better than breaking news, jumping on camera and telling everyone immediately what they need to know. Oh my gosh, another slid off the air. Dude, now you know they're keeping Boeing up. The wheels falling off, going off the taxiway. They're just trying to tumble this damn stock. Man, so listen, we gave you guys the divergence, right? We told you the Dow, IWM, they're not matched up. Now, right now, the Dow is holding up better than everything else. It's sitting up closer to the highs. We may actually want to look for Dow names now. There is hella rotation. Hella rotation right now. I know, I'm just acting a fool right now, but I don't give a shit. Just pissed off nobody was able to fucking take 20-some trillion dollars in the markets. In the financial markets, it's over $20 trillion. Dollars from the US, dollars from Japan, dollars from Europe, Australia, China, Russia, Germany. Alright, it's all there for you guys to just... The money's getting passed around, and you just need to get in that circle and take your little piece, give a little bit back. Oh yeah, thank you. Here you go. Thank you. Here you go. But you're taking in more than you're giving. Alright? You just got to be there. You got to be there. That's the first thing. Alright? There's an asinine amount of money in the markets. Come on, man. I really want to start getting this fucking market and just get me a home run trade.
Are you over the age of 50 and considering buying an annuity in the next 60 days? I have some important...
Look at that volume, guys. Wow. Wow. Let's go to charts. Alright, I think I gotta go long UVXY off of, I think I want to go long UVXY. on like a bounce back. Dude, it's just look at all the follow through you're getting. Holy shit.
Call 800-794-1192. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report.
Well, I'm screwed.
Products and summarize rates and benefits of annuities.
513. See, I'm just scared to freaking like enter because I feel like as soon as I go to get short, it's going right into resistance.
Buy low, sell high. Easy to say, hard to do.
It's not hard to do.
Was causing real estate values to fall. As a result, the market was paralyzed. But for the Fundrise Flagship Fund, that means it's time to buy. Time to buy assets we expect to perform, from single-family rentals to distribution centers. That's how we plan to expand our billion-dollar
I'm so fucking
portfolio.
pissed, man.
It's all available.
I'm so mad.
The Fundrise
I'm
Flagship
so
Fund.
fucking mad, guys.
Built for you.
So fucking mad. This shit pisses me the fuck off, yo. This is bullshit. I am so much better than this. I am so much better than this.
And British Technologies will develop state-of-the-art next-generation submarines and build something stronger together, securing decades of peace and prosperity for America and our allies. We are going forward and staying forward together.
At AirTech Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing, when I hire,
Why did the VIX just rip? And I typed in the VIX today.
But I can't teach you to care about people. I can't give you an old-fashioned work ethic. But if you bring those things when you apply, I'll do better than free training.
NVIDIA shares falling below 900 now, 890.
Apply today at joinairtemp.com.
Inside every Splenda product is a mission to help people live happier, healthier, longer lives by making it
NASDAQ
easier
down
to
150.
sugar with a delicious sweet
NASDAQ
taste
futures.
and quality you can trust. We take pride that every day millions say, I use Splenda.
Guys, the VIX is soaring. There's some real shit going on. Real shit going on here, guys. Look, you just got that huge increase in volume on AMD. Oh my god, bro. I'm gonna get fucking sick to my stomach, dude. That's it. That's it. I gotta get, like, something. I just gotta buy UVXY so the market turns around so I fuck it up for everybody else. I'm sorry, I have to. This all comes to an end right now, so you guys better sell your contracts. Or whatever you guys have. Dude, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
We have a strategy of really going broad and deep in obesity, and we released some phase 1 data where we're combining two mechanisms, GLP-1 and amylin, into one molecule.
This all comes to an end right now.
And we saw,
I'm sick of watching everybody else make money. Next week, $8 UVXY calls, but this is only because everybody else is making money and I'm not. I'm only doing this because I want to put a bottom in this market. Come on. I'm willing to spend that money so that all of you guys get jacked. Just kidding. I'm just kidding.
What is the gap right now between supply and demand?
It's significant, I have to say.
That's a massive support level there on the SPY. Massive support level at 514, guys. You might be able to take a scalp along off of that.
We have access to around 50 million patients.
You just might be able to.
OCCI, all ahead credit drop from mixed up to $2 million.
OCCI, mixed shelf offering, it looks like, or sounds like. fuck. Here I am talking about the markets. So you have massive support there at 514. Now you may look to see if 515 turns into resistance on the SPY. Okay, look for that to see if no. Let me throw up the SPY up here on the right hand side.
But the fact that we're only serving a low number in
So,
the million range means that I think
I want to see if you can turn 514 right here, 515 right there, 515. All right, we got above it. We are above it. Nope, it ain't safe. It ain't safe. It ain't safe. It ain't safe.
Fulfilling demand. So I think the realistic.
So I'm looking at a 5-minute chart over here on one hand. I don't need to zoom in and see that. We're still fucking green.
Yeah, you talked about some of the numbers.
That's hilarious.
On the total addressable market. Analysts and investors are estimating this is 100.
It ain't safe. It ain't safe. Keys in the safe. Why don't you come over to my place? It ain't safe. It ain't safe.
Because it's a function of price development, etc. Also, which market you're talking about. But I'll just say that as a company, after 100 years, we only serve a bit more than 40 million patients. I mentioned we added 5 million patients last year. So I look at a very, very significant opportunity of helping millions more of patients.
What do you guys think? You think it's safe? Get some calls right here.
President Biden last night in the State of the Union talked about the new powers in the IRA.
You see how they noticed that on this option spread here? See how it got wider? Because they know that there's a bounce and they're trying to get the bids up higher. They're trying to yank them up. Coinbase was a prime example of that. There's so much that goes on some people don't really even realize. But I'm watching next week UVXY calls.
Where we negotiate rebates, so we are used to actually enhancing rebates and see low and low pricing over time. We are dealing with the first IRA negotiation right now for one of our insulins, so we're gaining some experience with that. So I think we can manage this, and also taking into account that we are developing our product.
That's not good, guys.
So we
You just completely took back that whole move. Bears are coming in hot, bro. I'm telling you. I told you guys this morning that if you listen to my words carefully, I said, hey, you know, you're at the top of the range. Don't fight it. But more importantly, I said, shit, what the hell did I say?
So we are also preparing for pricing dynamics in the future. Exactly how it plays out between.
Oh shit, what was it? It was
I think it's a bit early to say.
You know, about being, you know, taking profits. What I said was watch for the sellers, like, you know, they step away and then they're able to they step back in. So, all right, I'm looking at UVXY calls. Let's see if we can turn this level into resistance. All right, on the SPY. All right, I wonder if this is going to be something more. I don't know. I think the move might be over with. I don't know. We're right back to the data set now.
It's a game of expanding the market. And what happens when you have more companies investing into innovation is that you actually
All right, let's see.
For many players.
What are you going to do?
So I believe this will be a highly competitive space. but I also believe that we have a set of capabilities across the value chain where we can both innovate and scale and get to more patients than anyone else. So that's actually
Look at Ford, guys. What a huge trade on Ford.
for us as a company, but also the patients and the healthcare system.
All the way down to the 200-day moving average.
And treating people living with obesity.
So the SPY's back in the range. What I'm going to do is I'm going to keep an eye on these UVXY calls for next week. All right, for next week, UVXY calls. I may go further out. I want to see what happens if the SPY can get back up to 516. See what happens. See if the SPY gets back to 516, 515.47. All right. Dude, look at that volume that's coming in there, guys. Holy shit.
Standard of care is very, very strong. If you look at our semaglutide...
All right, I'm going to do it. Oh, my gosh. Spread of 15-17, man. They're killing me. So I'm thinking about it. I'm really close to pulling the trigger. I'm really close.
We just spoke about the kidney data. So there's a number of opportunities for using this mechanism that works in an anti-inflammatory way.
You don't have to wait for me. If you like it, take it.
Conditions. So this is what happens when great scientists come up with wonderful molecules. You have an opportunity of helping many patients, and that's usually...
You just have to understand that the move may have already been made. You know, because you could put in a double bottom here. Maybe you run it up to the top end of the range. Fuckers. So I am watching that level right there. Right there, 515.
Trial data looked good, and that's going to come in a few years because those are some of the analyst and investor questions around the stock right now, which is obviously it's a huge total addressable market, and there's so much demand for obesity and diabetes drugs. But what's next? You know, those patents run out in a few years. So the fact that he is able to showcase some positive trial data for the kidney disease.
They're talking about the patents running out in a few years.
Sort of the evolution of this story, and that they're using the GLP-1 technology and some of these other drugs that will eventually replace, they'll be the next generation Wegovy drugs, or also help people with maintenance who are on these drugs and need to be on for a long time.
13% weight loss in 12 weeks is a lot. And then the added bit about
All right, so
approval in China sometime this year.
Yeah, I mean the market.
I'm looking for a bounce. I'm hoping we can get it there. We have a gap below us.
And that he welcomes competition because there's so much demand, and they're not going to be able to keep up with it. But one of the things that Jared Holtz, an analyst at Jefferies, who we've talked to about this, says is it's harder for those upstart.
I'm trying to wait for the 9 EMA on the 15-minute chart up at 515.75. Is that it? Did we take it?
Technologies and the demand source are thanks to Novo Nordisk. When we come back, Neuberger Berman's Holly Newman-Croft is with us. Her reaction to the jobs report, one of Barron's Hall of Fame financial advisors.
Then check out NYCB today. Moody's says it's putting the company under review for a ratings upgrade. Stock unable to hold some early gains, along with the broader market as the S&P.
All right, that's a lot of tails up there, guys, on a 3-minute chart. Something gotta give here. Look, they're trying to raise it.
More benefits, more growth. When you realize you can give your people everything and more.
Thank you very much.
You guys see how they're trying to raise it?
You go with Prudential to protect, empower.
Because they think people are going to buy it because they think it's going to go down. Funny how that works, right?
Learn more at Prudential.com.
Municipal bonds don't
All right, there you go. Get that scalp upside.
In fact, most people don't
Where you
find
gonna go?
that exciting. But if you're looking for the potential for consistent income that's federally tax-free, now is
Yeah, should we?
consider municipal bonds from Henyon and Walsh. If you have at least $10,000 to invest, call and talk with one of our bond specialists at 1-800-376-4376. We'll send you our exclusive bond guide, free. with details about how bonds can be an important part
Let's
of your
see here.
portfolio.
This is crazy, bro. I'm like anticipating, like, are we going to get the top?
And offers high-quality municipal bonds from across the country.
Yeah.
They provide
I don't blame you, but look, Wiz, I know, you know, you got a range right here. And I think we're going to be stuck in between this range.
800-376-4377.
I think we're going to get stuck between this range. I'm looking for the top end of 515 to,
What makes a comfortable retirement?
um,
It's having the money to retire on your terms.
bro, what is going on
That
here?
means having a smart plan for how your money is invested.
See this range right there? I think that's what we're stuck in now.
Creating a retirement plan with Fisher
Now the question is, can we break 513, but we have a gap below us? Wiz, I'm telling you right now, bro, I know you'd be buying that dip, but look, man, I get it. I understand we're below VWAP. All right, I get it. I get all that. Look at the volume. You've taken back that whole move. Literally, you've taken it back more plus more, so you know who's in control. It's just, can they continue it? Market's flat right now. Market's flat. The second thing, look at that gap that we have below us. Look down here. We never made this area support. I was looking today to see if we could get a test of 512. I want to buy UVXY calls for next week so bad. Maybe I should have taken the 16s when I had the chance. I'm just hoping my plan, because we're oversold, okay? I could see scalping the long, right? What I would ultimately like is maybe we pull it back just a little bit, but look, maybe we get that bounce. Shit, I need pre-market on. Dude, come on, because you have a double top here. You also have that prior gap there, right? Gap. We have this whole gap there. You know, I would like to see if we could get to 412. You know what I mean? And look, what I wanted to show you really though was, yeah, I wanted to see if we could get a bounce. Fuck, man. It's not going to take much to get these UVXY calls to 100%. I can already tell. Look, they're already trying to line them up at 25 ask, 39.40. Like, they know what they're doing. I don't know. I don't know what I was getting at. Other than, you know, that was my area of resistance that I was looking for. I was wanting to see if we could bounce up to like there. Right? Get up to like 515.50. And then grab my UVX calls for next week. And then look to try to get down to 512. That's what I was trying to do. Yeah, I feel you, buddy. I don't blame you there. But we know what's up. And I think you're getting it because, like, NVIDIA, AMD, like, if you don't take profits up there, like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Look, you got a lot of support here. A lot of support there. If that breaks, UVXY is going to go nuts. Dude, I'm so upset, Wiz, that I did not get that Tesla short. This is what happens to me, that, like, I miss trades because I don't get the bounce back that I was looking for, and Apple's pulling back. Look at Ford. Ford moved a lot. It's down 1%. And it opened green. Right? That's a huge move on Ford. It was up 1%. So Ford's down 2%. 2% on Ford is a decent amount.
We have this debate all the time. I mean, is it only for the truly hyper-bullish investor, or can it...
Those Tesla puts went like 250%. They were $1 something. See, 30, 69. It was like 250%, 275%, almost 300%. Like, it's upsetting, man.
We gotta talk about women in the workforce. It's International Women's Day. I know. International Women's Day. Right? You cater female investors, look, the female participation rate, especially for prime age workers, 25 through 54, has shot up. 77.7% was today's number. It's risen faster than the overall participation rate and is now at the highest level we've seen.
Yeah, I think one of the most interesting things to come out of the jobs number today is that women's participation in the labor force is above.
It's hard to fight the trend. I know my mic was off. So if you guys see here, this is a really nice support level of 514. You know, so 514, we're going to see if 514 holds, and then we're going to look for 512 if it breaks. All right, it's as easy as that. It's really simple. You have a nice double top here at 512. You have the previous support gap where you gap down. So, therefore,
Control 2/3 of global wealth. And women think about investing differently than men. Men are much more focused on outside investment returns. Women are certainly focused on investment.
Just watching the psychology of some of these people.
When I hire, I look for character over experience. Because I can teach you to trade in our training center, but I can't teach you to care about people. I can't give you an old-fashioned work.
That's funny.
But if you bring those things when you apply,
We are having fun.
I'll do better than free training. I'll pay you while you learn. Apply today at joinairtemp.com.
Tech Check,
Huh.
sponsored by Comcast.
That is funny.
Powering possibilities.
It's the truth. Should I sell my Apple calls now? What was your plan, bro? What was your plan? Dude, that's a sign. That's a Reddit sign. Wall Street Bet sign. Come here, turkey.
Itself, it became a go-to lender as well for those considered and still considered too risky by traditional
Stop loss should be here.
Beyond that, the bank also played a key role in the everyday lives of
Stop loss should be under.
mortgages and personal loans. I sat down
Stop
with
loss should be right around there.
co-founder Todd Roback earlier this week, who
I would give it a
reflected on
little
the
bit of
changes
room.
and the gap that's still in the market.
It's still hanging out at
I
highs,
think we're halfway through it because
right? It's still hanging out at highs. Sorry, you guys can't see this.
they play a meaningful role in the ecosystem.
Apple's still hanging out at highs.
They have a job to do. What we've seen, as I think you mentioned, is a fragmentation of some of those teams.
The SPY is below the close,
Morgan, Stifel's got a bunch of great
right? SPY's below the close.
Just saying that value prop.
Apple's still up here.
I think
You gotta have a plan, number one. You should already be taking profits. 174 is the target.
Payroll startup Rippling was at
I
the
think
center of the storm that weekend. It needed more than
you get a gap up on Apple,
for paychecks when the bank collapsed.
and it puts in an island reversal.
Thousands of the companies it served. That meant tens of thousands of employees. They didn't know if they'd even get paid. I spoke to CEO Conrad Parker.
Kind of just my opinion.
Described that Thursday before the failure.
I got woken up by one of my executives at 5 in the
But I want to see if Apple can put in an island reversal.
There
And,
were a bunch of people saying that their paychecks didn't arrive. Friday was actually a big payday. And so no
I don't know. You know, I don't tell people what to do with trading, but
I got up immediately.
I will say, I don't know where you're in at,
Table, sat down, got
but
on a Zoom call with sort of, a bunch of the relevant people.
and yes, I'm talking about the post from Reddit.
At the time, we reached out to our contacts, at SVB, the people who were responsible for payment operations.
It
and
froze.
they said, look, this is nothing.
Can't handle the heat.
Like Roback, Conrad Parker, he also talked about SVB's very unique role in the startup space. When he started Rippling many years ago, he needed a set of very specialized banking relationships that most banks, he said, would have never.
Yeah, it's really resistance there, but I still think even a small pullback, like I'm looking for 175 on Apple.
It does kind of sound like an argument, and we get this from the banking industry all the time, D, that
Unless you really break that level, you got support down at 170.50. Shit.
Equity stakes in the companies which banked with them. So that number has gone down tremendously versus, say, a year ago. All right, Deirdre, thank you.
Alright. I guess I missed the UVXY calls because I'm looking at fucking Reddit.
As far as data goes, Tuesday we'll get CPI, and Thursday we'll get retail sales, and both of those numbers for February closely watched because
They're up 20% now.
both on hotter inflation and weaker retail sales. So does that mean that Hotzias is right, Jan Hotzias at Goldman Sachs, that there was a weird January effect in some of the data? So far, we've seen that happen.
Not to mention earnings from Oracle.
I knew it, man. I should have just fucking bought them at 15 cents.
Smattering a specialty retailer in there as well. Have a good weekend. Don't forget
The bottom wasn't in because I never bought.
Carl, thanks very much. Welcome to the Halftime Report. I'm Scott Wapner. Front and center this hour, new records for stocks, the resilient rally continuing. Although it's very interesting at this hour as we come on the air.
All right, we broke it.
The road ahead for your money, making more key moves as well. We'll document all of them. Joining me for the hour.
So I'm looking for 513, 512.
As we come on the air, you see the Nasdaq's gone red by 0.5%, and you've had some, I'd say, interesting selling in some of the biggest names, which we're going to document there. But I'm trying to figure out, guys.
Nah, we never closed below it.
Steph, what we learned this week, right? So economy's humming along, cooling a little
We
bit.
never closed below 514, guys.
Wage growth moderating, January.
That might scare some people.
Fed's going to cut. We learned that too.
You have a nice little wedge going on here.
Does it matter when? I don't know. Yields are at a 1-month low. The 10-year was falling today. And the rally, as I said, up until a few minutes ago, at least alive and well, right? You did have new records today for the S&P. As well, we'll document. And the Nasdaq before.
Joe Terranova, Stephanie Link, Shannon Sakocha, Jason Snipe. Good to have everybody with us. So a little bit of a different market picture as we come on the air. You see the Nasdaq's going
Wow,
red
I
by
think
0.5%. And you've had some, I'd say, interesting selling in some of the biggest names, which we're going to document there. But I'm trying to figure out, guys, exactly, Steph, what we learned this week, right? So economy's humming along, cooling a little bit. Jobs beat, unemployment rate goes up, wage growth moderating, January jobs revised lower. Fed's going to cut. We learned that too, right? Powell said as much. Does it matter when? I don't know. Yields are at a 1-month low. The 10-year was falling today. And the rally, as I said, up until a few minutes ago, at least alive and well, right? You did have new records today for the S&P and the Nasdaq before some selling taking hold in some mega cap names. But sum up this week, what your big takeaway is from it?
A big takeaway is that we are, in fact, soft landing when you look at the job numbers. And today's number, I think you have to do a 3-month moving average, Scott, because the revisions are crazy of what we've been seeing. But we have 265,000 jobs that were created over the last 3 months. We have 4% in average hourly earnings. That is coming down. Even last month's January report, the average hourly earnings on a month-over-month basis came down. So we are making progress in terms of inflation. So growth is okay. Inflation is okay. Fed is going to cut. Is it 2? Is it 3? I don't even think it's really going to have a material impact to the economy, though. It's very small. But earnings are holding up quite well, and that's what really matters. And margins are holding up really well. So to me, the takeaway is things are great right now. And now we go into a lull, though, in terms of earnings, because we really don't have a lot of earnings left. And so then now we're going to be focused again on the macro. And we do get very important inflation data next week, and we also get retail sales data next week.
Yeah, it's going to be big.
Yeah.
Happy International Women's Day, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Shan, coming to you, obviously, next after that. Same to you, by the way. All right, Bank of America today. I'm wondering, this question of whether the tech trade is weakening a bit or just taking a little bit of a breather. You've had this according to the Bank of America's Flow Show, the largest outflow ever in tech, and the first outflow in 9 weeks. If you look at mega cap tech performance this week, yes, Nvidia's up a lot. Yes, Meta's up modestly. Microsoft down, Apple down, Alphabet flat, Amazon flat. We have anything to worry about with the big cap tech trade?
I don't necessarily think there's a lot to worry about in terms of the fundamentals of the company, Scott, but there's a little bit of fatigue, and that's why you're seeing, sort of the Magnificent Seven maybe becoming the Fab Four or the Neo One. It depends on what's going to happen over the next couple of weeks. But I think when you look at those flows, they really are based on the dispersion that we're seeing in that group. And so, the benefit of being able to really invest last year just in large cap tech, mega cap tech, potentially with some sprinkling of some AI enablers on the side, that started to rotate. And I think this broadening out that we've talked about is really indicative of a market that is looking at the next 6, 9, 12 months understanding that there are going to be dynamics where there is going to be this dispersion or differentiation. Steph made a great point. We're seeing margin recapture. More importantly, we're seeing some of these companies outside of the tech sector take on some of the same mandates that technology companies did last year. They cut a lot of costs. They cut a lot of people. They cut, underperforming parts of their business. Apple shelving their autonomous driving unit, for instance. So I think other companies are starting to take up that mantle around margin recapture, understanding that we are going to see some slowing later this year on the top line. And I think that's what you're seeing from an investor perspective, looking at companies that maybe aren't necessarily priced to perfection and being able to rotate into those at this juncture.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a market that's being led lower at the moment by some of these large cap tech names. Certainly, if you were to pull many of them up on an intraday basis, NVIDIA, Microsoft, Meta's down, Tesla's down again, you would see that. Citi has a note out today, Jason, saying the generals are falling or failing, but not yet a reason to worry. They point out 2 of them meaningfully below their 200-day moving averages, a third one not that far away. It's raised concerns that the rally may come to a premature end as the stock market generals are starting to fail. We compare the situation to the 2000 bubble and find that this is not yet a sufficient reason to worry. Do you share that view?
I absolutely do, Scott. And I think for me, it was time to take a breather. I mean, NVIDIA's up 90+% year to date. Amazon up 18%. So there's clear dispersion. To Shannon's point, there's clear dispersion within the mega cap, space. And for me, what's exciting about this year's market is the broadening out that we've been talking about over the last couple of weeks. Healthcare up 8%, industrials up 8%, materials starting to grow, staples even up 5%, and even energy getting a little bit of movement recently. So for me, whether it's a source of funds that where money is flowing from tech or not, it's just the idea that there are other opportunities in the marketplace, and I think that's what the market is sniffing out.
All right, so Joe, let's talk NVIDIA, okay? The stock hit 950.
Up 5%.
Okay? Yep. It's had a 8.5% swing in one day. So it was above 950, now it's below 9. What's up with that? What do you make of that, I guess, rather than try and add any...
NVIDIA traded up to 974 this morning. That's up 5%. What's going on in the market right now is very clear. This is about cooling off some of the really intense, strong momentum in the chip sector itself. It's about the chips.
AMD is down now.
SMH, another significant reversal that you could pull up. This is healthy. Okay, and for individuals out there that have been following momentum in the market, here is your signal to look at your holdings and say, okay, the market is giving me a message that it might be time to pare back some of the ownership that I have in the semis specifically. Now, coming into the day, largely a lot of the reasoning behind why you're seeing a little bit of a wobble in the semi trade was about what we heard from Marvell last night. Marvell's down 9% today. Broadcom has fallen 6% intraday as well. But let's not make this that technology is breaking down universally, and this is an inflection point, because guess what? Apple and Alphabet are higher right now. In the last couple of days, I've talked about owning Alphabet puts. I wouldn't own those puts anymore, based on what I'm seeing right now. If you're going to get a wobble in semis, Apple and Alphabet will benefit in a rotation of capital.
You think like 950 was just one of those, maybe sell signals on NVIDIA where it's like, okay, this thing is kind of acting a little ridiculous in that you turn away and you look back and it's at, 900 and then it's at 925 and then it's at 950. And you're like, the shares are up 17% this week alone.
No, I think here's what's happening. You were $26 away from $1,000. We can't dismiss anymore in terms of market structure the importance of these zero-dated options. Got a lot of heavy activity surrounding that strike price in NVIDIA, and I think a lot of it has to do with that aspect of options themselves, momentum reversing, and when momentum reverses, in the short-term nature, it could be a powerful force. I think that's what's happening in the chip sector. Nothing more than that.
Steph, you want to take on Broadcom, which is down post its own earnings, which was up a lot pre its earnings, 43% in some 3 months, more than 100% in a year?
Yeah, you know, about a month ago, I trimmed it. I trimmed lamb, and I felt really foolish because the stock went up every single day since I trimmed. But I'm still big. I still like it. I'm still a big believer in Broadcom. It has re-rated, though, and the expectations were really, really high, up 51% in the last 3 months. The stocks up 38%. And it went from 16 times on forward earnings, PE, last year to 25 times. I think it should be around this multiple because I think the AI component is actually just getting going for them. They actually raised the AI numbers from $7.5 billion for this year to $10 billion. The problem is they didn't raise numbers across the company because they're traditional parts of semiconductors, and the traditional parts of the businesses like networking and like enterprise were weak. And I think you're seeing a troughing in that area.
Yeah.
And that AI can actually, it's bridging the gap, if you will. And then, of course, software, VMware, that's a home run. I mean, they doubled their bookings sequentially, and they're guiding for 10% growth. So there's pockets within Broadcom that are really great, but they needed to crush it and raise numbers, and they beat numbers, but they actually just reiterated numbers.
To me, this screams a little bit of a story that, you know, we've been telling as I look at these numbers, like the rising tide lifting a lot of boats, and maybe some of them got lifted too much in the AI halo. As the Wall Street Journal says today, and I think this is pretty timely, Journal headline, unless you're NVIDIA, the AI chip business is complicated. Investors have been treating Broadcom like the next NVIDIA. They forgot about the iPhone, right?
No, that didn't really have an impact on their business. It was really the enterprise and the storage business, the server business. That was really a problem.
Sure, but investors in one light and on one hand can't, in the past, cite one of the reasons they like Broadcom is because they're a component for Apple as a plus, and now be dismissive of it when Apple's having these obvious issues with their iPhone sales in China, and assume that none of these other ancillary players in that story aren't going to have issues too. It's just, I feel like everybody's eyes have been all clouded by AI. AI saves everything.
Apple used to be 50% of their revenues. It's now 20% of their revenues. They barely even talk. Well, they're not going to mention Apple. They can't. But they barely even talk about that piece of their business. It really is so much. This company has changed so dramatically over the last several years, from more hardware to more software, which is more recurring, which is better margins. And they're going to do like 60-65% margins long term. They're going to do double-digit total revenue growth. And they have $70 to $75 in earnings power over the next several years. So this is a real company, and there's a lot of puts and takes. But as I said, the expectations were really, really high.
You own it personally.
I
as
do,
well,
and Steph, everything that Steph is saying is fair, it's accurate, and what I'm about to say, I don't want it to be interpreted as I'm negative on Broadcom. I'm long. I'm happy to be long. But I will trim Broadcom on the close today. And one of the things about Broadcom is, to your point, Broadcom is growing into its role as an AI networking company. Broadcom has, what, 15% at best exposure currently to AI. The other areas of the business, the revenue...
20% of their revenues, yeah.
So that revenue number is expected to grow to 35% based on what Hock Tan said on the call last night. Remember, last time they reported, in the after hours, the stock was down 4%. Hock Tan got on the call and said, well, revenue is going to grow from 15% to 25%. Now they're at 20. Okay, he gets on the call, says that again yesterday. That wasn't enough to overcome some glaring weakness in the business, whether it's telecommunications. And one more point on that, let's remember something. The revenue growth on this company overall, the last several years, has been in decline. So I'm with you. I own the stock. I have had a very strong profit in the stock. I'm going to maintain position, but I'm just going to sell a little bit on the close because I just feel like it's a little bit of a different story, and maybe the market's getting ahead of the AI excitement surrounding some of these companies that are not NVIDIA.
I guess part of my point is that the stock, you use the words, it's still growing into AI. the stock hasn't been acting like it's growing into AI. The stock has been rewarded handsomely for being a major player with what was perceived to be a cheaper way to play AI than NVIDIA. Okay, that was a big part of the story.
You know what?
Whenever you talked about Broadcom, it was AI. It was cheaper than version of playing it than NVIDIA.
No, I disagree with that.
You can't disagree. I mean,
I disagree. I disagree with that. It wasn't just you were buying it because it was a cheaper valuation. They are growing their revenue
I'm not saying
share.
they're not. I'm not saying they're not, but that was a key thing that I heard a lot on this desk.
It was a valuation alternative. Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
But I think it's more than that.
I thought the diversification was interesting. I didn't want to have 100% of AI. Maybe looking back, that was not a great call on my part. But I like the fact that it has data center, that it has cloud, that it has AI, that it has networking, that it has server storage. They have a lot of different ways that they can win. A lot of their traditional semiconductor business, it's still in excess inventories. We're still getting through all of that. So I think you're going to see a trough in those parts, those businesses in the first half of the year, and that you could actually see revenues accelerate in that segment in the second half of the year. And yeah, you do have AI. And that look, this was a 10% part of the company last year, growing to 25% next year, and then they just raised the number again yesterday. So I think there's a lot of ways you can win. But there's no question, Scott, the stock up 51% in 3 months' time, that's a huge, huge move.
All right. So Joe said he's trimming some at the close. Kevin Simpson joins me now of Capital Wealth Planning. Thank you for joining us. You've trimmed some more. Like, I think you were with me last week and said you were trimming some. Now you're back trimming even more of Broadcom, but you did that ahead of the number.
Yeah, believe it or not, this is the second time this week that you and I have been talking about selling Broadcom, and we did do it ahead of the number yesterday. I think Stephanie covered it perfectly. And the diversification behind Broadcom is the reason that we love the stock, love the company. We still maintain a very small position in it, but we were digging deeper into the numbers. Their revenues were expected to be $38 billion previously. That got jumped up to $50 billion. So explosive growth, definitely nice things on the conference call about AI. And internally here, we said, well, what if they don't do 50 billion? What if they do 60 billion? Let's put an AI premium on it. And then we just broke it down to sales per share.
If you guys have any questions or anything, you guys just let me know. I'm here. I'll go through some charts.
Per share in sales.
Yeah, I mean, let me know.
Okay, let's take a ridiculous multiple. Let's take 10 times sales, and that gets you to a $1,300 share price. Historically, it's traded closer to 7 times, which is back at $900. Now, I agree with Joe and Stephanie that there should be an AI premium, but if you're talking 10 times forward sales of 60 billion, not even 50 that they're projecting with the street is in pretty much agreement, we're looking at a stock that's fairly priced. So for that reason, we've been exiting the position. Stephanie's point, up 51% in 3 months. I mean, when do I ever get a stock that gets to do that in our world? So we're taking some profits and we're just taking a little risk off the table. Great company, just a little ahead of its skis.
You going to buy it back, perhaps, if it has a little bit more substantial pullback?
Absolutely.
The proceeds.
If it gets to 900, that's probably where it should be trading.
Yeah.
I mean, I would certainly be buying.
Really? Okay. That's going to be an uncomfortable drop to watch.
Not for me. I sold it.
That's true. Good point. And you bought UNH. You bought UNH and IBM.
Yeah, you know, we're looking at IBM. So we talk about 10 times this projected sales number. IBM trades at under 3 times sales. Over the past 6 quarters, they've seen their free cash flow grow from 7 billion to 12 billion. We love free cash flow. We're getting over a 3% dividend. And with that type of free cash flow growth, we'd like to see the dividend growth a little bit. We'd like to see them grow that dividend a little bit behind it. But they're getting AI exposure through Red Hat, through Watson X. Let's face it, the stock didn't do anything for, 3, 4, 5 years? But the last quarterly numbers were excellent. We were adding to it ahead of that print. We think this is another way to be a little bit more old school tech, a little bit more value, conservative, dividend focused. But we like the growth story there for IBM. It's not the same IBM that it used to be. And we have tremendous optimism for this moving forward.
Appreciate it very much, Kev. Enjoy the weekend. We'll see you soon. Kevin Simpson,
thanks, Scott.
Capital Wealth Planning. The other thing I think I want to discuss is the idea of what may happen overall if you lose the Mag 7 for a little bit, or you sort of chip away Mag 7 to Mag 5 to Mag 4 to whatever. and what that means to the rally. Goldman's Tony Pasquarello, who I cite a lot because he puts out notes late in the week, addresses this issue today and has the following. For those wondering about the sustainability of this rally, it's been fair to ask what would happen if one or more of the Mag 7 stocks really came off the pace. Well, that's clearly happened, yet the market has certainly held its ground. So no big worry sign yet from Pasquarello, who says outside of the mega cap tech, I'm open-minded to some selective broadening out. Again, in sectors like industrials and biotech have good stories to tell, but he is skeptical that small caps are going to do a lot, Joe, of the heavy lifting. I mean, industrials are up a lot year to date, 8%. Healthcare up a lot year to date, 8%. So maybe you can afford, at least in the time being, to lose some of the Mag 7 stocks and you'll still be fine. There was evidence of that kind of today.
Well, I think it's clear that in the last several weeks we learned you can lose Apple, you can lose Alphabet, you can lose Tesla. But in the Mag 7, the pillar of strength is NVIDIA. Right. Well, tell me where NVIDIA is going to go from here. If NVIDIA, which was up 5% and is now down nearly 5%, okay, that's a 10% swing in one day. If NVIDIA is going to deteriorate further and drop another 15 or 20%, no, this market's going to have a really difficult time finding other areas of the market to carry the strength that NVIDIA was carrying.
That's a crazy slide. I mean, a 10% swing in the span of 3 hours.
It's a Friday.
On no news.
It's a Friday. Options expiration.
Very well. Look, the market might just kind of sit here for a while if tech takes a breather. It's tech and comm services. We talk about this all the time. It's 35% of the S&P 500. So if it falters, then the market probably will have a tough time going materially higher. But you absolutely are seeing a broadening in, as Jason, you mentioned this, in energy, in materials, in industrials. Industrials is worrying me a little bit that everybody kind of sort of really now likes it. I mean, we own it. I know you're overweighted. I'm overweighted. I'm not selling, but it just does bother me a little bit. It's a little more popular. But financials also are catching a bid. And so maybe the overall market doesn't go a lot higher, but I think you can still make money if you're a good stock picker and you're in some of these other sectors which are starting to work, and they're still very cheap.
David Costin says the laggards are going to catch up rather than the leaders, like these stocks catch down, in his words. Wolf says, Jason, stay long AI and big tech until the fundamentals start to disappoint. In other words, it's really dangerous to start, drawing conclusions from midday price action in an NVIDIA and 100%. Try and make a broad statement that, oh my God, this trade's over now. This stock is topped. Let's relax.
Relax, cowboy. Yeah, 100%. And listen, to Joe's point, I mean, NVIDIA is carrying the load. There's no doubt about that, and I think that's why we're seeing the market work the way it has been, even with the Googles of the world and others pulling back, and Apple. But when I look at healthcare as an example, I mean, their earnings growth ahead. I get excited about healthcare, whether it's equipment and device companies. You see Kev is buying UNH. I mean, UNH has been a laggard as of late this year. Utilization rates, medical expenses going higher. But I just think that there's opportunity elsewhere, and you should be looking at other spaces.
All right, so speaking of opportunity elsewhere, let's do a couple moves that Stephanie Link has before we take our first break of the day. It's Eaton. ETN is number one. That's a new buy.
Yeah.
Tell me about that, and then we'll go to one that you bought more of.
This is very much the theme that I've been talking about forever in terms of onshoring and reshoring. But what caught my eye is this company is increasing their backlog substantially, and orders went from 2% to 7% in the last quarter. That was a sequential gain. And so they are absolutely benefiting on the electrical side and in power quality. That's really helping. And they also have aviation, aerospace exposure as well. And I'm a big fan there. So they kind of have exposure to two of my favorite parts of industrials. Not cheap, so I just started with a small position, and if it does pull back, I will add.
What about Schwab, which you bought more of? Why?
Yeah, so I bought that after the January numbers came out in terms of cash sorting. So cash sorting actually came in much better than expected at $6.8 billion of cash on their balance sheet, and that actually was supposed to be $9 billion. And so the numbers, basically, their clients are finding other places to go. And I think it's kind of like fear of missing out. And even the company did kind of allude to that, that people are looking at the NVIDIAs of the world and all this other stuff, right? And maybe putting money in the money markets is not that exciting. So I don't care why they're doing it, but they're doing it, and that's going to help their net interest income and net interest margin.
All right. We do have a news alert out of Washington. Let's get to Megan Casella with the very latest there. Megan, what do we know?
Hey, Scott, we're hearing that TSMC is set to receive more than $5 billion in federal grants to support a chip-making project in Arizona. This is as part of the CHIPS Act. This is a Bloomberg report. They're saying that the money is coming. It's not yet finalized. The Commerce Department did decline to comment to CNBC, but we have been expecting that these awards would be coming from the CHIPS Act very soon around President Biden's State of the Union speech. So we'll stay on this. TSMC is not going to be the only one, but the report is that they'll be getting more than $5 billion in grants to support that project they've been building in Arizona. Scott.
All right, Megan, appreciate that. The update of Megan Casella. Up next, more committee stocks are on the move. Costco, Eli Lilly, they're lower. The desk debating how you should play them. We're back in just 2 minutes.
Are you following the Halftime Report podcast? What are you waiting for? Look for us in your favorite podcasting app. Follow the Halftime Podcast now.
All right, good to have you back. We're going to go through some committee stocks on the move. Now, Costco, mixed quarter there. Jason Snipe.
Yep.
So EPS beat, rev miss. Seems
It's a
everybody
nice bounce
loves this
there.
stock, you included.
Yep.
Does this change your mind in any way?
No, I think this is really an overreaction. I mean, stock's down 7%. A slight beat, a slight miss, I should say, on the top, but a beat on the bottom. You know, a little bit of softness in discretionary spend, which I think is somewhat concerning given the holiday quarter that they're coming off of. I think the street was also looking for an increase in the membership. Membership costs, which obviously hadn't happened. So they have runway going forward, and I just think they're the best big box retailer player right now.
All right, Joe Lilly, FDA is going to delay approval for their Alzheimer's drug. This stock has been like a one-way freight train because of GLP-1. What about now?
I think this stock is more susceptible to market conditions than idiosyncratic conditions for itself. Stock was only down 1% on this news today. Now it's down 2%. Largely that's because the market is reversed. So if we have a correction in the momentum factor, which has been the most significant catalyst so far year to date in the market appreciation, represented obviously with semiconductors, then Lilly is going to fall as well. But overall, the fundamental story for this company has not changed in one regard at all, and I continue to maintain position there.
Jason, there's been some commentary in the marketplace about streaming consolidation and who the winners and losers are going to be. Barclays has a note out today that says it could be a bigger win for YouTube than for Netflix.
Right.
Now, we've been getting a lot of news lately about live sports and Netflix. We just had, the announcement yesterday with Mike Tyson and a fight coming up there. You own Netflix. What do we think?
Yeah, so I think this is an interesting call. I wouldn't be surprised if YouTube obviously is a leader. That's their business, right? But the play on linear TV, like the only pull I believe is live sports, live business. That's why folks are still there. With the move into WWE, this latest kind of Tyson experience, I think these are all positive catalysts for them. Netflix's main focus has been on profitability as of late. It's not subscriber growth and all that other jazz. Their content library is very strong, so I still continue to like the stock here.
Joe, gold hits a new intraday all-time high today, 21.92.
Sold it too quick.
70s.
My mistake, sold it too quick. Cut me, I bleed, I'm human. The exposure that we have is Freeport-McMoRan. That's down 6% year to date. Unfortunately, copper is down as well. Clearly, the momentum has been broken. Where is the positive momentum in materials? It's in the steel names. It's in Nucor. It's in Steel Dynamics. It's in other names like Martin Marietta, Vulcan Materials, but it's not right now in
Joe,
copper.
what is gold telling us that it's had such a nice run? What is it telling us?
That's like asking me who's going to win the World Series.
Right?
I have no clue.
Doesn't it worry you? It kind of worries
No
me,
clue,
actually.
sorry.
Well, it definitely worries me because it's telling us something.
Shan,
It's probably not good.
Shan, what about gold?
See, Scott, it feels a little frothy here. I think you can point to Steph's question, you can point to the dollar, you can point to rates, you can point to perhaps a resurgence, from a manufacturing sector globally. There's increased industrial relevance for gold, but to me, this feels a little bit more like sort of a safe haven in this environment. But at these levels, there's got to be a catalyst to really push it higher. If you've missed this at this point, I don't see a lot of upside. But to Joe's point, it's hard to prognosticate on what's really driving the price here.
All right, let's get the headlines now with Contessa Brewer. Hi, Contessa.
Hi there, Scott. The Republican National Committee just voted to elect Michael Whatley and Lara Trump as co-chairs of the RNC, replacing longtime chair Ronna McDaniel at its meeting in Houston today. Now, Lara Trump is the daughter-in-law of the former president, and these votes complete Donald Trump's takeover of the party's political and fundraising machine. Michael Whatley, a supporter of Trump's false theories of voter fraud, will carry the top title. Uvalde, Texas City Council is looking into the police response to the 2022 Robb Elementary shooting that cleared police officers of any wrongdoing in their delayed response. That, of course, angered family members of the victims who lashed out at the lawmakers. The report contrasts with the Justice Department's conclusion that the police officers were to blame for failing to act. On this International Women's Day, voters in Ireland are casting their ballots about whether to change their constitution, which says a woman's place is in the home. The vote is on two referenda to remove the reference and broaden the definition of a family. Scott?
Contessa, thank you. Contessa Brewer. Coming up, calls of the day. Steph's largest position hitting a new 52-week high following a big upgrade. We're going to debate it. Plus, we have price target hikes for AMD and Arista Networks. We're going to trade all that, and we're going to do it next.
HoustonTech.com.
That's right, Dow's hanging on to a gain about 91. We're going to do our calls of the day now, and I'm going to begin with General Electric. There's been a lot of love for GE lately, and not just from Stephanie Link. Barron's was positive on it last weekend. Now it gets upgraded to overweight at JP Morgan. Price target to 180 from 166. It's a new 52-week high. That's your number one position?
Yeah, well, because it's had such a nice run over the last couple of years,
Wow.
and I haven't trimmed any at all, and I don't really think I'm going to.
Good for you.
I do think, I think the stories just got even better as they spin off all these pieces that no one could really understand.
You liked it when, I don't know, I felt like everybody but you and Larry Culp hated it.
I know, it was a hard one, but he really is a rock star. I mean, he has really figured it out. No one else could figure it out for years. And you just have to look at his track record from Danaher. I mean, that chart is a beautiful looking chart.
Oh, Danaher?
Right? I mean, it
Unbelievable.
just went up, but he was running it. He absolutely did it. So they had a very positive analyst day this week, and I think that's why the JP Morgan analyst upgraded. It was almost like an apology of upgrading it because he's been late. But I do think that as the story gets more simple, people can understand it. I think you're going to have also new analysts covering this, not conglomerate industrial analysts covering it, but aerospace people. And these guys are the number one in the business, and they just reiterated long-term targets in terms of revenues, and they actually and margins and free cash flow, and then they just announced a $15 billion buyback. But they have to get board approval, but that's their intent.
Okay, AMD price target goes to 265 from 192. Melius Research does that. They reiterate the buy. They say the stock is looking like, oh man, I don't know, Joe. They call it the Nvidia Mini.
No.
Uh-oh.
No.
Here we go.
Little
Here we
different.
go.
Little different. No, but AMD belongs in this universe of semiconductor chips that right now are, as I like to say, the center of universe and clearly powering the AI logistical build-out. Stock is 7% off its intraday high, having the same type of intraday response that NVIDIA has. Let's not make too much of that. Let's not believe that is an inflection point. I still think you want to maintain ownership. But as I said to begin the show, on a day like today, if you have a significant overweight position to some of these companies, you take a look and say, okay, maybe it's time to trim.
All right. Jason Snipe owns Arista Networks. I know Joe does too, but I'm from Jason first. Price target goes to 330 from 300 at Citi. Yep. They say it's their top networking pick in 2024 due to our expectation for sustainable growth in enterprise led by share gains and the growing AI opportunity.
100%. So listen, cloud spending has not slowed down whatsoever, right? AI, I mean, ANET obviously plays in this space and is growing really nicely. What's a big point for me when it comes, they have really strong operating leverage. You know, for every incremental piece of revenue growth, they're growing nicely. So sales were up 21%, EPS growth was up 48%. I think this stock keeps going.
Valero, Joe, which you own personally and in the T, added to Piper Sandler's triple select stocks list. Comes out monthly. Overweight, 155 is the target. Global balances are going to remain tight in 2024 with fears on incremental capacity overdone.
Really had to wait for Valero to show a lot of the both technical and fundamental strength that it's exhibiting so far year to date. I think from a macro perspective, the fact that oil is kind of ping-ponging in this range between 70 and 80, the refiners like that type of stability. Now we're moving into driving season. So whether it's Marathon Petroleum, Valero, or Phillips 66, I think the refiners are in a very strong position as we move into the spring season.
And what about Vulcan and Martin Marietta, Joe, which you have? Both are downgraded today to pure perform from outperform. These stocks have been on my list as stocks that have been at or around new highs of late. Both of these were there. They keep the price targets unchanged. For VMC, it's 270. For MLM, it's 570. But maybe just taking a breather call for stocks that have done quite well, right?
Yeah, look, that's more of a cyclical call than what I like, which is a secular call. In the material space, these are two of the better names that you could own. They're performing remarkably strong year to date. They're performing in terms of keeping their balance sheet strong, and the earnings are there. So I'm going to disagree with this call, and we continue to maintain positioning.
Okay. Coming up, we have the earnings setup. on 3 key names in Joe's portfolio. First, though, Mike Santoli. He's next with his midday word right here, post 9. Fiverr. Senior markets commentator extraordinaire Mike Santoli here at the desk for his midday word. You want to opine on this NVIDIA move is quite interesting. You just don't see this all that often, a 10% intraday move on this name?
Well, we've been waiting for the market to finally reveal when we got to this enough for now moment, and NVIDIA was going to be the thing to tell you. So textbook would say, you know, it would all happen after this huge kind of pileup of momentum. It would probably also happen accompanied by good macro news, right? You would sort of have this how much better can it get type reaction. It's way too early. I was just trying to look back on the last year if you saw any of these other kind of ugly red intraday moves in NVIDIA. And none of this magnitude, but the ones that you did see, it wasn't very clear that it was the end of one of these interim rallies. So who knows? We're ready for something like that. I think that it's the high momentum flow, as Joe's been saying, has been the key potential source of instability in this market. So far, you're getting away with rotation as opposed to something more damaging. I will note, though, you have the VIX pushing 15. The VIX bottomed at 12 3 months ago. Since the VIX bottomed, the S&P's up like 12%. Not always exactly how it goes, and it just sort of shows you we're bracing for something. There's a seasonal effect there, but you know, there's the possibility that we could kind of, and maybe going into options expiration and the NVIDIA conference, that, you know, it would lead you to that question of how much better can it get.
You still got a pretty good needle thread, too, that the Fed is going to have to pull off. This is by no means going to be the easiest transition that the Fed is ever going to make. I mean, yes, the economy is still humming along, but it is certainly showing some signs of cooling. And they have to make sure that it doesn't start freezing, and that they orchestrate this in exactly the right way, and it's probably going to take that.
Well, I agree that the stakes are relatively high in terms of how they start and how fast they go from there. This isn't the most rate-sensitive economy that we have ever had.
Well, for sure.
It's not the most rate-sensitive market we've ever had, and this is one of the longest, it will have been one of the longest pauses at a high threshold for rates in a long time. So it feels as if we're rounding into this point when everyone's going to agree on the right thing to do. I do think the question is between now and June, do you get more signs of worse slowdown? And is that something that all of a sudden makes the market kind of agitate for something more? So I don't know. I feel like the Fed's in almost as good a spot as it can be.
Oh, there's no question about that. And
provided
today,
inflation does not
CPI next week.
Yeah.
So,
exactly.
you know, we have it front and center yet again. I'll see you on the bell. It's Mike Santoli. He'll join us later, obviously. Coming up, we have the set up on Lennar, Ulta, and Adobe ahead of their own earnings. Joe owns all three. We'll tell you how to play them next.
For business.
All right, earnings next week, starting with Lennar. That's the middle of next week. You own the stock. Steph, I'm going to ask you about housing, which was your contrarian pick in a minute, but give me the read here on a stock that just hit its 52-week high today.
Continue to expect the balance sheet strengthening further. Free cash flow generation remarkably strong. Orders, new home orders are going to be strong. It's going to be 25 to 30%. You want to hear the commentary surrounding what type of incentives are buyers looking for but this is a stock that early this morning made an all-time high. Palantir told us yesterday that Lennar is utilizing their AI strategies. It's remarkable. It defies the logic how strong these home builders have been.
Steph.
It is. I think it's going to be a great report. I think they're going to upside surprise on new orders. I think they could do something in the 30s. They did 32% last quarter.
Yep.
Stocks trades at 11 times earnings. The whole group is trading at 9 to 11 times. So I prefer Home Depot because that actually has been the laggard. But I like housing overall just because of the supply-demand imbalance, right? We're 5 million homes short in the country. We have 14 straight years of underproduction. We have 5 million millennials that are just first-time buyers. And I think all of that sets up well for the housing sector, especially if you get rates to come down.
Give me quick on Ulta and give me quick on Adobe.
Remarkable how Ulta has positioned themselves in terms of market share in beauty. I really believe it is the Instagram effect. As far as Adobe, somewhat concerned here. Stock has not performed like some of its software peers. Looks potentially to be breaking down below its 200-day moving average. You need this earnings report to save price.
All right, we're going to highlight two winners after this quick break, and they're important stocks in this market. They're green in the face of a good amount of red in that area. We'll talk about it next.
Asset.com.
All right, we're back. Two big winners. Well, it's notable that Apple and Alphabet are up in the tape because a lot of the other mega caps, all of them, in fact, are down. We've been highlighting a lot NVIDIA in the midday rollover, but Apple's down 7 straight coming into today. That's the longest streak since January of 22. You make of this?
Yeah.
Finally, people have seen enough, I guess.
100%. And I think for me, what's interesting is all this news about China, I think has all been priced into the stock, right? So they're talking about for the first 6 weeks of the year, iPhone sales have been down 24%. You know, they're now 4th place, you know, in mobile sales in China versus number 2 last year. That's all been priced into the stock. They will figure out an AI solution for the iPhone. It's just going to come later on. They're watching everyone else, and that's going to happen. I think that's part of the reason.
Yeah, I mean, the narratives around both Apple and Alphabet, Joe, have been so negative. It's, you know, the story in China for Apple, as Jason was suggesting, and then the AI, you know, rollout debacle
for Alphabet. Can't get out of its own way, but it's getting a bounce today by about 1.5% right now.
It is, and maybe it's a simple premise. I believe that NVIDIA came within $300 billion in its market cap of overtaking Apple for number 2 overall. Obviously, now we're seeing a widening of that market cap distance. Look, I like to look at correlations within the market and kind of figure out, okay, what's going on here. It's very interesting that both Apple and Alphabet are higher. Is it just short covering, or is it rotational buying away from semiconductors into what they believe is technology at a reasonable valuation? The last point on all of it is, boy, this is a clear referendum on Tesla, because you're not seeing the type of buying, even if it is short covering, that you're seeing in Apple and Alphabet.
Yeah, Tesla is down near 2%. All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll do final trades on the other side.
Happening.
Hope you'll join me on Closing Bell as we close the week, 3 o'clock Eastern Time, with the wise professor Jeremy Siegel of the Wharton School. I can't wait for that conversation. Dan Greenhouse joining us as well. Want to call your attention, intraday NVIDIA, because that stock's getting slammed today. It's down near 6% now. Don't forget, I mean, it's down about $100, almost exactly $100.
$100 off the high.
Crazy. In a few hours.
Yes.
All right, we'll track that too into the close. Quick, final trade.
Apollo Management Group.
Okay, little private equity play. Steph Link.
Las Vegas Sands, Macau recovery.
Shan?
Healthcare.
Thank you. Joe T.
Still an owner of Costco, but very crowded positioning to the benefit of Target.
All right, join me on Closing Bell. We'll take you right through the end of the week, and we'll track every move in NVIDIA. The exchange is now.
Thanks very much, Scott, and welcome to the exchange on this Friday afternoon. I'm Dominic Chu, and here's what's ahead on the show.
Stocks unable to sustain their gains following that stronger than expected jobs number. The S&P and NASDAQ now negative after both hitting each record high levels. The Dow is on pace for its worst week since October. But FundStrat's Tom Lee believes in the 2024 stock market, where he's seeing opportunities now. That's coming up. And while the unemployment rate did tick higher, the amount of prime-aged women in the workforce climbed to nearly 78% and is hovering near at a record high level. That still, though, lags other developed nations, and the Department of Labor estimates it's costing the U.S. more than $775 billion in economic activity each year. We'll dig into what needs to change to get more women into the workforce. Plus, President Biden calling for higher corporate taxes and increased incentives for some Americans in last night's State of the Union. This as both the House and the Senate vote on spending bills this week. What's in each of them, what it all means for Wall Street, and the names poised to benefit from Biden's agenda, all coming up. But we begin with today's market action, and right now, sector-wise, it is the end of the week, and so we'll call your attention to what's happening right now with regard to some of the movement that we are seeing in the markets. Again, I alluded to the fact that we're down for most of the major indices here. The Dow Industrials, though, just about flat on the session. The S&P 500 gets a star because even though it is a 0.5% down, it did hit a record high today. And the NASDAQ Composite pacing the declines down about 1% or so. 16,107 is the level for the NASDAQ Composite, down 1%. The S&P is down about 0.5% at 5129. And the Dow Industrials, again, down about 29 points to 38,759. With regard to what's happening elsewhere, check out the other record level that we watched today, and that's in Bitcoin prices, currently at $68,462 and change. That's up nearly $600, up 1%. Again, record highs here. And just for reference, the new record at one point very briefly today, it did cross that 70,000 mark to roughly 70,170, depending on which exchange you look at. But Bitcoin, certainly a focus. On the sector side of things for the stock market, believe it or not, we've had a decent week, but the gains have not been powered by what you think. Over the last week, the top performing sectors on Wall Street in the S&P, the utilities, again, the materials, and real estate, some of those names doing some of the heavy lifting in terms of where we saw the action, so not technology. And speaking of, we are seeing a bit of a bounce today. Apple shares, for sure, catching a bid, up 1 3/4%, $171.89. It's on pace right now to snap a 7-day losing streak as investors start to take a look at whether or not these levels, again, trying to approach some of those October lows that we saw, is enough of a catalyst for some value buying and or short covering. We'll keep an eye on that Apple trade. Now, stronger than expected job gains in February, raising concerns that inflation could still pose a problem for the Fed. Non-farm payrolls rose by 275,000, while the unemployment rate ticked up higher to 3.9%. Wage growth, cooler than expected, but still gaining 0.1%. But job growth in both December and January, both revised lower. So what's the Fed's next move? Joining me now is Diane Swank, the chief economist over at KPMG. Also, CNBC senior economics reporter Steve Leisman. Thank you both for being here. Let's take us through the numbers, Steve, and why some traders may call it a Goldilocks scenario, but is it really?
Well, it's a little bit of a Rorschach test is what I'm reading about it, Dom. And you can really separate the numbers into those numbers that argued for the Fed to cut a little sooner and then for them not to cut or cut a little later. When I look at the numbers, well, 167,000 of downward revisions. That spoke of slack in the labor market. You had moderating wage growth, and you also had a higher unemployment rate, up 0.2. A lot of that stuff can be turned around and be exactly the opposite, which is you had payroll growth still above 200,000, annual wage growth north of 4%, the unemployment rate still below 4%. So I think the Fed looks at this data and says, you know what? I'm not making any calls on this data, especially because you have this big gap between the household and the payroll employment. I think they wait for all this stuff to shake out before making up their mind and do anything else.
Diane, that's the read, and that's generally what I've heard from some of the economists out there. Do you feel as though that's the correct way to interpret this data? And is this the way that the Fed is looking at this data ahead of key inflation data next week?
Well, the inflation data is really going to be important, but there's a big threshold to have the Fed change its sort of game plan in terms of a June rate cut and 3 rate cuts for the year, and that's their signal. The threshold would have to be either a very cool or a very hot inflation number to signal maybe a May cut instead of a June cut. But I think this sort of is steady as she goes. And that's really what we heard from Jay Powell this week as well. I think the most important thing in the data is that we're still continuing to see average hourly earnings picked up after dipping last month. And that bounce back and that persistence of new paychecks coming online is buoying consumer demand. And what the Fed continues to worry about is sort of walking this tightrope between not wanting to overshoot on having rates too high for too long, but then still looking at this and saying, well, we're still generating a lot of demand, particularly in the service sector, where we worry about inflation being the stickiest.
Diane, let's follow up on that really quickly. The inflation stickiest part has gravitated in recent weeks towards this idea that shelter costs, rent, that sort of thing plays an important role in some of the sticky inflation. If you look at the way that the jobs picture is shaping up right now, will there be a scenario where the jobs data can somehow withstand what could be a bigger decline in housing, which would help then rein in some of those inflation measures?
Well, in terms of the inflation measures, I think the biggest issue is what is going to happen to service sector costs outside of shelter costs, because that's going to be, there's a lot of weird things going on in shelter costs. And actually, the Bureau of Labor Statistics did a great webinar on that yesterday publicly. Very technical, but I think it's important to keep that in mind. But more importantly, the underlying service sector, we're starting to see an uptick in the usage of medical and benefits because quit rates have fallen. People are staying longer in the jobs they have and are now using more of the benefits. That, along with aging demographics, are putting upward pressure on costs and pricing in the medical sector, and that's an area the Fed's going to watch very closely. We also see aging baby boomers are traveling more, and that, along with those people who are working, those people out on vacation in February, were still extremely elevated. And the TSA throughput of the week of the survey, President's Week, showed travel was up at a double-digit rate in terms of air travel in this week in February versus 2019. So that upward pressure on services is still there, and that's what the Fed's going to be looking at in terms of, is that creating too high of a floor for inflation that it can't go down further, even though we're going to see additional declines in things like new vehicle prices, because frankly, dealer lots are now bloated and they're offering incentives again.
Hey, Steve, what should we be focusing more on, or what are we focusing not enough on?
I think the totality of it is what you need to focus on. The wage, the hours worked, the total jobs. I will say one thing. Diane is right. This is not enough to alter the Fed's outlook. But I will say this. Think about it like when a ref starts counting the pinning of a wrestler. 1, 2, gets up, start again in the count. This is 1 when it comes to the uptick in the unemployment rate. It's the thing that I'm most interested in. If this thing starts to tick up for a couple months in a row, you go 1, 2, 3, that could accelerate the Federal Reserve in terms of their possibility of rate cuts.
Okay. Now, guys, just stay right there, because I want to pivot a little bit towards what's happening right now with regard to International Women's Day. It's a big deal here. Let's dig deeper into the workforce dynamic with regard to participation among women in the workforce, especially something called that prime-aged category. It makes it sound like meat, but in essence, we're trying to get at something where people of a certain age bracket are working more. Diane, you've been doing extensive work on this in women in the workplace. What exactly are you seeing trend-wise from the data with regard to that dynamic in America's workforce?
Well, no, sadly, I'm actually out of that prime age category, because that's 25 to 54-year-olds. So
you wouldn't know it, Diane. You wouldn't know it by looking at you.
Thank you. But the good news is that we're seeing these, prime age participation of women hit a record high in 2023. We actually saw much of those gains driven by college-educated women with children under 3. And the pivot to work from home and hybrid all helped that. That said, it's over 20 years since we saw the last peak when my children were little, that we saw the last peak in women's labor force participation, which was on the tail end of the 1990s boom. And what we're seeing is we went from leading the world in terms of women's participation in the workplace to lagging the developed world. in women's participation in the workplace. And that Department of Labor study that you cited earlier on about how much more economic activity we could have in the economy if more women were participating. If we had a participation rate in prime age women that was commensurate with sort of our neighbors to the north in Canada or Germany, we would have 5 million more women, prime age women, working today than they do. We've also seen voluntary part-time work pick up, but in part because childcare problems are included in voluntary part-time. And I think that's very important as well. We know we're in a childcare crisis in the United States. And even though parental leave keeps hitting sort of record highs, people out due to childcare problems also are hitting record highs in a month. And that's despite the fact that the birth rate picked up in 2021, but has not picked up since then. We've seen an expansion of parental leave, but we don't have anything like that in other countries. And of course, it accrues to those college-educated women, again, get more flexibility because they have office work with more flexibility post-pandemic as well. So we've still got a long way to go, but the childcare crisis and the costs of childcare are really stunning, and how much it's disrupting the labor market even today as we look at the figures in today's data is really significant, and it's not going away. And I think that's something that we have to think about much more holistically in the economy in order to not just catch up or cross a peak hit over 20 years ago. We need all hands on deck. We need both men and women participating in the labor market to their fullest. And it's not a zero-sum game. And I think we're leaving a lot of talent on the sidelines because we're not being very accommodative to working parents more broadly.
Steve, I mean, you've done reporting on this before as well. I know. Just how significant of an impact could it be? And would it be a sort of panacea, if you will, for the U.S. economy if we could get more people into the workforce, especially when it comes to bringing women into the labor force as well?
Well, I don't know if this is a little bit controversial, but I think getting more people into the workforce, yes, we need that. But I think the gold standard, now, Diane, tell me if I'm wrong or even sexist on this issue. I think the gold standard is having the choice to be in the workforce, right? And I think that's something that really we should aim for here. Okay, so if women do not want to work, or if couples do not want one of the spouses to work, that's a nice choice to be able to have. It begins with being able to find affordable health care to make that choice. Not healthcare, but childcare to make that choice. So I would just slightly make it a little different. The gold standard is the choice to work or not, depending upon how people want to raise their children culturally and socially. One of the things that the Biden administration did, I think, which was important, was when they restored the legal immigration tracks post-pandemic. It was a very sort of amusing thing to me to watch, which was, well, you couldn't have foreigners coming in. And what was one of the big jobs that some foreigners did? They were au pairs. So you had the number of women dropping out of the workforce because there weren't the child care to do it. That's come back. We are in a better place here, but I completely agree with Diane. We could do a lot better.
All right. This is perfect. We couldn't have set it up any better. Diane Swank at KPMG, our own Steve Leisman, thank you both very much, and have a nice weekend to you both. All right, guys, so let's turn now to someone who knows a thing or two about childcare, the economy, and the affordability crisis that's facing this country. The government aid that kept thousands of programs afloat during the pandemic expired back in September. Our next guest says we are still in the early innings of the fallout from that so-called childcare cliff. Joining me now is Stephen Kramer, the CEO of Bright Horizons. Bright Horizons is one of the biggest for-profit childcare center institutions in America. So you've got a big view on not just the micro issues facing the industry, but the macro as well. Stephen, you just heard the interview from Diane Swank and Steve Leisman. How big of an issue is it, and how much is the American economy being held back because we cannot find enough affordable quality childcare?
Yeah, so we're in total agreement with that last segment. My perspective on this is that access to high quality, affordable childcare is holding working parents back from their ability to work, and ultimately is holding back the economy. And so to the extent that we can find ways, and Bright Horizons has been doing it for 35 years, partnering with employers to invest billions of dollars into childcare, that is a way forward for children, for working parents, and ultimately for society and the economy.
Stephen, what makes childcare so unaffordable for Americans? Is it a mix of the real estate costs that go along with things? Is it the shortage of labor or the cost of labor? What's the mix of things that drives healthcare costs higher in this country?
Yeah, the number one reason why childcare is expensive the way it is because it is expensive to attract, retain, train high quality teachers and practitioners. And ultimately, in order to have high quality in childcare, you need those great people. And the vast majority of the cost structure of any high quality childcare program is tied into those who are delivering the magic every day in the classrooms and the heroes on the front lines who are the teachers in the classrooms.
What exactly does this country need to do? What does a future administration in this country need to do in order to make it so that we have more bandwidth for childcare at a price point that most Americans can actually afford?
Yeah, look, I think that as we look around the world and we think about what are the ways in which we can solve this crisis, it really is going to come down to a number of different things. But fundamentally, it needs to be about making childcare more affordable for working parents. And great examples around the world focus on direct subsidies. They focus on tax incentives, both to individual families as well as to employers who should be incented to get involved in providing childcare like many of our clients do each and every day for their employees.
And really quickly, before we let you go, you partner with a lot of companies to offer this kind of benefit and service. What can companies do?
Yeah, so we partner with 1,400 employer clients across the economy. And what they are doing every day is providing access to on-site subsidized childcare for their employees. They're providing access to backup childcare when an employee has a breakdown in childcare. And they're really thinking across all the life stages to ensure that their employer is able to attract and retain the best talent. And again, employers have a vested interest in this, and we're excited to continue to partner with employers to solve what is a meaningful childcare challenge.
All right, Stephen Kramer at Bright Horizons on the childcare crisis in America. Thank you very much. Have a nice weekend, sir.
Thank you.
All right, well, speaking of employers, Gen Z teens are back to work and more powerful than ever. Kate Rogers is here with more on that aspect of the economic story. Kate.
Hey, Dom. Teens ages 16 to 19 are working again after a big dip seen in 2020. Nearly a third of teens were working as of February. That's a number that's held fairly steady in recent months and peaked in July of 2023. They're also, interestingly, seeing wages rise faster than other age cohorts. Dave Dittenber has spent his career in the restaurant industry, and he's looking to hire teens who see the job as more than just a paycheck. About a quarter of his 150 workers are teens, and he recruits via a Department of Labor apprenticeship program with a focus on hospitality. The message here, this can be more than a first-time job with opportunities to advance.
You know, for Michigan, we're the second largest employer where the industry is. We're a $44 billion industry. And, you know, management can range anywhere from $70,000 to $100,000. So those are careers, right? We need to be able to convey and communicate those messages to the kids.
He's offering more scheduling flexibility and even some perks for teen workers, including things like gym memberships. Chase Georges is one of Dittenber's 17-year-old employees. The high school senior works on the kitchen line and hopes to stay in the industry after graduation.
I normally work around 20, 24 hours, and I found it really easy to balance out my school time with work, and they're very, very negotiable with schedules in case if I need more time to do school.
Now, it is worth noting the long-term trend here is that there are fewer teens working today than there were in the 1970s, 1980s, but kids also, Dom, of course, have different pressures on them, including extracurriculars, college prep, that are more competitive than they were in the past, but really an interesting trend here.
Absolutely. The evolution of the workforce on the young side of things. Kate Rogers, thank you very much. We've now got a news alert on Apple, and Steve Kovac has more on that story. Steve.
Hey, Dom. Yeah, Apple has reinstated Epic Games developer account in the European Union
Epic Games, of course, is the company that makes Fortnite and has been in this long-drawn legal battle across many jurisdictions, including here in the U.S., with Apple over its App Store policies. This is a little complicated, so let me back up a second and kind of explain what's going on here. Apple, just earlier this week, removed the developer's account, which Epic was able to gain because of this new law in the EU called the Digital Markets Act, which went into full effect just yesterday. Since Epic did that, though, Phil Schiller, who is in charge of the App Store, he's the executive at Apple in charge of the App Store, sent a letter to Epic Games saying, we're going to remove your account. One, because you've been kind of blasting us publicly on social media, kind of deriding our policies and things like that. Two, you've also been in litigation with us, both in the United States and Australia. And three, basically saying, 3.5, 4 years ago, you guys purposely broke the rules, which kind of spurred off all this litigation, saying there's a lack of trust and so forth like that. Today, totally reversing course. And the only thing that's really changed here, Dom, is that Digital Markets Act went into effect. And the European Commission, just yesterday, within just an hour or so after the law went into effect, the European Commission telling us we're looking into Apple's practices here. And just under all this pressure, Apple telling us and Epic Games telling us now that that Apple has reinstated the account. Apple says its rationale is because Epic Games has agreed to follow all of their rules and so forth in the App Store. That's true, but also Epic Games agreed to do that days ago, before the DMA even went into effect. So the only thing that's really changed here is regulators started working on it. This is going to be a long, drawn-out battle here, though, but because as we're seeing, this tough law here in the EU is having real effect on Apple and how it operates its App Store. So this is just one beat in a very, very long story, Dom.
Okay, Steve Kovac with latest there. Thank you very much. Coming up on the show, stocks notching new all-time highs today, but that's no surprise to our next guest, who says this stronger market is thanks to a healthier backdrop overall. Fundstrat's Tom Lee joins us to explain, and he tells us where he's still seeing opportunity and where stocks are going from here. Plus, President Biden taking aim at corporate America in his State of the Union address last night. We'll look at the policy implications and whether Congress will be able to avoid a partial government shutdown this time around. The exchange is back after this.
This is The Exchange on CNBC.
Welcome to the exchange. The S&P and the Nasdaq touching record highs after that hot jobs report, both on pace for their 8th positive week in the last 9. Our next guest says there is still more room to run. Joining me now is Tom Lee, managing partner and head of research at Fundstrat Global Advisors. He is also a CNBC contributor. Tom, it's great to have you here. Always great to get your thoughts. And you've been right, because the market just keeps hitting new highs. Today's intraday action may be a little bit disconcerting for some. Is the leadership still intact, though, for the markets overall?
Dom, I think it's a good question because the market is extended and it is a mature rally. We're going to be entering our 20th week next week, but I think we should be giving the stock market the benefit of the doubt. So today, stocks are wobbling. Not a surprise that there is some profit taking. We did actually have a good jobs number, so I'm probably saying one eyebrow is raised because we're selling off on good news. But with margin debt where it is, and I think the earnings backdrop being so strong and the Fed confirming that they're leaning towards cuts this year, I think the backdrop, as you noted earlier, is still very good for equities.
What exactly is going to drive that? We've talked about this idea. It could be underlying earnings growth. It might be the idea of people paying more for that dollar of earnings expected, multiple expansions, so to speak. What's the big tailwind that you see coming up for the markets overall?
It's really all three. I think there is upside to earnings. Earnings beat by 7% in the first quarter, so you're already one quarter in. If consensus is $245, well, that means there could be $10, $15 of upside for just this year on earnings alone. On risk premia, which is what you should put as a PE multiple, well, if the Fed starts cutting and the economy's resilient, the PE is only 15 times ex-FANG. And the third is really flows. There's still $6 trillion of cash on the sidelines. Margin debt is barely budged. It's below where it was in October 2023, which was just a few months ago. So I don't think investors are necessarily that risk on. I mean, I know the market is technically overbought, but Mark Newton, our head of technical strategy, says you don't really want to be, using an overbought as actually a sell signal, because strong markets stay strong.
Tom, you mentioned the idea that leverage isn't what it used to be at points in the past. Does that take a massive market decline off the table? And if we did get a decline, how big in your mind could it be?
Dom, for now, I think it does mitigate downside because when leverage is low, like margin debt at the NYSE, it means investors aren't long, yet the backdrop is improving, so that means they have to use these pullbacks as chances to get long. But at the same time, we expect an air pocket in the first half, something like 7% or more. It's just that there's so many top callers now that I think that's why there's still gas in the tank on this rally.
All right, and last question. We have a few moments. The favorite part of the market for you, given the current valuation?
Well, there's what I think are 5 things that are working this year. I don't really want to talk about all 5, but to me, we know that technology and FANG, including NVIDIA, are working because of AI. And I think that's also pulling up, the miners and Bitcoin because they are kind of correlated trades. The second thing that seems to be working are things that are related around Ozempic and reducing weight loss because of the productivity benefit to workers. But to me, the third, maybe most interesting, is small caps. We think there's 50% upside this year. They're trading at 44% of the price to book of large caps. So I do think that's really one of the sleeper stories this year.
All right. Small caps to trade from Tom Lee at Fundstrat. Thank you very much. Have a nice weekend, Tom.
Thanks. You too.
All right. Well, coming up on the show, this weekend marks 1 year since the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank, and startups are still feeling the effects. We'll tell you what some of the bank's former clients are saying and where the opportunities still are for investors in Silicon Valley.
Gold Bond.
Welcome back to The Exchange, everybody. I'm Tyler Matheson with your news update. An aid ship will be heading to Gaza as a test mission for a new humanitarian sea corridor. This, according to the European Union Commission president today. The news comes as President Joe Biden announced that the U.S. military is going to build a temporary pier in Gaza along the Mediterranean as aid groups say the blockade and fighting in Gaza made it nearly impossible for supplies to enter the region. The political group No Labels just announced that it will name a presidential ticket soon after months of weighing the idea of a so-called unity ticket. No Labels says a formal process for potential candidates will likely begin next week. And France will use artificial intelligence for surveillance during the Paris Olympics this summer. Police, firefighters, public transport, security services, all going to be allowed to use the technology. France, the first European country to legalize the use of AI surveillance, brushing aside warnings from rights groups that it could threaten civil liberties. Tom, back to you.
All right, Tyler Matheson, thank you very much for the news update there. Coming up on the show, corporate taxes and consumer costs at the top of the White House's economic agenda. Up next, we'll tell you what it means for Wall Street and get a trader's take on the stocks that could benefit in 3 buys and a bail. That edition coming up next.
NBC.
Welcome back to The Exchange. President Biden's State of the Union speech sandwiched between 2 congressional votes on a spending bill that would avoid a government shutdown. The House passed it on Wednesday, and the Senate is set to vote on it today. Emily Wilkins has the latest developments from Washington, D.C., while PIMCO's Libby Cantrill joins to discuss the policy and general election impacts of last night's address. Emily, we begin with you.
Well, hey, Donnelly, after months of delaying action on funding the government, the Senate is finally poised to pass a $460 billion package to fund the government for the remainder of the fiscal year. So this is not that stopgap. They're actually funding the government. They just took a procedural motion vote, moving that, continuing to go forward. And they're on track to avoid that partial government shutdown that was otherwise set to start at midnight tonight. Now, we don't yet know when the final vote will be, but we do know a little bit about this package. It includes several foreign policy measures like preventing the sale of any oil in the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to China, and it would also strengthen tracking and review of foreign ownership of U.S. forest land and farmland. Congress is also cutting the budget for a key agency that's leading the way on AI. The National Institute of Standards and Technology will have its budget cut 10% from last fiscal year, even as the Biden administration has tasked it with developing standards for AI, managing risk with the new technology, and helping identify what types of AI could be harmful. Now, even if lawmakers do avoid a shutdown today, the biggest challenge is yet to come. The next tranche of government funding bills is due March 22nd, and lawmakers tell me that these are the harder bills to get done. It's going to be more of a challenge to find an agreement, and of course, it contains the bulk of government funding, including several critical departments like the Department of Defense. Dom?
All right. Emily Wilkins in Washington, D.C. with the latest there. Thank you very much. Let's turn now to Libby Cantrell for a deeper dive into the policy impacts of Biden's economic agenda as laid out last night by the State of the Union. Libby, as you were watching it, what stood out to you as the key focal point or key message that the president was trying to get across to not just Congress, but of course to the American people?
Yeah, well, good afternoon, Dom. I mean, in some ways, from a policy perspective, this was a rehashing of many of the policies that President Biden ran on in 2020, that he's repeated in other State of the Union. So I'm not sure there was that much that's new. He did reinforce a few things, though, that are, I think, important or potentially important to the market. He leaned into this idea of increasing the corporate tax rate from 21% to 28%. He also supported this idea of quadrupling the buyback tax, the surcharge from 1% to 4%, among some other tax changes, including a 25% wealth tax for those who have $100 million more of assets. However, and this is a big however, and something that we are reinforcing to our clients, is that so much of his ability to get this done in 2025, should he win re-election, will really depend on whether he has a cooperative Congress. Does he have a Democratic Senate and a Democratic House? I think that's a real open question, just given the pretty difficult map for Democrats. It does look in the Senate, it looks like it may be difficult for them to keep the Senate. So as a result, I think we are just guiding our clients to sort of just take this with a big grain of salt. This is sort of more populist from an economic perspective, but probably is going to be difficult to actually translate into policy, even if he were to win a re-election.
So that's down ballot stuff, right? That's this idea that you need to see other elections besides just the one at the top of the chain go the way that you need it to go, whether you're a Republican or a Democrat. What is the handicapping process that you're going through right now from a policy perspective on how you're telling people how these down ballot elections could play out and what effects it will have on the economic agenda that any president would want to lay out?
Yeah, I think that actually as much focus is on the election around the White House, around the presidential election. That might be a little sexier, more interesting. We would argue that actually for this election cycle in particular, just given the dynamics in both the Senate, which the Democrats control by a very slim margin right now, and the dynamics in the House, which Republicans control by a very slim margin, they're basically both up for grabs this election cycle, Dom. So again, just given the challenging map of seats in states that are up for re-election in the Senate, Democrats, it looks like the odds favor Democrats for losing the Senate, but they may actually have a higher chance of taking back the House. And in which case, and this is sort of the important punchline here, is that for all of either candidates, President Biden or former President Trump, whatever they talk about fiscal policy and what they want to do in 2025, just remember that if they have a split Congress, they're going to be able to do much, much less than what they might be suggesting on the campaign trail.
Libby, it sounds like we've talked about these issues in past election cycles, this idea that gridlock is good for Wall Street in some ways. Are you forecasting more of a gridlock type situation no matter who wins the White House?
Well, actually, and the data would corroborate that, Dom. If you look at just the S&P, its performance since the 1950s, the stock market actually performs better typically under divided government or split Congress. So that has actually been sort of, again, verified by data. You know, I think it's just too early to tell at this point. Of course, we're just in March. It's sort of unbelievable. I know it feels like the general election campaign's already been going on for several months. You know, usually in a typical presidential election cycle, we would just be getting sort of the beginning of the primary process. But because we basically, for all intents and purposes, know the presidential nominees for each of the parties, we're already pivoting to sort of policy prognostications. But what we're telling clients is it's still early. You know, don't extrapolate too much from the head-to-head polls, and even on the down ballot races, it's just too difficult to guess and handicap at this point whether we'll see a split Congress or, you know, a red wave or even, you know, even though it seems less likely, a Democratic wave.
All right. Libby Cantrell with PIMCO with the latest state of play. Thank you very much. We'll see you soon.
Thanks, Tom.
All right. So now that the Biden's roadmap has been laid out, which stocks could actually benefit here? We've got 3 names to buy and 1 to avoid in today's edition of 3 Buys and a Bail. Our trader of record today is Chris Grisanti, MAI Capital Management's Chief Equity Strategist. Chris, always great to get your thoughts here. We heard the discussion with Libby right now. Let's talk a little bit about what it means and what it means for voters this cycle. It's inflation. Promising to bring it down is President Biden. Consumer prices are a key sector, right, a key part of sectors like food and other staples. Where do you see opportunities with regard to how to play that inflation battle, so to speak, that everybody's trying to fight right now?
Sure, Dom. Well, first of all, Dom, it's always good to be with you again. On inflation, I think the important thing here is it's down, but boy, the president's getting tagged with it, and it's not gone. So especially in the grocery store. So what we're looking for is a company that can sell smaller items. You mind inflation a lot more if you're buying something that costs $100 than if you're buying, say, a candy bar. So we like Hershey's. And Hershey's is suffering right now because cocoa prices are at record highs. And so Hershey's is selling at a record low valuation for Hershey's. So what we think will happen is cocoa prices will moderate eventually, as they always do, and you'll get a double tailwind of the profits increasing because the raw ingredient cost has gone down, but also the valuation will go up and return to its normal level. So we really like Hershey's here as a way to take advantage of the lingering inflation that we still see at the checkout count.
All right, so that's the consumer staple side. Next up, let's turn our attention to another key point. It's Big Pharma. President Biden is looking to expand Medicare price negotiation for prescription drugs and cap the costs, things like insulin. Bristol Myers Squibb already negotiating the price of its blood thinner drug Eliquis. Chris, you like BMY and another name as well.
I do. I like both BMY and I like Pfizer. And Dom, it's like deja vu all over again, to quote Yogi Berra. Every presidential election year, the pharma companies get beat up early in the year. Their price suffers. If you look at a 2-year chart of these guys, they're down drastically over the last 2 years. But price controls never get the support they need to get in Congress in order to pass. And so by mid-year, they start to get a bid, and they end up being pretty good stocks by the end of the year. This is a particularly strong year, I think, for this phenomenon because these stocks have suffered because so much capital has been sucked out to the Mag 7 and have left stocks like Pfizer and Bristol Myers with single-digit multiples, and Pfizer, for example, near a 6% dividend yield. And these are investment-grade companies. I think this is a real good risk-reward for folks, and I take advantage of it.
All right. And for the last buy here, it's clean energy and electric vehicles. Biden touting investment in battery technology, charging infrastructure. Chris, you like lithium, and specifically Albemarle.
I do, and I don't like it generally. I think it's a real tough way to make money in the mining stocks and in natural resources generally. But every so often, Dom, just like oil 4 years ago in the pandemic where it went, remember, it went negative for a day? Anyway, lithium prices are down 80%. all of a sudden the folks that loved EVs 2 years ago now think there's never going to be another EV sold in the United States. So, and obviously the truth is somewhere in between. We think EVs are eventually the way of the future. They're catching on much quicker, of course, in China and Europe than they are here, but we think it's coming. And we think buying a lithium producer, I like Albemarle, that's down almost 70% from its highs, would be akin to buying energy stocks 4 years ago. And remember, energy ended up being the best performing sector for the next 2 years after that. So that's the kind of opportunity I think we've got here.
All right, Chris, let's talk about the bail. It's home builders for you. Biden pushing for an annual tax credit for mortgages and freeing up more federal financing for builders. But Chris, you're bearish on these builders. Why?
Yeah, now you've got to put it in context, Dom. On this show 2 years ago, I really liked these guys. And it was because interest rates were starting to come up and the stocks had gone down 50, 60, even some of them 70%. And I saw that as a buying opportunity. Well, we purchased them then. We are now getting out of them. The reason is they've gone way up. They've almost tripled in value. If you look at the XHB, for example, it's just terrific over the last 2 years. And I think the president's proposal of a tax credit for new home buyers looks good on paper, but it's going to be dead on arrival in a Republican Congress. $10,000 isn't that much compared to the average cost of a home. And I think that it's too little, too late. And I'd take the profits in a group that's just done terrific and flying in the face of higher interest rates. Who'd have thought the home builders would have been a world beater in that kind of environment?
It's been a tear for sure. Chris Crisanti with MAI Capital Management. Thank you very much. We'll see you soon, Chris.
Thanks, Tom. See you.
All right, still ahead on the show, shares of Novo Nordisk lowered today, but up more than 6% this week after its experimental weight loss pill saw promising early trial results. Its market cap, by the way, now bigger than Tesla's. We'll get a check on the other big movers coming up next. Welcome back to the exchange. Markets right now still in the red. At the highs of the session, the Dow was up 179 points. At the low, it was down 86. It's currently down about 49, 50 points right now. The S&P, the NASDAQ composite, the real laggard so far today, and the 10-year note yield just about 4.09%. Well, coming up on the show, it's been a year since the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank, and while we may not feel it acutely here on the East Coast, it's a very big deal in the Bay Area and the West Coast. A look at the impact on both Main Street and the tech industry coming up next.
Hi. This listing sounds incredible. Let's check it out. Says here it gets plenty of light. And this must be the ocean view of Aruba. Huh. This listing is misleading.
Well, when AT&T says businesses get our best deal on iPhone 15 Pro made with titanium, we mean it.
Amazing. All my agents want it. Says here inviting pool.
Come on over.
Too inviting.
Only AT&T gives businesses our best deals on any iPhone. Get iPhone 15 Pro on us.
This is our future, Ma. GoDaddy Aero creates a logo, website, even social posts in minutes.
How?
AI.
AI like it. Who wants to come see the future?
Get your business online in minutes with GoDaddy Aero.
Diversifying into Bitcoin? Type GBTC into your investment account today, or ask your financial advisor about the world's largest Bitcoin ETF. Ticker GBTC. Bitcoin investing begins here.
Lantern Pharma, stock symbol LTRN on the NASDAQ. Lantern Pharma is revolutionizing cancer therapy development with its AI platform RADAR, the world's largest AI platform for oncology drug development. With over 60 billion data points and 200+ advanced machine learning algorithms, Lantern is developing breakthrough approaches across 12 cancer indications with 3 drug candidates in clinical trials. Lantern Pharma, symbol LTRN.
At Mod & Bow, we believe that making the perfect pair of jeans is an art. We apply the resin, then we hand scrape it, pin and tie it, wash it, and apply the finishing touches. Our signature Mod & Bow jeans have dynamic stretch to provide flexibility and a comfortable fit. And we handcraft every pair with a care and quality you can only get from a true family business. I'm Alejandro, founder at Mod & Bow, and making incredibly comfortable jeans is our passion.
When you automate sales tax with Avalara, you don't have to worry about things like changing tax rates or filing returns.
Avalara.
I'm tired of overpaying for a close shave.
Harry's, I don't have to. Harry's offers 5-blade closeness and comfort.
And refills cost as low as $2 each, half of what I paid before. Go to harrys.com/TV to claim your $5 trial.
Tech Check is sponsored by Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Welcome back to the exchange. It's been a year since the SVB collapse, the biggest bank bust since the financial crisis, and the end of an institution that was integral to Silicon Valley. Deirdre Bosa joins us now for today's Tech Check. And Dee, startups are still feeling the pinch, the effects of SVB's collapse.
They absolutely are. So after the collapse, you did see this flight to big banks, but that's not an option for many early stage companies, nor small and medium-sized businesses. Their profile is considered too risky, or they may need specialized services, a role that only SVB really provided. A year later, that role still has not been filled. I sat down with Parker Conrad, Rippling CEO, yesterday. You might remember his startup was at the center of the storm because they provided payroll for thousands of companies, not just within tech. Here's how he describes SVB's unique value proposition to startups and Main Street small businesses.
I'll tell you the thing that was unique about Silicon Valley Bank for us, that was why we started working with them. When Rippling was just getting started, when it was like literally working out of like my actual basement, we needed to get a set of very specialized banking relationships to do what we wanted to do, to be able to move money on behalf of clients for payroll. And at the time, most banks, would never work with a company like ours.
SVB was essentially a one-stop shop for many startups, small businesses, and even their employees, providing mortgages or personal loans. And SVB even took equity stakes in the companies themselves and partnered with VCs. So the concern that still exists 1 year later is that the next generation of innovation and entrepreneurs, they aren't getting funded in the new landscape, and that will have greater implications down the road for the so-called innovation economy, Dom.
All right. Deirdre Bosa with the latest tech check there on SVB. Thank you very much for that. We'll see you later on. And before we go today, we want to check back in on shares of Novo Nordisk. The FDA has approved Wegovy for cardiovascular risk reduction in people with overweight or obesity and established cardiovascular disease. Novo shares right now pairing some of the losses. You can still see they're down on the day. Still, though, keep an eye on Novo Nordisk. That does it for the exchange. Power Lunch picks things up after this quick break. Have a great weekend, everybody. Markets are down. We'll see you on Monday.
To answer.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Power Lunch. Alongside Courtney Reagan, I'm Tyler Mathisen. Glad you could join us. Stocks have turned lower this afternoon by a little bit as markets digest the jobs report. 275,000 jobs added in February. That was more than expected. Wages ticked up, less than forecast, and the unemployment rate did jump to 3.9%.
Looking at the weekly market numbers, all the major averages set to finish the week in the red. Bitcoin turning to close out a very strong week, though, with a new record crossing 70,000 for the first time ever. We were just talking about it crossing 61,000. It feels like, Tyler,
a little bit off the 70,000, but there it is at 68,000 for something that may or may not have value. We begin this hour with a bunch of news on big tech, most of it not so good. Microsoft still struggling to deal with a hack attack. U.S. companies increasingly targeted by disinformation campaigns, a threatened ban on TikTok, and a look at the troubles brewing inside of Google. First up, though, Eamon Javers on that Microsoft hack. Eamon, it happened in January, but I guess the ill effects are still affecting the company.
Tyler, that's right. Microsoft updated their 8K this morning, disclosing that they've been unable to stop this ongoing cyber attack by an entity that's believed to be the Russian SVR, which is Moscow's formidable foreign intelligence agency. Microsoft says the attacker, which in cybersecurity circles is known by code names including Midnight Blizzard, Nobelium, and Cozy Bear, has been using information stolen from corporate email systems to gain access to some of the company's source code repositories and internal systems. The company says the Russians have stolen secrets shared over email between customers and Microsoft, that Microsoft has been reaching out to its customers to assist them in mitigating the damage here. Now, the company also says the volume of some aspects of this attack have increased by as much as 10 times in February. So this is clearly a serious and ongoing situation. It's worth noting that Microsoft first saw this campaign in January, and now here we are 2 months later. They still have not been able to push the attacker here out of their systems. Microsoft's language around this attack has been particularly dire, saying in January that given the vast resources of a nation-state attacker, we are shifting the balance we need to strike between security and business risk. The traditional sort of calculus is simply no longer sufficient. And saying today that this attack reflects what has become more broadly an unprecedented global threat landscape. Tyler, back over to you.
All right, Eamon, thanks very much.
Wow, I mean, Eamon, while you're here, we want to ask you actually about a couple of other things. About a new warning specifically for U.S. companies from the intelligence community. This is, gosh, got a lot of dire news for us here today.
Yeah, that's right, Courtney. A new warning today to American companies from the U.S. intelligence community, alerting corporate America of the threat of targeted Chinese disinformation campaigns. Normally, when we think of nation-state disinformation efforts, we think of these vast media campaigns designed to affect election results or to sow division in society broadly. But these are narrowly tailored local campaigns designed to oppose company plans to open new plants or mines or facilities. These can take the form of phony NIMBY-style opposition to development, or even phony environmental activism online, complete with fake American personas designed to inflame real opposition in the real world. Now, China's goal here, they say, is to slow down U.S. development of resources that are crucial to the American high-tech industry. Now, in an exclusive statement to CNBC, National Counterintelligence and Security Center Director Mike Casey says some Western critical minerals firms competing with China have found themselves targeted by disinformation operations designed to damage their reputations and undermine new projects. This can impact a company's bottom line. In today's world, companies need to be armed with response plans that they've tested and are ready to action when the disinformation targets them. Now, this warning follows a speech that Casey gave to business executives in Alabama earlier this year, in which he cited an incident in Texas where fake social media accounts sprouted up claiming a rare earth project in that state would expose residents to radiation and environmental damage. The incident, which happened in 2022, was codenamed Dragon Bridge by cybersecurity experts at Mandiant. The firm found the Texas campaign was part of this global effort targeting rare earth projects in Malaysia and elsewhere around the world, guys. So something else for companies to watch out for.
So these attacks would be to achieve a kind of commercial advantage for what? For Chinese-backed companies and state-owned enterprises?
What U.S. intelligence tells me is that this is all about just throwing some sand in the gears for U.S. manufacturers of high-tech equipment, delaying their access to these rare earth minerals and other products that high-tech manufacturers need inside the United States. So the idea here is if you can throw up fake NIMBY-style opposition or environmental opposition, that can tick off real opposition by real local people who see that online and say, hey, wait a second, I'm against that project too. And that can cause problems for American miners, American businesses, plant owners, and the like. The whole thing here is geared toward China's strategic advantage in that area.
All right, Eamon Javers, thanks very much reporting on threats today. All right, while U.S. companies find themselves being targeted by foreign governments, the U.S. government is targeting Chinese companies, specifically momentum gaining against TikTok as the House Committee unanimously voted to approve a bill that could lead to the platform being banned in the United States. Lawmakers argue the bill is more of a national security measure against TikTok's owner ByteDance and less really to any threat posed by TikTok itself. Let's bring in Danny Ceballos, NBC News and MSNBC legal analyst, and Andrew Selepak, social media professor at the University of Florida. Professor, let me begin with you to sort of describe what the sensitivity is to TikTok and ByteDance, its parent.
Well, there's a couple different issues that are going on. The first is from a data security perspective, and that's one of the big issues that we're hearing about. And it's how the Chinese government could, in essence, get access to the 170 million American users who are on TikTok, their data, and use that data for various potentially nefarious purposes, including spying on journalists, spying on politicians, depending on who's using it. The other big and significant issue is how the Chinese government could essentially manipulate the algorithm and provide different content to an American audience or a foreign audience, as opposed to the content that the Chinese audience sees. So we know, for example, that in China, young people are seeing content that encourages them to be engineers, doctors, good citizens, whereas here in the United States, the content is much more about having young people create provocative dances or having a lot more sort of dissensus when it comes to our political system. So we know that there's two significant issues from those two perspectives that Congress is sort of very worried about, and justifiably so.
Danny, you know, banning TikTok would make a lot of parenting decisions very easy. But that aside, obviously there are significant free speech issues here. There are censorship issues here. Walk us through a couple of those items that ought to be of concern.
Well, the First Amendment is certainly implicated, but how? On the one hand, a foreign company doesn't necessarily have First Amendment rights here in the U.S., but the rights that may be implicated are the rights of those 170 million users in the United States. They may have not only a right to speak on the platform, but also the Supreme Court has said that people have a right to receive information as well as part of the First Amendment, and that can include a right to receive that information from abroad. One major case in the Supreme Court many years ago it involved a situation where Americans had a right to receive communist literature from other countries in the mail. So there is this First Amendment right. It is implicated, but the First Amendment is not absolute. This is only stage one. Stage two would be deciding whether or not the government, their interest is substantially related to this legislative fix. In other words, the government has to have a really good reason to infringe upon First Amendment rights. And their reason would arguably be that they are protecting the United States from foreign governments.
Andrew, earlier on in sort of the beginning answer, you were talking about collecting data from journalists or from politicians, and that the worry is that it would be used in nefarious ways. But didn't President Biden just recently join TikTok as part of his election campaign? I mean, what kind of data would be gathered and used in potentially harmful ways? And why in the world did Biden sign up for TikTok then?
Well, there's two questions there. And I think probably the more significant one is, why did he suddenly sign up for TikTok? And I think that is an obvious answer, and that's to reach a younger audience. You can look at all the polling data that indicates that his numbers with younger audiences has been hurting. And one of the, along those same lines, one of the issues that I don't think has necessarily received a lot of attention is the fact that a lot of the younger people who are upset with him have been upset because of his response to what's going on in Gaza. And we know from research, we know from a lot of discussions that are going on online, that a lot of the discussions about what's going on in Gaza has been on TikTok. So if we look at it from that perspective, yes, he's trying to reach younger voters on the platform, one. And two, one of the reasons why potentially the Biden administration might be behind and might be supporting this legislation, and a lot of members in Congress, is because of the content that is actually being produced on there and how it's creating a negative reaction for them in the upcoming election. As for the data, which is, again, the significant issue, we also have to keep in mind that all apps, all websites sell data, and it's accessible to our government, any company that wants to purchase it, including the Chinese government. But what I think a lot more of this concern kind of comes from is, what data is TikTok specifically collecting that might be different than data that, say, Facebook or Instagram or Snapchat is collecting, and then how they're using that data to see maybe who journalists are contacting Hong Kong, mainland China, or around the world.
Danny, what is the bill refers to national security interests. What are the national security interests that are threatened by TikTok?
Well, the reason that wording, that language is in the bill, of course, is they are trying to insulate in advance a constitutional challenge by putting in the bill saying, hey, in case you're wondering, future court that hears this case, national security is our compelling interest. And that is why if the court finds, whatever court in the future hears this issue, if the court finds that this is infringing on the First Amendment, we've already put some of the magic words in there. Because if the interest is important enough, it can withstand what's called strict scrutiny, the highest test of constitutionality whenever fundamental rights like the First Amendment are being infringed upon. But again, it is a two-step process. First, the First Amendment has to actually be involved here. It may be the case that users don't have a constitutional right to access TikTok. But there is another Supreme Court case that even gave convicted felons the right to access social media. So the courts have recognized that social media has become such a part of our culture that there may be an increased right to access it in a way that we just didn't think about maybe 2 or 3 decades before social media even existed.
Danny, how likely is it that TikTok will be banned here in the United States if it does not divest from its parent company, ByteDance?
That's the magic question, really, because the second part of your question was the conditional divestment. An outright ban would be more susceptible to constitutional attack. So that's why legislation is cloaked like this to say, well, okay, if you divest, you're not banned. That's just an additional step to try and keep this federal legislation from being overturned by a court. And just as a little asterisk here, federal legislation is more likely to be constitutional than state legislation, as we saw in Montana. Not only is the First Amendment implicated with state legislation, but also is something called the Commerce Clause. And an individual state can't unduly burden interstate commerce by saying, for example, if Montana said, only red cars in the state of Montana. That would obviously unconstitutionally burden all kinds of commerce because so many trucks with any red on them would have to pull off on the exit and avoid Montana.
Wow, fascinating stuff. Thank you so much, Danny Savalas and Andrew Selapak. Thanks for joining us on this one. Now we're going to turn to Google, the company firing an employee who protested at an Israel tech event, part of growing dissension inside the company. Jennifer Elias wrote that story for CNBC.com, and she joins us now from San Francisco. Jennifer, first of all, just sort of give us the rundown of what happened here, what the employee said, and why the employee was fired as a result.
Sure. So as Google Israel director was making his keynote speech at a tech conference in New York Monday, a Google Cloud engineer stood up and protested Google's Project Nimbus, which is a $1 billion artificial intelligence contract with the Israeli government and military. He was escorted out of the building, and it was captured on camera, went viral online. We found that the company fired him yesterday, reasoning that it was interfering with an official company-sponsored event. But we also found this week that Google prematurely shuttered an internal discussion forum in the company ahead of a planned International Women's Day summit after a swarm of comments about the Middle East crisis and Palestinian women gained popularity in the forum. One example was claiming the company's new AI chatbot Gemini was showing bias in its search results. And those are some things that we found happening this week, and you can tell the dissent has been growing, and it's been harder for the leadership to kind of quell this.
If that was just this week, I mean, I imagine there might be other incidents that we may not know of right now or yet. I mean, is this part of a wider culture issue at Google? I somewhat recall back around the 2016 election, there were issues as well, sort of with free speech among employees supporting different candidates.
Right. Well, Google has always, since its founding, fostered this sort of open source, open discussion culture. And, you know, as it's ballooned its workforce, it's, you know, needed money in other areas that hasn't kind of grown on trees for them very easily. It's had to kind of crack down and become what is, you know, a normal corporation. However, it still tries to keep this spirit of openness. So it's always struggled to have this balance, more so than other companies, because of how essential it was to the culture. I mean, employees were recruited on this, you know, idealism and speaking out, dissent. The founders did it themselves before stepping down. So yeah, this is something that was sort of inherited to current CEO Sundar Pichai, and something he's had to balance.
What has Google said either about the termination of the employee? I assume it is simply that this individual was disrupting a company function. It had nothing to do with the content of the messaging that person said. But in the other case where the chat or messaging service was swamped with comments about the Hamas-Israel conflict, what has the company said there, if anything?
Right. So the company actually hasn't addressed specifically the Gemini example. For example, the Gemini chatbot kind of showing bias according to what the employees had found and what we found too when using it. As far as the firing the employee, they claimed it was an official company-sponsored event and it created a disruption that violated its policies, though it didn't tell us what the policy was. But it's a little tough because at the same time, you can see in that video, as he's being escorted out of the building, the Google Israel director is actually saying one of the great things he loves about working at Google is the democratic values and the ability for employees to have differing opinions. So you really have the leadership, and this has been an ongoing problem, saying two different things and kind of acting two different ways and expecting the employees to kind of catch up.
So what was the chatbot asked, and why was what was its response, if any, and why was that response regarded as insufficient or biased?
Well, one example we found was an employee tested it asking Gemini chatbot if women in Gaza deserve human rights, and it actually didn't have results. It said check it out on Google search or look it up separately. So it gave no response to that. But when asked about other countries, including France, for example, it came up where Gemini responded saying absolutely they deserve human rights and had several bullet points showing why they did and backing up that assertion. So doing things like that, that's just one example of what employees found. And,
so it was the absence of an affirmative response in response to a question that was posed about Gaza specifically and then posed in a different context about France and whether women should have human rights.
And it was a pretty straightforward question, yeah.
All right, Jennifer, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, coming up, despite the Fed's hopes, the economy is still running a little hot. The jobs report coming in higher than expected. More on that ahead. But first, as we head to break, a quick power check. On the positive side, Etsy up around 5%. On the negative, Costco sales coming out a little lighter than expected. I've been doing my part. That's your power check. We'll be right back.
In the
Ken
long-term
Jack.
charts right now, very quickly, we back to you.
Always great
What
energy
the
from
fuck
Chicago
are you
in
guys
the pits.
doing
Thank you
in that
very much,
office?
Rick and Peter. Well, the stars are aligning. for
Just
Hollywood,
dicking
the
around,
Oscars,
playing with a
and
bowling. Why? What the fuck are you guys doing in that office? Just dicking around, playing with a bowling ball, watching? You're there to fucking work and make content. Wake the fuck up!
I wanted to scream at Nate. Nate sent me a phone number. I thought it was his, so I was like ready to go. And then Gia picked up, but I couldn't lay off the.
Why the fuck's it on Kelly Key's computer? What the fuck are you doing? Wake the fuck up! Who fucking put it on the TV? Why? What the fuck are you guys doing in that office? Just dicking around, playing with a bowling ball, watching? You're there to fucking work and make content. Wake the fuck up!
I wanted to scream at Nate. Nate sent me a phone number. I thought it was his, so I was like ready to go. And then Gia picked up, but I couldn't lay off the brakes and just went nuts on that. New York had it on the TVs. Like, that's crazy. Why? Like Gia. No, it was on Kelly Keege's computer. Ken Jack was making a video. Gia recorded it and panned over to Kelly Keege's monitor, and it was a link that anybody could go to.
Yeah, that's what ended up happening.
These people do not have access to anything that a random fan doesn't have access to. I don't know why they feel they do. It's like entitlement. Like, just stay out of the way and let me fucking make content without you fuckers screwing it up. But like Kelly Keegs, what are you doing in the middle of the day with that on your monitor watching it? Shouldn't you be fucking doing something productive or trying to? Why was the live stream on your computer at any point today? Why? Yeah, like, you don't have things to do? Why? Why would you guys be messing around with any of it? Like, why? What, like that, dropping a bowling ball to see, like, if Clemmer can hear you? Like, why? Why not leave it alone when it has nothing to do with you? Well, yeah, I mean, I've heard what happened. It's like Gia saw a bowling ball and then scrolled to yours and gave away a live link that then gives out the whole stream. But it's like, why the fuck are you guys sitting around too? It's like, if I cut it, why are you guys watching?
Why the fuck's it on Kelly Key's computer? What the fuck are you?
It's just people not enough to do. That's the one, hey, let's see if he can fucking hear. It doesn't lead to, hey, Kelly Keegs, pull it up on your computer so we can watch to see if Clemmer reacts. The Gia being like, this is funny.
A major theme
so let me
in the
video
oil
put,
patch
like,
is
it's all
consolidation with
packaged.
more than $230 billion worth of upstream U.S. deals in last year alone.
What?
Pippa
Yeah.
Stevens is here with what that means for investors.
All right,
We've seen a
like,
record year consolidation in what some are now calling shale 4.0.
Right, but all to me,
and a
it's
major
like, it's
driver
just
of this
people
is
not-
the need for companies to secure inventory. So they're looking for the best
what it is.
acreage,
That's what
the
it
best
screams to me.
undrilled resources so that they can grow, maintain, maybe even grow their production looking forward amid concerns about peak shale. And so now that's led to a lot of consolidation in the Permian, of course, by far the most important oil basin. And so we have this chart from Rystad Energy, which shows how large the largest players have now become. You can see Exxon and Pioneer, once that deal closes, if and when I should say it closes, they're by far the biggest driller there, followed by Chevron, Diamondback, and Endeavor, as well as Oxy and Crown Rock. And now looking forward, more than 60% of the remaining drilling resources in the Permian are now owned by just these 6 players. And so what that means for investors is Evercore ISI has talked about this theme of winner takes all within the global upstream sector. So as you can see there, average market cap has about doubled over the last decade for the S&P energy constituents, while the number of companies in the sector has been all but cut in half. And so that's, again, created this extreme concentration with Exxon and Chevron now making up about 43% of the overall
Yeah,
market
like
cap.
you don't have
and
things
also, we
to
have
do.
to remember that energy
Why?
has
Why
been
would you
very
guys
much
be
out of
messing around
favor.
with any of it?
And
Like
so
why?
it's
What,
hard
like
to
that?
attract
Nice job, Liz. I kind of just gave up. I was really frustrated.
Why not leave it alone when
you're
it
going
has
to
nothing
focus
to do?
on the biggest names.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've heard what happened. It's like Gia saw a
Oh,
bowling
come
ball
on.
and then scrolled to yours and gave away a live link that then gives out the whole stream. But it's like why the fuck are you guys sitting around too? It's like if I
I don't know if the camera's still on or not. It might have a little resistance up here. I'm just frustrated. I missed Tesla this morning. All morning. 185, 184. Like, Coinbase. Forgot what the other one was. Oh, let's not talk about the UVXY. The amount of fucking opportunity there was today is just... Like, look at these. Let's go look at UVXY. UVXY. I should have bought it at 15 cents. Even though it's drilling hard to the downside right now.
Physical violence that killed a young woman in 2022. Masa Amin's death while in custody of the so-called morality police.
That's crazy.
Protests led by women and girls in the theocratic regime.
I want to see what they were.
Also said Iran committed crimes against humanity in its response to the protests.
I just can't believe this. I missed out on so much money, and I'm like, why? Like, this could have been a home run type of day. This could have been 4, 5, 6. Just right there. Again, you know what I mean? Like I said, there's other things I think that really, you know, just trying to run the stream and I don't know. These motherfuckers went to 40 cents. We could have got, we were talking about getting long down here at 10 cents to 13 cents. That's crazy. They went to 40, 30, hell, 25. But, you know, not a home run, but still, you know, Coinbase would have been the home run. That was $1.80 to over 1,100 or $11 over $11 a contract. So I kind of was just like, you know what, I'm done with today. It's obviously not meant to be. Xfinity, you know, doing, you know, with my internet shutting down. So I was already scared that they were going to shut it down again like they did yesterday. I don't know if you noticed it yesterday. They did it yesterday as well. Like, I had to restart the stream like 3 separate times because they were doing something. I'm like, dude. So I'm like, going into the day, I'm like, okay, like, what am I going to do about that? Because then I'll have to quickly, you know, get Wi-Fi off of my phone because it'll try to connect to Wi-Fi and won't get on the internet. So disconnect Wi-Fi, and then get online, just in case something were to happen. It just was like, let's just completely avoid any like stupid thing that could happen, because it will happen. It just lowered the risk a little bit today. But you could have I still would have had a bomb-ass day, man. So I just wish there was somebody out there that was able to benefit from this. These motherfuckers out here spending thousands of dollars just to get fucking tracked by other people and make other people rich by paying them thousands of dollars. Not only that, but giving them all their information on top of it. You know? I mean, it's the industry. It's been like that for years, but, you know, it's frustrating. Not that, you know, I'm not saying that YouTube doesn't do it, but, you know, they're also not charging you anything to use their platform. Man, that's an insane move, bro. That's such an insane move. Let's see where Bitcoin ended up. I'm gonna indigestion. It just sucks, man. There was such a big day today, and I'm like as soon as I missed Tesla, I thought that I missed it. I looked at something else. I'm like, dude, not again. Not again. I've been waiting all week to get to Friday.
Just raised her target on the S&P 500 for this year to a range of 5,400 to 5,800. That's up from
I mean, I thought so too. I thought so too. I wasn't sure if you were going to get back through 412, 512, right here. When you bounce back through that area. Let me use the 3-minute chart. This was crazy. I really did. It looked like in the middle of the candle too, when it broke down here, that it was going to turn it into resistance. It looked like it for a minute right here. Like you just completely just put in like you could say it's a double bottom, but there's a retest. That might be a retest. I don't know. Go look and see what the other countries are. Like, do you know what the Japanese market is?
Didn't mention. We've got the election, and of course, whatever the
I mean, I know Germany's DAX. I mean, I don't know if this is it, but that's at a if that's their index.
under right now, 5,800, long way to go from there. So with the election, I understand people are very passionate about their candidate, but at the end of the day, it's about earnings. And when we look at the legislation that President Biden has put into place between the Infrastructure Act, the CHIPS Act, and the Inflation Protection Act, that is adding to businesses' bottom line. I think that's baked in for this year. That's another reason why I have confidence that markets can go higher and getting to
So Australia.
to be able to cut rates.
Okay, new high.
Today. I think that data had something for the bulls and something for the bears. I think it's really a Goldilocks. I do think that
Should be STOX.
that it will give them the ability to eventually cut rates. I think they want a little bit more data. So maybe as we move into more of the summer months, like going into June, we may actually see rate cuts, and that will be also very positive, I think, for the markets.
If I'm reading my notes right, you're basically saying go with the MO, and the MO, as in momentum, has been growth, big cap, and tech. Why do you favor those areas over value and smaller cap?
You know, Tyler, that's a phenomenal question. I believe we're in a secular bull market. Secular bull markets last 15 to 20 years. And you have to look at the leadership and where that leadership is, because that's going to maintain throughout that secular trend. And that's the technology sector. And when you dive down into that, I know we keep talking about the Magnificent Seven, the Mag 4, it used to be FANG. It really is semiconductors. And I'm keeping my eye on the semiconductor space as the major leadership, and I still think we're going to see significant highs. So I do think that there is a pivotal change that's coming from artificial intelligence or AI that we're all trying to learn and factor in. So those are my thoughts on that space.
All right, just pointing out, we have to leave it there. I'm sorry to say, Marianne, but Meta, Advanced Micro, and Taiwan Semi are among your picks in that area. It doesn't get much bigger than those. Marianne Bartel.
As I said, I still like the mega caps. I still think this is
Yeah, so Tesla was a bummer. Tesla was a bummer. I wanted those 175 puts. We never really got the retest. This was crazy because I've been waiting for weeks now. I've been waiting for weeks to get this bounce back to that level.
All right, Marianne Bartels, thank you very much. Sanctuary Wealth, Chief Investment Officer.
Sucks, bro. I'm really upset with myself today.
Year coming to an end, but not without some major recognition. Our Julia Borston will give us her 2024 red carpet report. from the Oscars. That's next.
Crypto Watch is sponsored by Grace.
See what happens this afternoon. I don't know if there's any way I'm going to be able to make anything happen, but I'll be here though. If anybody needs any help or wants to cover anything or sees anything, if there's something you guys want me to throw up on the charts, just let me know and I'll throw it up there.
They're all expecting more. More efficiency, more benefits, more growth. When you realize you can give your people everything and more.
Thank you very much.
Ask, now what? Here's what. You go with Prudential to protect, empower, and grow. With everything you need to deliver, you guessed it, more.
One more thing.
Who's your rock? Learn more at Prudential.com.
Ameritrade is now part of
I'm getting a migraine. Getting such a bad migraine.
Trader minds. Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading.
I cannot get over that.
Immersive online education, crafted just for
I mean, it's not a crazy move, but the fact that it's Friday and it did it pretty damn quick, it paid. It paid. If you guys need anything, I'll be right here. What a nice rally back to VWAP. That's crazy. What a sharp move.
I'm on the red carpet, but it's covered by white plastic. And this year's Oscars on Sunday come at a pivotal time for the entertainment industry as concerns about AI ripple through Hollywood with big questions about the potential...
Concerns ripple through Hollywood. Man, fuck Hollywood. Nobody give a shit about Hollywood. You think they know what's right for people? Yo, CNBC, it's probably best if you keep half of your workers there. Keep them quiet from saying stupid shit. Hollywood. Hollywood's where Hollywood is the place that everybody looks at. That's what everyone's worried about, is Hollywood.
will continue its decline from pre-pandemic levels. So now the race is on for the traditional studios and the streamers to prove the critical value of their
You know what? Maybe it was the fact that they could lose their job, but they've been doing it for a while. They act like people think that like AI is something new here. This is something that's been around for a while. It's just kind of exploded.
Universal has 18 nominations, led by Oppenheimer and The Holdovers, followed by Apple with 18 and Warner Brothers with 9 for Barbie. But Oppenheimer is expected to sweep the show.
AMD. Matt, you know, AMD was a play this morning that, not right now. I would wait till next week and see if you get another move like this. Here's the thing. I would say I would be a little bearish. What I would say, all right, this. So you see this dotted line that I have here? See if it rejects, because it was never made resistance, only right here. Right there is the only place that was made where sellers were at 210.85. And it's important. And I taught this was in the morning. So what I would do for semiconductors is look at Intel, look at Nvidia, look at SMCI, look at AMD, and look at that rejection. See, you had nothing but support, support. It broke through it, support, support, support. Where's the resistance? Oh, there is none. Broke through it, support. Oh, there was a little bit right there. But support, resistance. Really, to me, that's the only... Oh, yeah. That day right there was the only resistance. So now, you got some resistance there. So what we did this morning was we were finding the strength and weakness, and we've been doing it all week. Look at Intel. Intel was a stock that I brought up this morning to say, hey, you know, see what Intel does, because it's up in its gap. As far as like AMD and its options, just wait till later in the week, or wait for days that you see like follow through. Play Intel, play Taiwan Semiconductors, play Qualcomm, play. You know, there's cheaper ones out there. So if we look at Intel, it's just pulling back. Okay, Nvidia, AMD pulled back, but SMCI not so much. So all of semiconductors pulled back. I wouldn't focus just on the name, as more so the sector. I think that's how you should be playing AMD or any of the names. Locate, like, in the mornings, pre-market, Nvidia pulling back? Nvidia is the first one. Look at Nvidia. Is it, you know, making higher lows? Is it pulling back, making lower highs? And then you look at the other ones, right? You look at SMCI, ARM, AMD. Not really ARM. You can look at ARM, but see, ARM is like different because they don't really make. They don't make, like, physically make GPUs, CPUs, like processors. They do design them. So I guess, right? They design them with the blueprints. You know what I mean? And then they rent, you know, they make money by giving it out to like Taiwan Semiconductor or Qualcomm. But that's what I've been doing, and it's been working. We noticed this morning Intel, and it gave us nice follow through. It started selling off before any of them sold off. So you really got a hitter with this one this morning. Like, Intel is where it was. Like, Intel should have been the stock or the semi, you know, that you would have made the most money out of today. Like, if we even just look at the options, we'll do, I mean, it was up here when you opened, so we'll look at like a 45 put, maybe. A 45 put, let's see. Yeah, 45 or 46. And what we'll do is...
Bloomberg reporting that CRC said there was no leak or spill from its installation. That's Charlie Romeo Charlie, CRC.
Dude, what is this dude building at his house, bro? Every day there's something going on. Or is he like just on the job talking about, yeah, I'm working for Benzinga too. You hear it? That's a hammer drill. He's on a roof.
Welcome back to Power Lunch. It's time for today's Three Stock Lunch. Today we're trading three names that are moving higher in the intraday session despite the mixed trade.
So Intel today, oh my God, look at that, bro. You gotta be kidding me. Look at that. I told you, bro, this is where it was at today. Look at that. You could have got these things for 4 cents. 4 cents! 12 cents. Sorry to shout. They went to $1. That's over 1,000%.
3
3 cents.
$4.49 again. That's
60, 70, 90, $1. Bro, that's 10 cents to $1 is 1,000%.
President Biden said he will.
Man, is anybody, are you still here, Matt? I'm just wondering. If you're not seeing this, this is why you got to see it. Just because it's Intel, like, you got to find the days that are going to pay you. And by doing that, it's like, okay, NVIDIA, Intel, SMCI. Shut the fuck up. SMCI, like, they're all going up, and then you sense weakness out of, like, AMD. You're like, okay, AMD. Not because AMD is AMD, but because it's the weakest, right? It's the weakest semiconductor. Like, why are all these semiconductors rising, but Intel's not? Chances are, when the market pulls back, bang. This is a prime example of what I talk about. Finding that weakness and finding the strength so that if the market starts to go, whether it's to the upside or to the downside, you've located, weakness, or you've located the strength. Bro, these things were 3 cents, 5 cents, 15 cents, went to $1, bro. You threw $100 on this thing this morning, you got $800 on one contract. One contract. You just hang on to it. That's crazy. But that's what I would do, buddy. I would just watch the sectors, especially semiconductors, and look at NVIDIA. What's NVIDIA doing? Is NVIDIA going higher? Is it going lower? And then what is AMD, Intel, Taiwan Semiconductors, Qualcomm, Intel? Really, me, I've been looking at SMCI. First, obviously, NVIDIA. Then I'll look at AMD, SMCI, and then I'll look at the other ones, like, Qualcomm and stuff. And then I'll look for the differences. You know what I mean? Then I'm looking to see, okay, NVIDIA's just steady making lower highs. And, like you saw it this morning, I think, with NVIDIA, or it was yesterday. I'm pretty sure it was this morning, because that's why I brought up Intel. Yeah, you seen this morning how it was like, or it was yesterday. Yeah, it was still just, but it gapped up. That's what it was. That's what it was. NVIDIA gapped up this morning, and then AMD, not really, kinda. Let's see. I know there was a difference this morning. Yeah. It was probably yesterday. But yeah, the one I know for a fact I talked about was Intel this morning. Huge, nice gap up on this thing. Yeah, Intel, Tesla. This sucks, man. Coinbase would have been a really nice trade. And I called it out. I don't know why I didn't take the long myself. I was still looking around. I thought I was waiting for, to like kind of just get confirmation. Dude, these things were a buck $1.80 ask, a $1.60 bid, and they went to over $11. Like, today was the day. Today was the day you had to perform. Like, today was the day that made your month. And understanding that, and that's why I'm getting a little upset, is because today happened and I was not involved. Now what do? Does the market give me another day like this? And when is that? How long do I gotta wait around for? You know what I mean? So sometimes this stuff can be stressful. I mean, it's not sometimes, it's, but it just sucks. I think I was more upset that like, that I haven't, I just started, I haven't reached enough people, and that there wasn't anyone that was really able to, not that, until I can get like people that start coming in the morning, writing down the levels and saying, okay, these are our best opportunities, writing down the levels and taking them. And until then, it's just sucks to not have anybody be able to, like, take advantage of it. Let's see here. Baba, let me let my cat out real quick. I'm going through a few of the. I'm just looking at the scanners right now, kind of just looking around. I do want to know how your guys' day was today, though. If you guys had an okay day, like frustrating day. Is it 3 o'clock or is it like on? Okay, so it's 3 o'clock. It's 3 o'clock on the dot. I'm looking too short. Spot. Gold. GLD, did you guys see gold still breaking out? Crazy. We were looking at this last week. I forgot about it. It started Thursday, Friday of last week. I think we're still good to go. I almost, by the way, I measured that move to 210. I think GLD's headed for 210, so we get a consolidation for like a day or two. Any pullbacks, I will be buying GLD. Oh, come on. I will be going long gold. I don't, even though it's ripped, this, that, the third, I still think there's a few dollars left. I do. I think there's a few dollars left here. And this is, this is, right there. That's, this is where I think she's headed. 210. 209.50. Yeah, 209.50. All right, because if you take your pole from here, this bull flag that you have, that is the start of the move. So we'll see. That tail, though, that's a mean looking tail in that daily chart, though. Look at, because gold's gonna need some help. I feel like gold. Look, there it is. It finally decided to break out. Exxon's breaking out again. I did not go long her. I did not go long Exxon yet. So we have CPI on. We have CPI Tuesday. We'll throw on the closing bell real quick. I hope you guys had a great week. I am going to do a lot of work this weekend. I'm getting my ass to work. As a matter of fact, that shit is starting tonight. All right, the stream, a lot of the stuff that I want to do, because I know for a fact we can get a lot of people. We can get a lot of people not only the help that they need, but we can make some money. I'd like to be able to have if you guys would like to do a podcast or something. I don't know where you guys are in the world, but we could always do like a Zoom where you could have like face-to-face, charts in the middle, or like swapping it out. There's different shit we could do, but that's obviously up to any of you guys if you guys would want to do that or not. Talk markets, what we think for the year. Stuff like that. Maybe we get some views, get a couple sponsorships. Anyway, we'll get back to the SPY because that's going to be our most liquid. I think. Of course, leave it to CNBC. Listen to this. They're even deeper of a pullback. He is throwing out the fear right out the gate.
For much of the day.
Wait till you hear his sentence on semiconductors.
That is a rarity, as you know. Take a look at the semi index. It is getting smoked at this hour, off more than, just about 3%. That is the SMA.
3%.
Stocks is down big. Names like.
But it's getting
NVIDIA
smoked.
Are facing some serious selling pressure. Broadcom is down sharply after its earnings.
Hold on.
Marvell is one of the worst names in the space today, and that's after its own quarterly earnings report. AMD, KLAC.
All right,
you get my drift. They're all lower, and it does take us to our talk of the tape. Bubble trouble, and whether the once soaring semis are now in danger of an even bigger pullback.
An even
Let's
bigger
ask Star Chip
pullback.
analyst Stacy Rascon of Bernstein. He does join us now. It's good to have you back. It is stunning.
Look at him
to
laughing
watch
because he
what's
knows
taking
it's
place
funny.
today
He's
in
laughing
this
at
market
exactly
space.
what I'm talking
NVIDIA,
about.
A
The fear.
$100 intraday move, almost 10%. What do you make of it?
Look, so I was joking earlier that like maybe some of these just flew a little too close to the sun for a bit. I mean, like semis have still had a monster year. They're up 20% year to date. They're up 70% something.
I
like
was saying that if you did not take profit up here on AMD and you guys liked it, or you know, if you guys have owned it for a while and you ain't taking something on NVIDIA, AMD, what are you doing? What are you doing? Or what are you scared you're gonna have to pay a little bit of taxes? Well, guess what? That's cool, because here's just a saying. If, and I think you guys will like this, the government will always take their piece, but the market can and will take it all. So remember that.
talk about some of the other markets.
Well, I do want to do that. I do want to do that in a moment. But when you say something like the core businesses of these companies, you know, for the ones that reported not so good, this market has ignored, in many respects, the core businesses of many of these companies, and they've gotten this AI halo from NVIDIA. Did we overdo it in giving too much of a bump relative to AI when it's not that big a part of business for many of these other chip players?
Yes, possibly. Like in my coverage, there are two names that actually have meaningful AI revenues. That's more than just a story. That's actually contributing meaningfully to their numbers. It's NVIDIA and Broadcom, and not a whole lot of others, right? Again, you can even look at an AMD, and AMD is doing really well, but as a percentage of the revenue, it's not that big, and it has not been enough to offset weakness. You know, the stock's been great, like don't get me wrong, but they're like AMD's missed numbers. Like
I wonder if we're gonna just be flat for the rest of the day. I want to thank all of you guys and ladies, gentlemen. For those of y'all that have hit the like button, subscribe, it goes a long way. All right, it goes a long way. It really does.
But they had like their AI business was stronger by exactly the same amount.
I need to figure out how to get some people here in the morning. I mean, listen, you can't just take the horse to the water and make them drink it. But you know, the real work is done before the market's open at 8 o'clock, 8:30 in the morning, right? Going over the news, technical levels, understanding where we are on the SPY and the Qs, and in relation to the Dow, because the biggest thing, and we said it, I literally talked about it for like 15 minutes. There was such a divergence between the IWM and the Dow and the Qs and the SPY, and even the Qs, Dow, IWM versus the SPY. SPY was leading, just boom, ripping, right? And it's like, yo, wait, dude, the Dow is not making a new high. Look in the morning. When this thing pulls back, it's below yesterday's high, right? It rallies just a little bit, and then it starts pulling back. And I'm like, whoa, right? And then I look at the IWM, and I'm like, whoa. Like, it was just pulling back. And I'm like, yo, that will be coming for the SPY and the Qs. Just when? Right? It'll be the same day. Is it an hour? Is it 15 minutes, 5 minutes, 2, 3 minutes? Like, the time lapse? Kind of just, you know, that's why it's good to go to just take a quick minute and go look at them, right? Just go look at the Dow, the SPY, and the Qs, and the IWM, and kind of see what, you know, understanding which one's leading. That's going to help you decide on like a long, as in buying to go higher, right? Because that sector is obviously there's strength. If you want, pull up like Google or something, and where you can easily access all the sectors that are in it, and then see, okay, like the heat map or something, like what sector in that sector, or what sector in that ETF is really green, that's helping it go higher. So dude, what is... See, like, I would go here. Oh, come on. Where's the IWM? So the Russell Small Cap. So you can see AMD. Oh, come on. Oh, that's the Russell Mid Cap. I'm sorry. Marvell getting smoked. MRVL getting smoked. ASML. Oh, did Broadcom already report their earnings, guys? I shouldn't have taken those cookies off of.
Looks like it's grounded in some reality, and we can actually, when they reported the numbers, NVIDIA did last time, and the guidance was fine. It was like, great, we got 3 more months. We don't have to worry about that moment coming when we have to decide that it's all.
Okay, it did. Okay, how did they do? Good, bad, so-so. Shit.
Not really any precedent for $2.2 trillion market cap companies sustaining even mid-30 PEs. I mean, it could happen. This could be the one. And, big isn't what it used to be. I mean, in terms of, 2.2 trillion maybe is now more routine. But
Oh my God. I fucking hate the internet. I really do. I fucking hate it.
The way that the momentum trade has been overplayed, almost everybody would say it. That aspect, that characteristic has been so done to the upside that it was going to create some kind of instability. Amazingly, today, it just triggered a rotation. A little bit of momentum unwind, and guess what? Everyone just bought Apple and Alphabet because they've been the laggards, and that supported the S&P. And so, can you hope that that stays the case, that we magically just hand the baton back and forth? I'm not sure.
It comes to the point now where when you look at
Augmented reality. They're trying to take everything from y'all, bro. Y'all gotta realize what the hell's going on. Some of you guys already might, but it's crazy. It's sick. It's so sick.
AMD up 113%. You're going to have to now,
Oh my God. What the?
Which is legit and which got too much of a halo.
That was always going to be the case. And Mike and I were sort of looking at charts while you were talking to Stacy.
Oh my God.
Forget the fundamentals. The charts of a whole, I don't want to name them, but we all know what they are. They just are unsustainable.
I'm gonna worry about that later.
They look unsustainable. For those of us that have been
It's not even what I was wanting to go to. I don't even know why I'm bringing up Wall Street Bets. I don't even know what I'm doing right now. Here we go. Yeah, it's what I wanted to go was AVGO. Bright red. You see that? Isn't it funny? Because like everything is green, but yet everything was red, but semiconductors were green. And now today they're red and everything else is like kind of green. Apple had a really nice day. Looks like Google gave some of its move back. I will tell you guys that I am looking for an island reversal on Apple. What is UBS doing green like this? UBS is one of the banks that I was looking to take in, like keep an eye on their credit default on their CDSs and potentially take it short. See, here I am dicking around, and the SPY's going to pull back. I'm just going to shut up.
Blow-off came after
Sorry,
4
guys.
years or 5 years of successful build-out. It wasn't just the promise of the internet by then, although obviously there was much more to come. You started to use the internet. It started to be a thing that was available, and there was this sense, like taxi drivers were talking about it because they had used the internet. And today, I think the whole Dan Ives argument that you're at the, it's not just Dan, but you're at the beginning stages of this really can't be said enough. If this is going to be what we all think it's going to be, there's years of investment to come down the road, and for stocks that, at least in the case of NVIDIA, everyone agrees is not too expensive. It's not 100 times EPS, it's not 150 times EPS. Presumably there are more gains down the road to come for everybody.
Sure, but in 99, let's just say, there were many, many, many companies that were at the beginning or the precipice of the birth of the internet, and companies that were, you know, routers and switches and all of these other things, and some of them were pretenders, and the real ones, in quotes, are around today.
But I would argue, and
They weren't making money like they are today.
What you're talking about is the IPO market in '99, which exploded where everybody was trading.
This is what I hate about Judge.
You can make the case that the SPAC market, which we already blew up, was kind of that. It kind of mimicked the IPO market in the late '90s.
I don't think it's going to match up that well. I think the market right now has gone a lot farther in exploiting and pricing in the potential here than certainly '99 when the Netscape IPO
Money's
came out,
just
nobody
getting
knew
put
how
to
to
work
even
after a
talk
bear
about it.
market. This is what happens.
I do think also
I guess none of these people were there in
people
08.
The mobile phone penetration was not really high by the time that thing imploded. So I just don't think it's the most helpful conversation because it's never going to match up perfectly well. Also, as I keep saying, unless you think the Nasdaq's going down 70%, and earnings are going to be cut in half next year for the S&P 500, then stop talking about 2000 because that's what happens.
It's not a good analog. There are certain pockets, though, it just conjures up thoughts of bubbles.
Absolutely.
And unsustainable.
Overheated markets can be overheated without them being historically vulnerable.
Look, every period of bank upset doesn't have to be the next 2008, but it's the nearest analog in which we look back at some moment of great crisis and we say, wow, hopefully this is not the next that. So that's why it's
probably because of NYCB.
ChatGPT came out in the fall of 22. If we equate it, and I know that you're saying don't equate it, but let's do it for fun. If we equate it to the Netscape IPO, which was in August of '95, then we're in August of '96.
I get it, but I think that the market just goes from A to B a lot faster. I mean, FANG was 2013. Jim Cramer named it in 2013. It's 12 years ago. So, like, the idea of these platform companies that are just like, buy them, you can't pay too high a price, has been very well ingrained for a while.
What do we want to make? And you referenced, so money coming out, money going in. Money going into the Apples of the world and the Alphabets, the one that have been so beaten down. Apple was, you know, mostly under 170 for the duration of the week. Now it's back above at 172 and change. So it's interesting that we can have some, you know, maybe a little bit of froth or whatever it is come out of some of these mega cap names and then go into these other areas. And that's why the market at large hangs in. Like, it's not like today NVIDIA collapses and then the overall market is having a massive problem.
Today it didn't happen. I mean, again, it would surprise me if this is going to be the perfect choreography on an ongoing basis. But until the macro really breaks down, until you really have to question the important stuff, which is this expansion in good shape? Seems like it is. You know, jobs are in a comfortable zone right now based on this morning's numbers. Credit, unshakable. So all that stuff is nothing you have to worry about in the moment. So it becomes more about the internal market mechanics. There's massive volume in NVIDIA today. It's going to trade $100 billion worth of stock today. Okay, so maybe that's on a short-term basis pretty decisive to say the market's saying kind of we got enough for now.
And let me add, it's not just the semis. When you look at who's down the most today, it's a number of charts. Costco, Constellation Energy, Williams-Sonoma, Wingstop, stocks that are up triple-digit percentages, trading at mid-double-digit multiples that are all off today. Meanwhile, you've still got Visa and MasterCard positive on the day, Google and Apple positive on the day, and stepping back from that, you've got 8 of 11 sectors in the S&P 500 outperforming the index right now. So it's not a
Apple was able to.
There was a period of time a year ago.
Apple was able to get there.
If you
they didn't let you get it early, but they gave it to you at the end of the day.
You were going to have a big problem. There wasn't enough support underneath.
It got there. So we said this morning
for a period of time.
175.
Now. Sure. Because we've had the broadening.
I went after
big areas and big name stocks, large market cap stocks.
Next week options on
and
that.
You're trading around those levels too.
I do not hold them currently.
If there needs to be an even bigger breather from some of these other.
Of course, I mean, coming into the year, who had on their bingo card? Tesla down 20-something%, Apple and Google down, and the broad market up, call it 8%. I mean, like literally nobody would have expected.
No, I wouldn't have expected that, but I do think
that's
one
crazy.
thing that I was handicapping, it wasn't that bold, but to say it's not just going to be an either-or market. It's not just going to be either.
So yeah, guys, I'm kind of just gonna. I'm not gonna do anything.
Differentiation going on. all
You know, unless there's something that really shows itself,
the ones that have been
that would have to be like,
so I think we have a chart of SPMO. It's the ETF for the S&P momentum
fuck,
stocks.
man,
And
that level's not holding. 513 is not holding at all.
on a one-year chart. There it is.
The market just does not care about 513.
You see that just amazingly orderly ascent right there, and up 46% 12 months. So all of that stuff gets flowed in there. So yeah, and the reason, Scott, a year ago it would have been different is you didn't have a broad earnings upswing. We're in the third quarter of earnings growth after a trough right now. The Fed
was pedal to the floor.
Is likely rounding into the moment where it's going to probably trim rates into an all-time high on the S&P 500. It's happened before, but it's kind of like a cherry on top, and the economy itself, of course, is doing fine.
Pasquarello, Goldman Sachs, had an interesting note today, as he always does at the end.
If you guys need anything, I'll be here. Like I said, I'm not really going to be doing anything the rest of the day.
If one or more of the Magnificent Seven stocks really came off the pace, well, it's clearly happened, yet the market has certainly held its ground, and others are talking about that as well. It's an interesting fact. You can maybe take your eye off of the big names for a moment, but don't lose sight of what got you here, what the big trend is, and why people continue to put money and buy the dip in these mega cap names.
Listen, I've been making the point on air for quite some time. I mean, we do most of the airtime on your two shows goes to semis and home builders. Or I should say, from a sector standpoint, we always talk about the semis and home builders outperforming. But I mean, I'm blue in the face, and a lot of consumer sectors, it's not the retailers per se, but a lot of things that are focused on the consumer continue to do very well. Again, look at the hotels sitting at or near highs. When you step out, I've mentioned industrials any number of times. There's a whole host of Caterpillar. If there's a problem in the economy, someone should tell Caterpillar stock, because it hasn't heard about it right now. And you can go industry by industry, and there's a number of them that are doing exceedingly well this year. They just don't have the thrust for the market as do the semis.
Should get 512. It's not holding 513, so where else is it going to go?
We still expect the market leadership to broaden out in the months ahead. We're still long the AI trade in big tech unless the fundamentals start to disappoint. It's like we're still long this until you show me.
It feels like that this rally was just way too much, like to not hold 513, but it's like trying not to hold it.
It feels as if it's really risky to say, well, that trend has been overplayed and we're going to back away from it. And it is tough also, just if you're involved.
See, I had a feeling. I had a feeling she was going to. Because if you're not holding 513, then what are you doing?
So yeah, again, I think the broadening out is less dramatic and exciting.
There's like nothing there.
Mid-cap ETF, or
there's nothing really there.
Yeah, made a new high after a really long period of nothing at all, which really contrasts with the S&P 500, which is this beautiful, tight uptrend we've had since October.
What did we learn this week?
All right, there it goes. I think it just made it resistance.
Maybe it's cooling a bit.
Are they going to sell it off?
Chair Powell all but told us he's cutting rates. All but said it. They're right at the precipice of doing that, and I thought he made that perfectly clear. And the rally remains largely intact despite, some tumult in Nvidia today. You leave this week feeling, I think, no different, if anything, emboldened as to why we got here in the first place.
Almost as if interest rates don't matter nearly as much as everybody seems to make them out to be. And I think that if there's any takeaway from the last couple of months, at least in this environment, that the Fed and liquidity and all the bearish narratives that are advanced over and over and over again for the better part of 20 years, at least in this environment, don't matter as much as the earnings backdrop, to which Mike alluded to, the economic backdrop you alluded to. That's why stock prices are going up.
You want to give me a second to last word, and we're going to see it anyway?
I would simply say that this all can be true and help explaining why we're here. I still think it's tough to trust a market that hasn't had any payback in 4.5 months. And you're not going to get away from that feeling of, it feels as if at some point you catch up to the big pile of good news that's accumulated.
Yeah. All right, good stuff. We'll see you back in the zone. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Good weekend. We'll see you on the other side of that. Pippa Stevens now has a look at the stock she's watching as we head into the close. Pippa.
Hey, Scott. Well, Eli Lilly shares slipping after the FDA postponed approving the pharmaceutical company's Alzheimer's drug. The FDA's surprise move will delay regulatory action on the treatment that was widely expected to be approved this month. And Bitcoin is soaring to new highs, the cryptocurrency topping $70,000 for the first time ever after surpassing its COVID-era high earlier this week. The momentum follows spot Bitcoin ETFs getting approval earlier this year. And the recent crypto mania also lifting Coinbase. Shares of the crypto exchange hit a new 52-week high today, with Goldman upgrading the stock to neutral. Scott?
All right, Pippa, thank you. We'll see you soon. We're just getting started. Up next, more on today's intraday reversal for stocks with Wharton professor Jeremy Siegel. We get his first take on the jobs report. We'll get his take, obviously, on the rally, what's happening in the chip stocks as well. We're live from the New York Stock Exchange. You're watching Closing Bell on CNBC. We're back, stocks wobbling after hitting all-time highs earlier in the session. NVIDIA's incredible run taking a bit of a breather. Here to weigh in on all of it is Jeremy Siegel, professor of finance at the Wharton School and chief economist at Wisdom Tree. We got a lot to talk about, Professor, and it's great to have you on this Friday. So you're going to walk away to the weekend thinking what now about this rally?
Well, Scott, when you have trending stocks, when you have momentum stocks, there's a very old saying in Wall Street, and it is up the staircase, down the elevator. And if you take a look at NVIDIA and other trending stocks, that's what happens. Momentum players move on. They have very tight stops on it. As long as it's going up, they're there. And as soon as it breaks their trend line, boy, they're out. We have what's called a one-day reversal, new high, then low. My experience is that's rarely the final high for the stock. Usually you have a couple days, mixing on the price, and then it will resume its upward course. So this is something I've seen many times before, and does not scare me.
Okay, so the elevator goes down another floor or two, but then you get back on the escalator and you start going up?
Yeah, to consolidate. Yeah, that's exactly right. It's kind of like a head fake. I mean, playing the momentum play requires a steal because, when it goes down, it's so sharp. You say, oh, I'm going to get out. And then what happens, it goes back up to new highs, and you're so angry at yourself for getting out, you get on again. And it goes up another group, and then what happens at the very end, and I don't think we're at that very end, is you're saying, hey, diamond hands, I'm not selling this. It doesn't matter what. Unfortunately, that's usually the very top.
Well,
We're not
Professor,
there.
now you're using some of the lingo from the meme stock mania.
Yeah, I'm not saying they're meme stocks at all because these are real companies. But take a look at what happened to Cisco in 1999 and 2000. I mean, this was a great company, got overvalued. But we talked about this last time. Could NVIDIA get there? Yeah, but it would be at a much higher price to get to what Cisco's evaluation was in 2000 compared to what NVIDIA is now.
Does it tell you, though, when you watch a stock like this go up seemingly every day, and it just reaches these heights that make you sit back and say, I just can't believe what this stock is doing? Does it tell you that there's just too much froth in certain parts of the market, but not the whole thing?
It tells me that we're beginning to get the trend followers and the momentum players. And they don't care what the valuation is. They don't care what the stock does. They don't care what the company does. They got their charts. They say, wow, with this trend over there, make the trend your friend. And I'm making it my friend, and I got my stop there. I'm riding it up. Everyone's convinced that they can jump off the train before it goes off the cliff. And I'm not saying that NVIDIA is at all ready to do that, but these are the games that speculators play, and I'm beginning to see more of those sort of players move into the market. But it's extremely early stage, not late stage, because 25 years ago, it had been going on for many years before finally it cracked.
But you're painting a scenario, though, in which exuberance starts to get a little bit irrational and then turns into pure euphoria, and that's when you have to worry. But you don't think we're anywhere near that stage yet?
Yeah, exactly.
What did you make of Powell on the Hill this week, who came off to many, maybe a little more dovish than expected?
Yeah, a little bit dovish. I mean, he said, and we're close. I didn't expect that. I mean, he could have shaded it to, we saw that January report, a little worried. It means we got a lot more work to go. But I think, maybe got some inkling of, a rather softish, good wage number that we're having now, and seeing some slowdown, saying, we are very, very close. I think next Tuesday's number, CPI, and which of course is going to be the last one before the March 20th FOMC, is going to be quite important. I really like to see a reversal of that from the uptick that we had in January, and I think that is definitely possible.
How many rate cuts are we getting this year, Professor?
Well, we talked about that. If we get too many, I'd worry, because that means the economy is crashing. So, you just say, oh, I just want as many as possible. No, you don't want as many as possible. And in fact, as Mike said earlier, it's much more important for the economy to stay strong than for us to have a rate cut in May or maybe June or earlier or later. However, I mean, I think my feeling is that we're going to have rate cuts. However, let me warn you, and how many days is it going to be? March 20th, 12 days. I think we're going to have less rate cuts on the dot plot than we did in December, because I think, honestly, Fed officials are surprised and pleased the strength of the economy. They say, we don't have to cut that soon, and I can afford to wait a little longer before I can squelch inflation. So that might rattle the market a little bit, but it's only because of the strength of the economy, not because they're, stubborn and won't do it beforehand. In fact, Jay Powell says, I'm not waiting until all the inflation is wrung out before, I'm going to start cutting, which would obviously be too late at that point.
How far do you think the S&P can stretch? We call it, we're 5130. We can call it now.
Boy.
What seems reasonable to you?
Well, we're 21 times forward earnings. Earnings are holding in very well and might actually come in a little bit higher. That's a full valuation, so I may say 5-10% over. Hey, can we get 50% over, 60, 70? Absolutely. Just like we can get 50% under at the bottom of the bear market. That is the emotion that has always swung markets over the decades, over the centuries. It's the type of volatility that a long-term holder in stocks has to get used to, to reap the benefits of the long-term returns.
Let me ask you one more question before I let you run. Have you been watching how Apple has been trading in the last, several weeks? Do you have any concern about it? What do you make of it for a stock that we used to say, as Apple goes, perhaps so goes the market, not so much today?
Well, and one we could ask, the first one maybe to topple. I'm not saying Apple is going to topple from the Mag 7. But Tesla, the competition. Again, look at what Tesla's gotten in China, which Musk has said, this could be a problem besides all the other problems that EV has, and that's quite what Tesla's, down 50% from its high. Now Apple is still, this type of reaction from Apple, if you take through history, is certainly nothing unusual, and it still has a great base. But there is some competition. Take a look at the Magnificent Nine that reached their peak in 2000. How many of those are left? A few, but nothing stays at the top forever.
We'll make that the last word. Enjoy the weekend. We'll see you soon. Professor Jeremy Siegel, the Wharton School. Do have a news alert to tell you about on Amazon. Fortune is reporting that the FTC has begun probing Amazon's new fees on U.S. sellers. Sellers are reportedly not happy with those new fees, which require sellers to either pay Amazon or begin shipping goods to at least 4 separate warehouses on their own dime, and another charge that punishes sellers for consistently low inventory. The FTC did not have any comment to CNBC about that story. We've reached out, of course, to Amazon, and we'll update you with their response if, in fact, we do get one. That stock down a little less than 1% on the session. Coming up, we're going bargain hunting for under-the-radar opportunities with Patient Capital Management's Christina Malbon, why she is buying stocks that have been left for dead in this market. We're back on the bell after this quick break.
doing anything else.
We are back to NASDAQ retreating amid the broader chip sell-off today. My next guest says she's finding opportunity in value names that have been left for dead in the current market. Joining me now, Christina Malbon of Patient Capital Management. Christina, welcome back. It's nice to see you.
Thanks so much for having me, Scott.
I'll get to these value plays in a minute, but as I look at the notes, the thing that honestly jumps out the most to me is that you say big tech like Alphabet, Meta, and Amazon are still being underpriced by the market. How so?
Well, we think Google's a great example of this, right? So on the surface, you look at Google and you say it's trading at a market multiple. But if you actually start stripping out the businesses that are losing money or are under monetized, you're really paying a below market multiple for the core of Google. On top of that, we're at the very beginning of an AI trend, and we know that Google has the most publications in AI research. And so they have put out an updated Gemini version that many are touting as good, if not better, than ChatGPT. And we think longer term, the AI trend is going to accrue to the cloud players. And so we think Google is very well positioned. And so that's what I mean when we say that they are underpriced. There's groups within the Magnificent Seven that are not pricing in euphoria yet.
Sure, but part of, I mean, if you want to take Alphabet specifically, I mean, part of their rollout of, some of their AI-related initiatives have been what some have termed an embarrassment. I mean, even those, close to the company have sort of panned what they've done thus far.
Yeah, so I agree with that, right? And we've had a ton of negative PR in relation to that. I think for us, we're long-term investors, and so we hold things, 3, 5, 10 years. And so this sort of negative PR blimp on the radar, we think will be long forgotten over a 5-year period. And we like to capitalize on those opportunities by adding to those positions or building a position when the market is negative on a story.
So if we're talking value names, what kinds of things should we be looking at?
Yeah, so we like to think about value outside of the, typical low price to book parameters. We think nowadays that there's a lot of value in the market for companies that can sustain growth for longer than the market expects, or that are under earning, kind of like we highlighted with Google. And so a name that we're really excited about is Canada Goose. And you all might know Canada Goose as, the luxury down jacket company. But what I think is underappreciated is that they have been on an innovation front. They're expanding beyond heavyweight down. They're moving into lightweight down and clothing. And at the same time, they're expanding to a direct-to-consumer marketing, which is costing a lot of money to build up. So what we've seen is margins are compressed. So if you're just screening for stocks, you're going to say, hey, this company is trading for 20 times earnings. But it's actually at a margin that's over half of what the core is actually earning. So if you actually look at what the core is earning, it's trading at 10 times. And so we think that as they move forward and gain scale on the investments that they've made, and as they go to cut costs, which they've announced a cost-cutting program, that margins are actually going to build a lot faster than consensus has priced in, and we see it as a bargain.
What about Royalty Pharma? Why do you like that name, which is on your list in front of me?
Yeah, so this is once again another name that I think you kind of need to dig into the details to really understand where it's trading. And so this is a company that buys pharmaceutical royalties, and they're the largest purchaser of royalties in the market. And it traded down over the last year as interest rates increase. And the reason for that is they make a low teens return on these royalty deals. And so as interest rates went up, people became concerned about the spread between the return they were making and where they could borrow at. What we got confidence in is that they're extremely disciplined, and they actually manage the underwriting to maximize on the spread between their cost of capital and the return on these deals. What's also a little bit tricky is that their GAAP accounting is completely off. So when they buy a royalty, they make an estimate of what that royalty is worth, and then they account for it in GAAP at the current valuation, but they have to adjust it up or down based on changes in assumptions. So the GAAP number just really isn't reflective of what they're taking home in cash at the end of the day. And if you look at what they're taking home in cash, this is a firm trading at 8 times. that is deploying capital in a market where we've seen capital pull back from biotechs. So we saw last year, there was almost no new capital going to these young companies with innovative products. And that really lends itself to Royalty Pharma being able to buy these quality royalty assets when no one else is available. Furthermore, you see cash-strapped legacy players like Teva do deals with them when they want to monetize assets in their pipeline.
This
that
is
they can't
old news.
prioritize given the debt that
This
they
is
have.
old news with, sorry, I was just tired, guys. I'm really tired today.
Up next, we're tracking the biggest movers as we head into the close. Pippa Stevens
Shit,
standing
there was a oil leak, I guess, or something. I'm not sure if it's true, but it's spreading now. They're talking, more people are talking about it.
Trial.
I have an alert for you. I want to call your attention to shares of Macy's popping right now on a report from Axios saying that retailer considering negotiating a sale directly with activist investor Arkhouse without launching a strategic review of the company. We've reached out to Macy's, have not received a comment yet. Certainly we'll keep you updated as we know more, but there's that move in that stock, moving just about 4% higher. We do have less than 15 to go before the closing bell. We're back to Pippa Stevens for a look at the key stocks she's watching. Pippa.
Hey, Scott. Petrobras is under pressure after the Brazilian oil giant's dividend disappointed Wall Street. The company said it will pay out roughly $2.9 billion in ordinary dividends, but won't make an extraordinary payout, which investors had been expecting. And MongoDB also in the red after releasing its quarterly results. The database software company easily topped Q4 estimates, but the firm issued lighter than expected Q1 and full year guidance. Still, the CEO saying the platform is, quote, resonating with AI startups. Scott?
Pippa Stevens, thanks so much. Still ahead, upsetting the Apple chart. Get it? Those shares set to snap their longest losing streak in more than 2 years today. We're going to run through what's been behind this sour stretch and whether today's pop could have some staying power when closing bell comes right back. Business. Coming up next, Costco shares tumbling after reporting quarterly results, while Apple looks to end a 7-day losing streak. Those stories and much more, we take Inside the Market Zone next.
Well, that's it. Closing down near the lows, guys. I am going to get up out of here. I'll let it sit for a couple more minutes if you guys want. If you guys want to watch CNBC, whatever. I hope you guys have a wonderful weekend. I'll have a video out tomorrow. Peace out. Have a great weekend. Next week, CPI. All that fun stuff. I'll see you guys this weekend.
Things can be wrapped together into is the momentum on trade or is it off? And so today you had a little upset in that it's about a 50-50 up-down day. It's actually pretty orderly, and I think you can take away from that the idea that the jobs number today, the Powell testimony this week, even the other data which showed moderate growth dynamics are giving people a little bit of a psychological cushion that says even if the market,
like I said, man, I see you, Wiz. You have a good weekend, buddy. I'm just exhausted. I'm so tired. Like, I feel like I could just sleep and just sleep and just sleep some more.
it's worth about half of the 0.5% decline in the S&P.
Yeah, what an amazing day it's been for those shares. And finally, Steve Kovac, Apple, above 170, above 171. Actually, it's going to end that streak.
Yeah, maybe the nightmare is over, but it's been nightmarish headlines just all week, Scott, for Apple. I mean, we had the report earlier this week that sales of the iPhone are down 24% in China for the first 6 weeks of the year. On top of that, just those lingering questions about AI. Just this morning, Citi cutting its price target from 225 to 220. The list just goes on and on and on, not to mention the regulatory pressure Apple is already feeling in the EU with the Digital Markets Act. They were kind of humbled today and actually had to reinstate the developer account for Epic Games, the Fortnite maker they've been beefing with legally for the last 3.5, 4 years now. So look, there's just a lot going on right here, but the concerns remain about where Apple fits into the AI narrative and how it can recover in China, if it can recover at all, especially with that renewed competition from Huawei, Scott.
Appreciate that very much, Steve Kovac. Thank you to Courtney Reagan. Nice run for Costco shares until today.
Yeah, you know, Costco shares under pressure after reporting second quarter results. Earnings did exceed expectations. Comparable sales 5.6%. That was also better than consensus, and it was driven by traffic. But revenue and net sales, yeah, they slightly missed analyst estimates. But still, analysts like the margin expansion, the membership numbers, along with that traffic-driven comparable sales number. Plus, there's some big-ticket items that had been under pressure, and those saw sales improvements, things like appliances. And while Costco is a consumer staple, you point out, Scott, it's had a really decent rally ahead of the print, up 20% in 3 months. That's actually including today's downward pressure and well ahead of the other major indexes. Profit taking, of course, could be some of the reason for the lower move on shares today. So I think it's important to keep all that in perspective, too. Back over to you.
We will.
10 seconds. 10 seconds. Hurry, hurry, hurry. 1 second. Ding, 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 ding. That hurt. That hurt my ears. Have a great weekend, everyone. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll have a video out sometime tomorrow about next week. Have a great weekend.
We can start to explain away part of any upside surprise because we know it's going to happen with shelter. And we also know the Fed's orientation is not to look for excuses to sort of take away the rate cut expectations at this point. So, you know, with any luck, it kind of ends up being right in line with the trend, which is, I would say, stubborn disinflation still in train. Probably the market's okay. The bond market's already had a big move. Globally, yields down, you know, at the lower end of this 3-month range. So the bond market's kind of stayed out of the stock market's way. It's allowed the stock market to get preoccupied with its own little stories and chasing the latest hot thing.
You have a great weekend. We'll see you on the other side of that, Mike Santoli. Well, the end of the day certainly doesn't look like the beginning. What a day it's been. We did hit new records on the Nasdaq and the S&P before this midday pullback. We'll keep our eyes on all of it again on Monday. I'll send it into OT now with Morgan and John.
Our major averages snapping a 2-day win streak, closing in the red for the week. That's the scorecard on Wall Street, but winners stay late. Welcome to Closing Bell Overtime. I'm John Fort with Morgan Brennan.
Well, the tech sector, the major underperformer today, while real estate was the big winner. Chips, the big reason behind tech sell-off. NVIDIA, Marvell, and Broadcom all getting crushed today, but coming up, a top analyst tells us the name of another chip maker that he says looks like the, quote, NVIDIA Mini because of its big upside potential.
Yeah, anybody would take that. Well, one tech stock also bucking the trend today. Samsara, you can see they're closed up almost 14%. The company's CEO is going to join us exclusively to discuss his big revenue beat and strong outlook. But for now, let's get to the market action today with our panel. Joining us now is Dana Diario of Investnet and Tracy McMillian of Wells Fargo. Happy Friday to both of you. Dana, so we got another round of inflation data coming next week after what was a pretty tame jobs report, I guess. Small caps have been pretty sensitive to the higher for longer narrative. Do you see anything changing?
Well, I think it really is going to turn on whether we see this rate cut obviously coming in June. So small caps, as we all know, are more interest rate sensitive. It's interesting because growth is more interest rate sensitive, right? And growth hasn't suffered at all, obviously, in this rally, even though it's longer dated cash flows that have to be discounted back at a higher rate. But we have seen small caps suffer and certainly be very interest rate sensitive through the course of this rally and all through last year, and largely because they're not as easily self-funding, right? They need to go to capital markets more often. You have corporate teams that are now all of a sudden facing much higher rates than they had to in the past. So not surprising at all. I think the big question is, do we get this cut in June? And, do we indeed stick the landing? I think, all signs seem to point there, but I don't know that I think it's guaranteed.
Okay. And Tracy, you say go to quality, don't take on too much risk, don't jump into small caps yet. But if the economy is generally healthy, which the data today would suggest, isn't this a time when the right small caps with the right stories could actually outperform?
Yeah, so we've been favorable large caps for quite some time, and we're actually looking for an opportunity to move into small caps, to move into some of those riskier areas of the market. It seemed like maybe late last year might have been offering up some of that opportunity, and more lately we've also seen small caps just starting to outperform large caps. But what we want to see is more evidence that we are closer to the start of a cycle and not the end of a cycle, because small caps do tend to outperform at the start of a cycle. So we want to see